Good morning. Before we begin, I would like to recognize the Florida Panthers for their outstanding success this season, winning the Stanley Cup last night. On behalf of Broward County Public Schools, congratulations on your remarkable achievement. Your dedication and teamwork are an inspiration to our students and staff, reflecting the values we cherish in our community. Once again, congratulations to the Florida Panthers for bringing pride and joy to Broward County. This workshop, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the auditorium, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the gymnasium has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until this jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. We ask that all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during the meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interrupting speakers, or engaging in personal attacks, will not be tolerated. If you engage in disruptive behavior interfering with the orderly process of the meeting, I will issue a verbal warning to cease the disruption immediately, and failure to comply with this warning will result in your removal from the boardroom by law enforcement. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all of our participants. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Board Member Zeman will now introduce his school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm very, very proud as a graduate of Sunrise Middle School to introduce my alma mater, my middle school alma mater, Sunrise Middle School, home of the Fighting Falcons, and my alma mater and a proud school in our system. Thank you so much, Chair.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In achieving this goal, we are committed to ensuring everyone counts. Our culture will be student-centered, teacher-supported, and principal-led. The following topics are scheduled for board discussion at this workshop: quarterly joint school board and advisory committees discussion, rural development, facility planning and real estate, policies 1270 and 8030, playgrounds in the district, rural development metal detectors, rural development code of conduct, suspension and expulsion, fiscal year 24-25, budget workshop number 6, and employee supplements. At this time, At this time, we will now have our quarterly joint school board and advisory committees discussion. I will now turn it over to staff for a presentation, or we can go right to our committee chairs. Who would like to begin? Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Chair of the District's Audit Committee and Facilities Task Force. We sent the board, we met on June 7th and June 17th to discuss where we left off and what issues we had for this meeting, and you were sent an attachment yesterday with the items. So from the 320 quarterly meeting follow-up, we were looking for any progress on the systemic issues that we presented last time, and we do have some specific questions related to that. But working in reverse order, back in October, the former DAC chair was wrongly arrested and sent to jail and spent 27 hours being detained for something she did not do. You just renewed the SIU detective who wrote false statements on a police report And we all assumed or had heard that he resigned, but he was renewed. So what has been the accountability for that incident? The best $2,500 the district ever spent was spent on a report that was done shortly thereafter that found that she never did anything wrong, and if anything, that officer almost set her up so that when she put her bag on her shoulder, she had no choice but to end up hitting him with it. And that is not what he wrote that happened on the police report. So is there no accountability? Not for him, not for the chief of safety and security? What happened as a result of that? That's the first question on the list before we get into communication issues. This isn't a board meeting where you guys don't respond. This is a question we're kind of curious as to the answer. What's happening as a result? We're all volunteers, and on any given day, the same thing could happen.
Dr. Hepburn, staff like to speak to that.
Thank you. I can provide a follow-up, but prefer not to talk specifically about a personnel issue. So we can provide a follow-up of any strategies or practices that ensure that our volunteers aren't put in similar situation like that in the future, which they haven't after that incident. We've reviewed our protocols with Chief Alberti. He's updated his team and his staff to ensure something like that never ever happens again, but we can provide a follow-up in writing just to lay out those protocols.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the recommendations that were made were around training, I think, by that specific consultant, but also by the board. Many of us did talk about training. Is there a plan for that? Has any training taken place?
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
Good morning. Jamie Alberti, Chief of Safety and Security. Yes, ma'am. We did training back in January. That was completed, de-escalation training through all SIU members back in January.
Okay. And then I guess, is there a plan for like routine training, like a cadence for new hires, but also, I know at least as a teacher, I had to do training every year on child abuse prevention and things like that. So I'm wondering, do we have a regular cadence planned for that?
We do. Yes, ma'am. Well, Chief Nosowitz has been apprised of the incident. He was part of all the training. Now he's the chief of SIU. He's making a plan to make sure that we are continuing to follow yearly training on this type of de-escalation.
Okay. I didn't know if someone else had a comment.
I just want to be clear. This officer, it is a violation to put something in writing, which he did write something, the police report, statute 837.06. It's a form of perjury to put something in writing that an elected official relies upon if it's a misrepresentation. So that police report is what everyone is thinking happened, but it did not. So it's great that training is happening and all of that, but she can't unlive the 27 hours that this misrepresentation caused her to have. The man was renewed as opposed to being non-renewed. So that's okay. He's renewed, and there's no disciplinary action at all?
Mrs. Leonardi, you
Yeah.
still have the floor.
Thank you. So my other question was going to be around due process and any did we do any internal investigation? Is that a question that I'm allowed to ask in a workshop setting?
Ms. Jacquez Adams?
I think thank you. I think that is a question for Chief Alberti, because sometimes when you're in the middle of an investigation, you can't discuss those matters. So, factually speaking, Mr. Alberti.
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
Yes. If you're asking if there was an internal investigation, no, there wasn't. With the superintendent at the time wanted to have an external person conduct a review of the case, and that's what happened.
Okay. I understand the reason behind having an external investigation, but I would say, if as a teacher I did something or was accused of doing something, there would be an internal investigation as well. And it's important that we, respect due process and follow the same protocols for our employees, as we would historically. And I don't believe an external investigation has any bearing on discipline. So I would ask that we would follow all of our policies and protocols for all of our employees equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. This is an issue that's been simmering for quite a while, and I appreciate it being brought up. One of the issues that all of us need to think a little bit about is this is not something that happened at X middle school or Y middle school. This happened with school board members being witnesses to what happened. And what we saw deserves an internal investigation and deserves action. If for no other reason, because this is not us relying on second-person information. This is what we saw in the room that we meet in. And I feel like that there's two issues. One, been brought up by our volunteer advisor today. The second is the training for our law enforcement personnel for the safety and security of school leaders everywhere. That is another area which I think is worthy of internal investigation and then internal action. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few brief questions. One is, was there not an internal investigation conducted based on the outcome of the expert that was previously hired and based on his recommendations? The second thing I just want to bring to the board's attention is, in order for there to be a crime committed, there has to be intent. There has to be intent on that person. So I don't know if the investigative report found that there was no intent, because in reading that, I remember reading it, I don't recall anything recommending any type of criminal chargements from that law enforcement officer. So I'm wanting to know if that's why there was no internal investigation, is because we're relying on the expert that we paid for, spent a lot of money on and hired to review the video, talk to people, and then assess the situation and give us recommendations.
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti?
So the result of the incident, we had discussions with the superintendent. He wanted to have an external person review the case, and based on the recommendations, we put a training plan in place to make sure that we're aware of. Sorry, we got echo here. Make sure that we're aware of, how we're conducting ourselves in the board meeting, and how we're, being aware of de-escalation techniques and tactics, and maybe new things that are happening that we may not be familiar of. So, the training happened in January. We'll continue to do it. I believe we have additional training happening this summer. And again, like I said previously, the chief is making sure that we're continuing to keep our professional standards as we're conducting ourselves in our board meetings and throughout the day, to make sure that our officers have the latest and greatest training.
Dr. Lynch-Walsh?
That did not answer the question at all. Mrs. Pham's question was whether there was an intent, and actually I don't have the report in front of me, but like I said the first time, the expert all but said that Mastriani knew, because he was so close behind Debbie Espinosa, that the second that she were to step back to put her purse on her shoulder, and any one of us that carts one of these around knows you need some clearance, that purse is going to hit, that tote bag is going to hit him. And he actually specifically mentioned that and all but said there was intent, to answer your question. So yes, there should be, and thank you, Ms. Leonardi and Dr. Zeman, for asking for an internal investigation so that all employees are treated the same. And this is not what we wanted to spend our time talking about. We were a little shocked to find that he had been renewed. So I guess the outcome of this is there going to be an internal investigation started? I keep hearing under the former superintendent that no, that wasn't the plan, but we're on a different superintendent. So what's the plan now going forward?
Okay, before we continue, we have one public speaker, Aretha Wimberly.
Good morning. Thank you. Is my mic on? Okay.
Yes.
Don't start my time now. We ready? Okay. So good morning. I'm Aretha Wimberly. I'm the president of Grand United Community PTA, and we are dedicated to helping all of our children in District 5 on the east side particularly have a equitable opportunity to have access to the public education system in Broward County. With that said, I have two questions. How many of the community advisory chairs are selected from members of the District 5 East Side community? A lot of the conversations about the deficiencies and the needs for improvement are related to those particular students, yet they do not have persons from their community selected as chairpersons, to my knowledge. From the East Side, not just District 5, from the East Side, where there are more of the economic disparities as well as some of the access to meetings, such as the focus training that is happening right now during this same time as this board meeting. How many of the persons in those neighborhoods have opportunities to take equal and full advantage of these opportunities, these meetings, these training sessions that are offered by Broward County Public Schools? Again, I'm Aretha Wimberly. I am the president of Grand United Community PTA. We hope that all of you would take this wonderful opportunity to join our endeavor to diversify our parent-teacher associations, to give all of our children the opportunity to the benefits that are offered by a thriving parent-teacher association that many of the schools in District 5 on the East Side have not had. We are so fortunate to have our current board member as a member of our PTA. We're so fortunate to have the support of Dr. Hepburn, who's the current superintendent. He's been phenomenal in dispatching his staff to assist us with the implementation of some pilot projects that we believe will be impactful for our students. But again, unless we are everywhere where we're being talked about, we're not being equally represented. So I want to know, how are the selections for these committee chairs completed, and why aren't more from these neighborhoods, District 5, East Side, and similar communities where those socioeconomic status may not be as affluent, where those social determinants are more prevalent? We're being talked about a lot, but we're not in these spaces to speak for ourselves and influence the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak on the first topic?
Are we allowed to speak
I
on?
do. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Yes, I actually concur with Dr. Zeman and Ms. Leonardi about having a really thorough investigation on how this occurred. I'm not going to mention it more times than that, but it's extremely important for us to listen to what the expert said. And I also wanted to know if there was any sort of an apology or a letter that said, we really messed up here, something like that. Because, the backbone of this district is our children, our families, our staff, and of course, our employees. So it's extremely important that our volunteers are treated with respect. They don't get paid, and they volunteer. Sorry, I'm not in the cold here. They don't get paid for that, but they actually help us help children. Period. There's no agenda for them besides that. So let's treat them with more respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pierre Narnique Grant?
I was just going to say,
Sorry.
yeah, no, girl, say what you want. I was just going to say that, are we allowed to say anything on speakers? Or we just,
We're going to that's next.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Mr. Fogelholy?
You're talking about public speakers?
Yeah.
I think she was talking about.
I was talking about public speakers. Are we allowed to comment on that? Or respond to that?
You can just comment, but we don't go back and forth. with
Oh,
public
no, yeah, fine, no problem. While I appreciate the speakers' points, we do have a diverse group of people who are chairs in all our what is this, committees, advisories, whatever. There is representation. Sometimes you may not see it because you're not in the rooms, but that doesn't mean that they're not there. However, it's very difficult when school board members appoint people and those people are not fully committed, and so missed opportunities happen where they are not visible because they're not coming to the meeting. So it's not the lack of the school board members appointing people. It's the lack of commitment that those people who are appointed, that they don't demonstrate. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to comment very quickly on the situation with Ms. Espinoza. For the volunteers, I feel like I hear the frustration coming from them, and the right things are not addressed. I feel like we're just skating around everything. Through this whole process, has there been any apology or any public apology for Ms. Espinoza through the situation of what happened?
Dr. Hepburn?
Not that I'm aware of, unless any other staff member can comment.
Got it. So Ms. Espinoza, as a board member and on behalf of the board, I would like to say I'm sorry, right? It's very simple. I think we continue to just skate around the answer, or instead of addressing it, and it feels like we're trying to cover something up or just hide it. That's the frustration. None of these volunteers are coming to volunteer and give their time and be put in a risk of being arrested. Like that for me was very ugly. So even with school boards across the nation, we've seen this. Somebody raises how they feel, their opinion, get arrested. Nobody's coming to a school board meeting to get arrested. I hope not. But I think for us, we just need to address things head on. If not, they continue to linger. This has been weeks, months, that we continue to talk about the same thing. So again, I apologize. We should handle things better, and we should know that, and nobody should have a risk of being arrested at a board meeting. So I just wanted to say that, Chair. I just feel like we just continue to keep skating around this. We want to get on with business, but address what the concern is from our volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, you're going to circle back with the board regarding this issue?
Correct.
Okay,
We'll
thank you.
provide some information.
Okay, so next on the list is communication issues. Dr. Lynch-Walsh, do you want to kick that off?
Yes. What was discussed versus what was done. Since the 320 meeting, there have been no updates or visible progress towards resolving communication issues or improving support provided to advisories. In looking ahead to next year, report templates, web pages, and Microsoft Planner were discussed. We had a discussion related to DAC not receiving staff presentations 7 days in advance. We took an informal survey and found out that ESOL and the Parent Community Involvement Task Force both confirmed receiving backup in advance on a consistent basis, but Diversity, FTF, TAC, South Area, and North Area did not. Central Area received backup in advance if they worked directly with the staff that was going to do the presentation. And the Audit Committee, any backup that was from the Office of the Chief Auditor is generally available in advance. So that hasn't been an issue. What has happened since 320, so first off is that's one of our issues, and this was all stuff that we had hoped to see progress on. On 520, there was a memo to District Advisory Committee chairs from Jamie Alberti, the Chief Safety and Security Officer, restricting access to the pre-function room. We had a couple of questions. Why was the memo issued? Did a security-related issue occur prior to the memo? Does the memo apply to the student advisor? And then item C on here, on 521, PP4, School Board Policy 1020, School Board Meetings and Rules of Order was amended. All advisory feedback was disregarded. The Board approves requiring written reports from all groups identified in the committee reports section of the regular school board agenda if a representative is not present to provide an oral report. So there are questions like, how do you enforce that? What happens if you're not there and you don't do a written report? And clearly, there are groups that have never done written reports, like ESMAB, COPA. Are they all to now, if they don't come, to give an oral report? Because that is what was approved. So those are some of the communication issues. Then we have follow-up issues and the action item from last time. But I guess we can start with communication, all the items under that section.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. For the first item, A, Dr. Wanson, I think we met in the March 20th meeting? No, we met post-March 20th with the advisory chairs, and Dr. Wanson talked about a specific strategy and plan to address some of the issues of communication, where items can be housed, where requests can be made. That'll be rolled out real soon. For item B, this is more about being proactive. Personally, I have a concern, or have had a concern, prior to Chief Alberti changing the protocols of how people enter the boardroom and exit the boardroom, where staff is to be housed during board meetings as they're waiting for items to come up and be discussed with the board, just to make sure that we're tightening up our security protocols to alleviate any possibility of security concerns in the boardroom. So those are specific strategies just to make sure we're more proactive in keeping everybody safe during our board meetings. It's not about if something happened before, but it's a proactive measure to keep everyone safe in our boardroom and have identified egresses and exits in and out of our building. Trying to reread item C. I'm sorry, I don't have my readers today.
I think there are a couple of people that already have questions on A and B as the...
Okay, we can hop to questions on A and B if
while you review
Chair.
C. Oh.
I would guess the item C would be more of a consensus from the board as far as how we move forward with...
I just felt with C that the consequence is that the board isn't going to get the information provided by the committee. So there's no penalty. You're volunteers, and so that the board just does not get the information. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the concerns about the various different rooms as you come to the boardroom. The pre-function room has gotten increasingly, and just to tell you, I've been coming since the board moved into that building. The pre-function room has become increasingly congested over the years as more and more staff people are down there. But if there's an important matter coming before you and there's a lot of community coming out for it, there really aren't that many places for them to congregate. I mean, you have a very small area around the vending machines, okay, and you have the boardroom. But short of that, what is the plan for having the public there? You have a whole building where your staff can go and pretty much get downstairs if they need to address items, but I don't see that same planning in place for the public. So I think there are some other options that could be looked into and that you could potentially implement some other strategies. But I don't know that just closing the doors on the public to the pre-function room is necessarily the best option. Thank you.
Dr. Wanza?
Good morning. I'll let Chief Alberti speak as well. So one of the things that we have implemented, thank you, Ms. Furtick, for that comment, is when there are items that we believe will garner significant public attendance or public input, we have implemented alternate plans where staff is in another room so that we do open up the pre-function room during those times. But generally, that's the plan that has been derived for the typical meetings when we there are items that may not call out as many individuals from the public, but his team has implemented alternate strategies and options when when items such as you have referred to may come up.
Dr. Lynch-Walsh?
Okay. So most random members of the public have no idea the pre-function room exists. So this is not about random members of the public, which tend to congregate over by the TV, by the security desk on the other side. This memo was addressed specifically to advisory chairs. So I'm going to share my perception of what this was about and reality, because I am in receipt of text messages where Chief Alberti is informing Dr. Hepburn that he had a special officer there to restrict NLW from going into the pre-function room. This is about treating advisories the same as members of the public. It comes across as though you're putting out a message to advisories that we don't see you as any different. You're subject to the same 15-minute rule. You have to sit with all the members of the public, And we sure don't want you talking to staff. And from my perspective, just like Mary said, that there have been increasing numbers of staff sitting there. It never used to be that crowded. But now you have a wall up and the staff sitting there can't even see. And what work do you think staff is getting done there? So to the point of the person that asked the question, what precipitated this? What precipitated this? Because this was, of all the things you could work on, of all of the things on this list, we also have the board chair would work with the superintendent on communicating the assessor data reporting and how it was happening, because there were concerns that non-egregious things that are happening, people know are happening in schools, are not being reported. Have we had an update there? No. Diversity committee. Staff sunsetted over time 3 policies that have to do with standards of service, which ties to the CCC condition number 3. Any answer there? No. Gifted advisory had a request for identifying gifted students by school and demographics. Have we gotten an update on that? You did? Okay, that's one update. So, and then we get to starting July 1.
Hold on.
Oh, so
I don't
you
want to
go
act
back
like
to
I ain't getting no
diversity?
update now.
Okay.
I got an update, but not that where they are. They're still working on trying to find out where those sunset policies are and how they're going to either bring them back or discuss it. So I did get something. I don't want you to feel like I didn't get something. I did get something.
Okay, so then that leaves us, because again, what I'm getting at is in a list of 99 problems, keeping NLW away from staff in the pre-function room, which is what this is about per the text messages. And let me be clear, no staff person has ever narked on anything in the pre-function room, because everybody can hear you. But what we do manage to accomplish in the pre-function room with staff is minutia, things that have dragged on that staff might have been too busy to deal with. You see them, you go, hey, you remember that email I sent you? Oh, yep, okay, boom, 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 done. And then it's done. We don't have to nag them anymore. It's things like that that we're getting done that can't get done, and now everybody's afraid. We can't even see the staff because you have the Berlin Wall up. So how is that the most important thing, and how does that tie into the strategic plan, and what message are you sending to us with that action? Nothing good. Nothing good. So work on the list of 99 problems, and then when you have nothing else to worry about, you can think about where we're peeing and who we're talking to.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Thank you very much, Chair. And so I look at our agenda, and I see 9:25 to 10:25 for time. And we've talked about adult problems this whole time. All right? I understand the pre-function room. That's not what's best for kids right now. That doesn't benefit our kids. I'm sitting in between the Human Relations Committee and the Technology Advisory Committee. These 2 great ladies have notes on their entire notepad. We haven't discussed anything discussing our committees.
Let's go.
So I appreciate that. I think, Superintendent, please, let's address these things. Let's get to it. Pre-function room, take the walls down, right? Take this wall down? Sure. Let's do it. But I want to talk about what's going to benefit our kids, what these committees are suggesting, how we can work together to move our district forward. But I feel like we're not getting anything done right now. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Fogelholy. Looking forward to talking about some of our student issues myself, too. But just to close this out, thanks for the feedback also, Ms. Furtick. We'll look at our protocols and we ensure that we have something in place when we have items that are requiring large groups of people to attend, and we will ensure that our pre-function room is set up so our staff can do what they need to do and work appropriately undisturbed, and also our visitors and guests feel welcome at the same time. Also, just to close this out real quick with the safety and security assessor data reporting, we do have a meeting already scheduled. I don't have that specific date, but that's already scheduled to go over that information with the chair on, okay, we do have a date right here, July 29th. To go over that information.
Linda Farrar?
So 4 months.
If you're so concerned about our security, just have us fingerprinted. I'm fingerprinted. I'm fine with that. But if security is an issue, just do that. Simple and easy.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said? I couldn't hear you.
Have us fingerprinted.
If you're concerned that
I mean,
we
I go
present a
through global
security
entry.
risk.
I go through global entry. Global entry is much more intense than what we have to go through here. So I feel Homeland Security does a better job in securing.
Anybody new like to weigh in on any topic?
On any topic on this sheet?
I'm trying to go in order of our list. On page 2.
Well, let's get there because I want this to be productive. So
Okay. I can flip back to school planning because if we start talking about who's in charge of of facilitating advisories, that's going to take up the next 25 minutes because I have a feeling nobody's thought that through. So should we skip ahead to fiscal year back to school planning? All right, and then we'll double back. So we had a discussion on back to school planning because we were trying to focus on things that could be accomplished because we aimed for 30, 60, 90 days, and as you can see, nothing happened in the 90 days. So the next 90 days gets us to the start of school, so we made a list of things that we were concerned about that we hope can be handled before school starts. Okay, number 1, communication with parents. There appears to be a disconnect when you get asked the question, how would you like to be contacted, versus how you're actually being contacted. Parents are given the option to select text, email, or parent link, but may not be receiving messages from the chosen platforms. You know, like you're getting emails or phone calls when you ask for a text message or vice versa. They suggested using school name at Broward Schools as the sender email address so parents know which school is trying to contact them. I cannot tell you how many emails I get. I have to learn the name of all these random people at my kid's school because they don't use that format or anything close to it. So you have to know that Joe Blow is actually the guidance counselor or the AP or is sending emails on behalf of the school because it doesn't say that. So that's confusing. And then ensuring school websites and calendars are maintained with timely and relevant information. That does not happen necessarily. So if we could, so that's all under A, communication with parents. B, customer service training, front desk customer service training needed before school starts. Someone suggested utilizing the secret shopper format to test if that's occurring. Back to school forums, what will the process look like now that Focus has been launched? The current process is some archaic cobble together that someone trying to be helpful thought up, but we're thinking we now have Focus. Are back to school forums going to be different, or is it going to be that same archaic thing that we've been subjected to, which is an improvement over the paper. When my kids started school, it was all paper. Then it went to this back to school form wizard or something. But we have Focus, which is, I believe, is it $25 million for the next 15 years? Surely, something like that. But surely it does something with back to school forms. So those are the 3 items under back to school planning. So what can we accomplish before school starts?
Ms. Leonardi?
I'm sorry, I just have a question about the format of this conversation. How are we ensuring that everyone has equal or equitable time to speak?
They could just raise their hand and be put on a list.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I'm just reading from the list.
Okay, so since Dr. Lynch-Walsh is done, can we allow some of the chairs? I just want to point one thing out, that we don't have the area chairs up here like we did last time. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but, pardon? Okay, so if it wasn't, I believe that the area chairs should be allowed to be part of this conversation. As I mentioned to Dr. Hepburn when we were talking about redefining, is that you have a group of active chairs here, including the area chairs, where you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I think they should be able to have a seat at the table. They did have light, little things last time, and so I'm a little bit disappointed that they're not here. And there's some items that are coming after our part that you have not utilize that group. So I don't want you to reinvent the wheel. You do have active people who are here and who are engaged with the community. They're PTSOs, they're SAC and SAF, and all those people. So please do not disregard them because they are just as vital as everybody else. So I've had a couple of times to talk and I don't want to take it over, but I'd like the other chairs to be able to say something.
Ms. Furtick?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that just from our committee perspective, we are going to be working on these first 2 bullet points. Well, actually, I guess all 3, but the first 2, customer service training, and I know that we really had, as a result of the initial research from our task force, there was really a great customer training, service training module, and I know you talked about bringing that back, and so we're kind of doing a few things, but we're not going to tell you what because that would ruin the secret shopper plan that we have. And also communication, we had some conversations about how we can best be communicating, and so I just wanted to go back and say parents are given a choice, and if they want to be contacted by text, but you're robocalling them all the time, then you're probably going to lose some people there. So just as you're doing those back to school forms number C, if you just make sure to give them a clear choice on how they want to have that communication, and then make sure that you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Just real quick, I would like to echo about putting the names on the text messages. I have other topics too, but I just want the text messages are actually more difficult than the emails. The emails, I kind of know who the staff is at my child's school. I can figure out where the emails are coming from, but the text messages sometimes have no identifying information, and if it just says like school is closing early or something like that, it doesn't say which school, and I have kids at very different schools, so the text messages I think is actually more crucial to have that identifier on it. And so I just had a couple topics I wanted to hit on. I apologize. This would have normally come up during my committee report at the last meeting. I was out of town due to a death in the family, so sorry for bringing it all now. But there were just a couple really important issues that I wanted to hit on. We had just had our Student Support and Academic Enrichment Conference with Diversity, Equity, and School Climate. They put on a great conference, got shut down a little early due to weather, but we had teachers coming from the Tri-County area. There were some really productive discussions and trainings that happened during, and just a few issues that had to come up during my discussions with the students and during some of the student panels. The first one, and this is something that goes back to the fall seminars that we had also, and just I don't know how to address, above my pay grade to figure out how to address, but there was a constant discussion about the students felt that they were mistrusted by administration at a variety of schools for different causes, trying to come, if they want to have an event, they'll bring it to admin, and then they say they just get shut down or they get ignored, disregarded. But regardless of how they brought forth these issues, the underlying sort of theme was that students felt like administration did not trust them. They did not trust them to put together events appropriately. They didn't trust them to behave appropriately. And I think we need to look at working with our administrators on how they're communicating with the students and how they are making the students feel, so that the students feel like they're an active, vital part of their school and not just being schlepped through a factory, in essence, because that's the feedback we got from a lot of the students. Additionally, again, going back to issues that were raised in the fall, the infrastructure issues we're still having reports of mold, some from the same schools that I had brought up first in the fall. We're hearing about air conditioners being shut off in bathrooms, which as a method to kind of keep the kids out of the bathrooms, but it's becoming a health issue at this point, with the bathrooms being so warm and having all the moisture that they have in there. There were also complaints about noisy construction and fire alarms and things going off during the school day. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about I know we have a lot of construction going on at a lot of schools, but anything that can be done outside of school hours that is noisy, not to say that all construction should be shut down, but anything that's going to be noisy and disruptive to the learning environment, any way that we can look at having that after school hours would be really beneficial to the students. Also, brace advising, still getting reports that students aren't able to access brace advising in a timely manner, that they're not getting to the kids until halfway through senior year when it's way too late. I know at least North Advisory, I don't know if District Advisory had also brought forth the motion to move brace advising to middle school, or have a brace advising option in middle school, but the high schoolers that I talked to actually loved that idea. So if there's any way to, I don't know what the status is of that motion, but if that could be looked into further, I think that would be really helpful. And then a topic we all love to talk about, fights. The students are being disrupted by it as much as we're bothered by it. And there's a couple inherent issues with it. We all know that fighting is a problem, but there's the issue of inequitable penalties for it. Different schools handle fights differently. Some are reporting everything as a major fight. I know we're trying to revise a lot of these policies when we do the discipline matrix revisions, but just something to keep in mind, to really keep an eye on the schools that are only labeling fights in one category, because we know not all fights are going to be the same. So if they're labeling them all as minor fights or major fights, there's probably an issue there. And then on top of that, the feedback from the students is that a lot of these fights are happening just because the students don't know how to handle themselves. And so looking into more preventative measures, not just the punitive side of you're going to get suspended, looking at the root causes. Why do these kids not know how to communicate properly? Why are they resorting immediately to violence? There's a saying that violence is the lowest form of communication. These kids need communication skills. They need emotional regulation skills. They need emotional intelligence. And I think we need to address that more so than just the punitive measures once they start fighting. So I think I've taken enough time with the mic.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I just want to make a suggestion because it's important. I believe I appreciate our committees coming to us every 3 months. And for me, it's important that I hear from every single chair. And so I just believe that we should put a structure in place so we can have a fair platform for everyone to give us input in a reasonable time, because this is scheduled for 1 hour. And some chairs may speak for 20, 30 minutes. Others are rushing to get their points across. I think we should have some structure in place, maybe going forward, that we afford each committee chair, because I'm sure each of them has something to say. That's why they're here. 5 minutes to give us their points that they have, and then we could do a second round. I also think 1 hour is not adequate. I am suggesting that we, in the future, have this at 90 minutes. But as a board member, I have interest in hearing from every single one. And I don't want others to feel they have to rush to give me information, because I think this is important for me to take back and decide what I'm going to do with that information. So I believe the board needs to put a structure in place when we meet subsequently, so we can hear from each and every one, and that each person feel they have a fair platform to which they can give their points without rushing. So I think the board should weigh in on that after we're done, so we can put some structure in place to make this fair.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Okay, I had a couple of questions or suggestions, I guess. One, if we could go back to the idea of the advisories, if they're not showing up to give us a written report, I think maybe working with staff or having a better conversation, because we need to know what's happened in that month. It puts us in a bad place if we're not hearing from those different committees. I mean, that's the whole point of having a committee, is to hear what's been happening and concerns they have, so we know how to address them. So I would just suggest maybe we have someone on staff reach out to them and ask if they could, if we don't see that they're giving us written reports, to do that, because I think the information is very important for us. I'd also like to ask Dr. Hepburn to work with Ms. Fry on what schools you're seeing those mold issues in, and where the air condition is being turned off in the bathroom, because these are big concerns, especially when they're coming from students. So if you could share that information with Dr. Hepburn, so that we can make sure that we take care of that. And I would just also like to ask Dr. Hepburn, I know I spoke with him, and I also spoke with Veta Hudge from Student Services about rolling out something next year that focused on helping students to understand how to deflect some of those things in the context of bullying, but also kind of in what you're saying about being able to communicate and teaching them those skills. To someone can say something that you don't like, but how do you, instead of absorbing it and making it turn to rage, how do you deflect it back and make it something that you can have a discussion about? And that's something that I've been talking to them about for a couple of months now. So I know we were going to try to put something and figure out where it fit in the curriculum. So I was just wondering if you could follow up and let us know where that fits in, because that's a huge issue and falls again into that bullying piece on how are we doing a district plan to address the bullying that's happening that turns into fights or other mental health concerns that we're trying to combat. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. And just to add to that, I think what are those resiliency skills that we are teaching every one of our students to be able to deal with those stresses in their life and to deal with it in a positive way instead of fighting. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. I really enjoyed the information that you're sharing, and I just want to respond with a few updates, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, it's my perception, and I've won this as a legal argument, that a shoe doesn't work without the sole and the heel. They're symbiotic, which means they depend on one another. It doesn't have any value if you just have the sole of the shoe without the heel. The heel doesn't have any value without the sole. So the same thing here with what we're talking about, safety. Safety and discipline go together. You have to have them equally as important because they need to function together as one in order to come together to be effective. So, and that being said, one of the things that Ms. Batiste and I have been working on, and we're going to be releasing it soon, is we're actually doing a policy because we researched legally that videotapes from students of incidents are not considered FERPA. They're not educational record. They're clearly not based on the law and what we came through. And I think in the future that we're going to have more evidence of exactly what happened, and therefore it can be at least evaluated by parents. And I think if they get involved at an earlier stage, rather than it making it very difficult for them to see exactly what occurred, I think that we're going to be able to nip things in the bud earlier. I think that the consequences are going to be easier to swallow, and I think we're going to have them actually participating in the solution instead of defending the action. So I'm looking forward to that coming. In addition, in reading some of the matrices, and I was just looking on my phone, we have some of them that set out that there's consequences of, say, a 6-day suspension for the for the first offense, and then the second time you commit that same offense, it's only 4 days. So we have inconsistencies that we need to work through and resolve. So I'm looking forward to that. And I think most of all, we have to partner with our parents because we cannot do this alone. We are not the disciplinarians. The parents are. The parents have to be the one that sets the boundaries, and then we reinforce those boundaries at schools. And if we don't get together with them as opposed to keep butting heads with them, it's going to be so much more difficult. So if someone comes up with some kind of plan of action on that, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Dr. Lynch-Walsh?
Show of hands, fellow advisory chairs, who was at the team's meetings, one or other or both of these meetings? I know I was. All right. You were an earlier one. All right. So this is not my agenda or my list. This is a compilation of all the comments that were made, just to be clear, which is why I'm talking so much, because I'm reading down the list. So I think we're done with, and it looked like we moved into individual committee issues, which these two committees I have plenty to say about, but I'm not, because we're not going to get through the items for today. So I now have to work those into other board items today. The 625 items for discussion, just going in reverse order. At the 618 school board meeting, we can all pass all the motions in the world, but if they don't get responded to by the board in some way, shape, or form, we don't know what your thoughts are and whether there'll be any action taken. So on June 18th, there was a discussion on the wording of motions or the wording of the board item, but not the content. And there were time-sensitive issues in terms of the motions. So the question is, what's the board's intention? Is the intention for these motions to come back to you because you didn't respond to any of the actual motions? There were motions from Gifted Advisory. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from Audit, and we just passed a couple more since this went to you. So how are motions, what's the issue? Because you had a discussion about the form, but not the content. So now we don't know, we have no updates on the motions that went to you, and that includes Gifted Advisory.
So I'll speak to that. The motions that come to the board in an agenda item, the board is voting to receive the motions. And then it's up to a specific board member to then take that whatever action and create a BB agenda item to then have the board specifically vote on that motion.
So
what I would say is that maybe you talk with a board member to see if they're on board with that motion, and then they would need to bring that motion to a BB item, to an agenda item.
Okay, so getting back to what comes to the board like on the 18th, because I noticed it said if the board votes yes, the board will acknowledge receipt of the committee motions from the various advisory groups. And if they vote no, you will reject the requests and recommendations. Is that really your intent for that item, to either receive them or reject them? Because that's different from what you just said. And
Dr. Wanzo?
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So we have certainly, Mr. Sullivan and I have worked in the transition that we can act through working with the chair, the superintendent, and the general counsel's office, ensure that the if no is abbreviated to some extent. But the direction that we've received is the board actually receives the motions, which are recommendations from the various advisory groups, and then if the board then wants to now take that recommendation and make it a formal board item through a motion, then that is what happened. With the exception of the last meeting, the board gets the motions ahead of the meeting so that they have time, if they so choose, to then create an item to put on that same agenda for the board to consider whether or not they want to take action on a specific motion.
But also, so one of the recommendations, for example, from audit was because no one was following those Booster Club guidelines to create a policy, and then staff came back with a ridiculous response about the individual not being, it has nothing to do with it. Clearly, a guideline is not strong enough. What's stopping a superintendent from saying, you know what, I see this, yeah, let me bring this as a recommendation to the school board, and that would be a motion, because everything on your agenda is a recommendation that's coming from the superintendent. All those board items are coming from the superintendent. So if we pass a motion, I guess is the issue that staff disagrees, and then you're saying that if the board votes no, an individual board member then has to sponsor the motion effectively?
No.
I think Linda had her hand.
Okay, we need to move forward. We are almost done with this agenda item. So next I have Ms. Pierre Grant.
So she says she wants to respond to Ms. Pham real quick, and I just have 3 points. That's it. And I'm just reading it. I'm not asking for no response.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just asked if I could jump ahead just because I'm doubling back to things that were said previously. I'm really happy to hear that we're going to be looking at some changes to the policies regarding videos on fights. I do want to issue one caution as the mother of a middle schooler, and from what I hear going on in the schools, there is the other side of that in which kids specifically get involved in these things to get the videos and put them on social media and get some kind of notoriety. So if we can just tamper the use of evidence with not encouraging the kids to videotape the fights at the same time, because we need to find a middle ground with that. And then also regarding parental involvement, obviously we want parental or guardian involvement wherever possible, but we also need to remember at the end of the day, sometimes we are the only adults that are consistently present in these kids' lives. And as much as we want to bring in parents whenever possible, bring in whoever their grown-up is, so to speak, we also need to make sure that we know our place in that, and it's not that we don't have any control over the kids and we don't have any duties to them outside of reading and writing and arithmetic. Like, we are these steady presences and we are their role models in certain respects. So I just wanted to address those things. And then also just regarding the meeting format in the future, because some of us chairs are not able to attend these extra meetings on top of all the other meetings we go to that are being set up external to the district. If we could just have the chairs speak on their own issues and not have a separate sub-agenda that's being brought forward, that would be helpful, because not all of us were able to attend the Teams meeting.
Okay. Ms. Pierre Grant?
Wonderful. So my 3 points are this. It's imperative that we get the information from the policy. I know I spoke to the Dr. Superintendent, and he is working on that, and I appreciate it for that. We also want to have productive site visits next year, and so we discussed with the superintendent on having specific staff with us during site visits, so sometimes maybe some of our questions can be answered and some things can be addressed immediately. We would like for the superintendent or his designee to at least come to one of our meetings for the school year, if that's a possibility. And then the last thing I would like, if the superintendent will update diversity when the impact, formerly known as Promise Program Committee, will pick back up, because I'd like to make sure that I'm part of that process and be proactive where that is, because we did talk about the disparities in terms of punishment. And the last item is that we talked about how parents are to be contacted, but we also want to make sure that because it's a partnership, right? So we also want to make sure that parents are held accountable for responding to the forum. Some of them don't. And so we want to try to create a mechanism to make sure that the parents are doing their part, because everything doesn't just fall on the district. So that's my points. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes left. Mrs. Hickson?
I just have a quick question for the student advisor, and I think Mary Furtick had her hand up. I'm just wondering if you had any feedback from the students about the metal detectors from yesterday, if you heard anything or how they thought it went.
Elena?
Yeah, so I've heard specifically from Hollywood Hills when I started talking to my student government about weapon detectors. I got a 50-50 response just because we never knew how it was going to work for our school. A lot of students were open to the idea, but I don't have specific data that supports it nor neglects it. So that's something we're definitely going to work on this year to try to get more feedback.
We would love to hear their feedback. I mean, I thought it went well yesterday, and they seemed unbothered at all by it, but just would love to have that feedback as we're moving forward.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think there's an opportunity to clear up the public's perception of school boards and advisory committees, and that opportunity is to make it abundantly clear that in advisory committee meetings you follow Robert's rules and you make motions to get things done. But what you bring to us is recommendations and advice. So you make a motion in your meeting, and that motion is to bring us recommendations or advice. That's incredibly valuable. The partnership that we have with advisory groups has changed public education in Broward County for the better in many regards. When we bring something that is called a motion to this body, it confuses the public that there is being a motion made by a Broward County School Board member when it is not. And so what I'd recommend is that we think very hard about motions within an advisory committee that bring recommendations or advice, and that we label them recommendations and advice. When we label them motions, it seems like Mr. Pogenholy came up with an idea, which is great because I'm ready to hear it, right? But if it came from an advisory group, it is just a recommendation and advice, and that is incredibly valuable. What is not valuable is judgmental statements about staff comments. It is not helpful. It reduces the civility of our meetings, and it reduces the image that we have in Broward County. Our staff is our partners, and our advisors are our partners. And I will start to object every time I hear incendiary comments from an advisor about staff. Their comments are not ridiculous. Their comments are well-founded and based on their experience and their education, and they're to be valued and they're to be treated with respect, just like everybody else in this room. Second, and lastly, Chair, in order to clear up this motion and recommendation and advisory stuff, I'd like us to think about our staff support to advisory committees serving as parliamentarians in these meetings, to make sure that what is being voted on is a recommendation and an advice and is perfectly clear what is being considered in advisory committees. That has not happened up to this point. And in almost all cases, I'm desperate to hear from advisory groups about what they see and what they hear. When Dr. Pierre Grant goes out and visits schools, I'm floored. I know, but
Thank you for the doctor.
how
I don't
much
have it yet, but thank you.
I'm just foreshadowing the future, no doubt.
But I'm desperate to hear kind of what she saw. When my student advisor comes back and says, wow, we had weapon systems, here's what I heard from Hollywood Hills, I'm like all ears. I want to hear that. But it gets colored when the language gets reduced to banalities and lack of civility. And so I'm going to ask us one more time, before we take formal motions on this, to please treat everybody with respect and civility. The chair every day reads a statement about our core values, and we all ought to follow them for the betterment of Broward County schools. Remember, people watch these meetings, and when they see lack of civility, they transport that in their mind to lack of capability to teach our children. So it's very, very serious, and I hope we can figure that out. But going forward, if our staff is in an advisory committee and they see something that's not coming forward as advice or recommendations, I hope that they recommend to the advisory board that they format them in that way, and that I hope that when we see motions or when we see things from advisories, it comes through as either recommendations or advice, which I think is the totality of what we get from advisory boards across the board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Furtick. You can close us out.
Thank you. Oh.
Do you want
me to say something and then go to Linda, or will Linda and finish with me, or what?
Linda, do you want to speak?
It's just a quick question. Can we get a point person that we can discuss and cross off some of these items off our list? We know that we don't report, as far as District Advisory Council goes, to a chief of staff, since that position's been eliminated. Please provide us with a point person today so that we can move forward in August, since we can't meet in July.
Dr.
We would
Hepburn?
appreciate that.
This isn't automatic. Thank you for the question and comment. My team and I will bring this back to our next cabinet meeting, and we will find a point person that can collaborate with all the advisory chairs once we go through all the items. I heard some additional information come from some other advisory chairs of things that were not listed on this agenda. Feel free to send me that information also, and we can review that too, and make sure we're considering that as we meet and discuss who's going to be the next point person.
Ms. Furtick?
Yeah, I wasn't going to respond. This wasn't what I had my hand up for, but Dr. Seaman, I wanted to let you know I sat on many advisories. Right now I'm on 2. And typically our motions are always framed. I move to that we recommend to the board. So I'm not sure where the confusion's coming in. I think the advisories clearly understand that it's a recommendation, and we typically, like I'm thinking with audit, you're going to see our things come forward, that we either call something to your attention or we recommend it. But I did want to let you know that we will be moving ahead with Apparent University in early August, and Dr. Hepburn's been great about giving us some ideas for this content. These programs have been so tremendously successful, and some of our best ideas come from the community, but many of them come from you all. And I again want to tell you that we couldn't do what we do without your staff. After 35 plus years of working as a volunteer with the school board, working on these parent universities has really given me an opportunity to see just how outstanding the staff is, and I think I commented on this at a recent meeting. We'll also be holding a nonprofit forum in the near future, and we're working with Ms. Hickson on that. So I just want to thank you for all you do, and just reassure you that we are recommending. But our conversations are so vitally important that I am glad you've initiated this as chair.
Thank you. Dr. Lynch-Walsh, 30 seconds.
Dr. Hepburn, the audit committee needs to meet in July. Staff has informed us that both myself and the vice chair would need to write you a letter requesting we meet in July. I just need to expedite this because we need to advertise it today. So is the answer yes or no? That's a yes?
Dr. Hepburn? Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank everybody so much, and have an amazing summer. And our next quarterly discussion will be at the September 17th workshop. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Starting in 1 minute. 1 minute. Welcome back. The next item is Rural Development, Facility Planning, and Real Estate, Policies 1270 and 830. I will now turn it over to staff for the presentation. Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul and Mr. Akabuso.
Good morning, Board Chair and Board. We are prepared to brief you.
If you can get closer to the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair and Board members and Superintendent Hepburn. We're prepared to brief you on the first item. I'll turn it over to Chris to start that process. Thank you.
Mr. Akabuso.
Good morning, board members. Chris Akabusu, Director, Facility and Planning Real Estate. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, good. All right, we are here to present two policies to you. It's Policy 1270. Just again, my name is Chris Akabusu, Director, Facility Planning Real Estate. So we're here to present Policy 1270 and Policy 8030, which used to be Policy 7000 and Policy 7002-B. Specifically, the policies follow protocol and were reviewed by Coward and Coward, and whose representative is sitting to my left, and also the Office of General Counsel.
Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Mr. Alston?
Thank you. This is my first time speaking. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And actually, you just made a quick comment, and good morning, sir. Just wanted to ask a quick question, because I know the last time we had a workshop, that was a point of contention, your statement. So I just actually want to clarify the policies that we have today, Madam Chair. All of them have been reviewed by our outside consultant. Maybe that's a question, A. B, I know there was conversation on the board if there was a difference in what was reviewed by the consultant versus if there was a disagreement potentially with General Counsel's office and or staff. Maybe that's B. So maybe we can just have that maybe for this and all coming items that we're going to discuss. I just want to know, just set the stage for me.
Mr. Akabuso. Ms. Coward.
Thank you for that inquiry. As it relates to the two policies that's been introduced by this department, policy 1270 and policy 830, Coward and Cower has in fact reviewed those policies. As it relates to the policies on the remaining policies on the agenda, those were not Coward and Cower policies. Those were staff and general counsel policies. The first two policies that were in fact reviewed by Coward and Cower, we did review them. We provide our recommendations. There were subsequent changes made by staff and general counsel's office post Coward and Cower. So what you're being presented here today includes Coward and Cower's comments, but we didn't approve or review this current draft that's before you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Charleston.
Last question just on process, because we spent, I think, 30 minutes debating process before, so I want to do it up front. So you can confirm, I guess, as the outside reviewer of the policies that these all conform with the state law, et cetera. That was pretty much your level of due diligence, just making sure that it conforms with state law. Was that essentially it?
So we do we do a little bit more than that. We review it and make sure it conforms. However, if the statute has something that says the policy requires this, and if it's not contained therein, then we'll go ahead and add that. So we try not to write policy, but to make it consistent with other regulations. So as it relates to these two, everything, by the time we released us, we made sure everything in there was consistent with the laws and included, but we cannot attest to what changes, because sometimes staff will come and say, well, once they get the general counsel, they made some changes, and we don't necessarily know about that, so we don't take a position on it. And sometimes staff make changes after us, and we don't take a position on it unless they circulate it back to us and ask us to review it again.
Got it. Madam Chair, last question. So the changes before us are not coming from Coward and Cower. They're coming from staff and or counsel. Is that fair? I'm sorry, and or the general counsel's office, but typically staff. Is that correct?
Ms. Coward?
Yes, So if you look at the first one, 1270, and the version that was uploaded, It had a lot of red and blue connotations. None of the blue connotations were Coward and Cower, for instance. Some of the red were, and some of the red were not. So it's difficult I understand it's difficult for board members to understand, because it's difficult on our side as well with staff and counsel to delineate who did what by the time it comes to you for review. We are okay with the process such that we make our changes, then staff, and then legal. That process everybody's fine with. It's just, I know it would be helpful for you guys to know who did what when you're addressing your concerns. So we're still working on those things. But just for today, I think we're going to get better as we go along with I think we have made some improvements, but this is one of the earlier policies, and you'll see in that first policy, there was quite a bit of content that was not reviewed by Coward and Cower.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess my question is that at the end of the day, I understand it's a combination of staff weighing in, general counsel weighing in, you're weighing in, but ultimately as the company that is responsible for bringing us forward the policy, I would want to see an overall stamp of Coward and Cower that you're saying that this policy is meeting state standards, federal standards, whatever those laws are. Ultimately, right? And if you don't, then we need to know.
Right. May I speak, Madam Chair?
Ms. Coward.
We agree. We agree 100%. And so the changes we made with staff, with the department going forward is now that if they have changes, they give it to us in a rubric format, give us a matrix, and we will incorporate their suggested changes with our review. So if staff have feedback, we get that up front in that format. Then when we submit ours to staff, it incorporates what we got from staff feedback, and it also incorporates our changes, and then largely just needs to get approval from the general counsel. General counsel's changes thus far have not been significant, so I don't think that's an issue. They're usually, district versus school board, Broward, for instance. So I agree with you 100%. We had some concerns ourselves, but then rubber stamped as Cower is something we may not have reviewed. So we do think this new procedure is going to work out, but some of these earlier policies was the old procedure before, while we were still working out the kinks amongst the three parties.
Okay, so if the board is okay with it, I think that we should give the direction to Coward and Coward, or through the superintendent to Coward and Coward, that, you know, I understand there's going to be this back and forth conversation of edits, but ultimately you're giving the stamp of Coward approval that it meets the state and federal standards and laws. Is the Dr. Zeman?
Could I just amend that? Because I think the clearest way to state that is that Coward and Coward does a review for compliance. State laws, federal laws, even other policies, so that it doesn't conflict with other policies that we have. That's incredibly valuable. That imprimatur from Coward and Coward means that this is a good one to consider. It doesn't mean that the staff didn't bring their recommendations for how to dispose property or buy property, things. That's their job. But just to make sure that it's compliant, and that includes to all other policies in Broward County. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of staff time. It just takes a lot of time to make sure it doesn't conflict and that it meets all standards. So that stamp from Coward and Coward would be incredible. The staff, I think, still has to own the substance of the policy because that's their recommendation to us. But just knowing that it's compliant with everything would mean so much to us.
Yes. Agree. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree completely. I think we should have a written policy that says any recommendations from staff have to come in initially. Okay, so, and then after that, you get the opportunity to review it, but, and then it would go to General Counsel. What I'm trying to shut down is the additional time and expense that you would expend if recommendations are coming in piecemeal and, oh, I didn't like this and I don't like that. You are the final gatekeeper. You know what the law is. And then you're presenting that for a signature of approval for someone to sign off. So you don't want to go back and forth. You don't have to debate. You know what it is you need to do, whether other people like it or not. And that's very important because we don't want to get caught in a gray area, and we don't want to be put behind the 8 ball because someone's feelings. So I'm going to put it out there. So I would, if I can make a motion that...
No, we're in a workshop.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So it seems like we have consensus.
Right.
Thank you to
but
my
anyway,
colleagues.
I would suggest that we do a policy. That way you're protected, we're protected, and we're not accruing attorney fees.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Wanzler?
I have the direction to have the conversation with the superintendent.
Right, and we don't need a policy.
Correct. This is a process. This is a procedure.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, you can continue presenting.
Thank you both. Just on this point, again, the sequence was it went to Coward and Coward. What they sent was then provided to General Counsel. General Counsel came up with what was given. Staff did not change anything that General Counsel did. So in my professional opinion, this policy, I'm not a lawyer, complies with state law. I'm very confident. So I can proceed because we also have the interlocal agreement, and the policy complies with the interlocal agreement that school board has with 27 cities and Broward County. All right, just very quickly, so we have 2 policies, and then the first policy we're talking about is the Superintendent Site Review Committee, which used to be Policy 7000, and then we're going to eventually go into Policy 8030. Both policies have been revised, most specifically to provide logical order and clarity, so there's no ambiguity, so it's very understandable. Policy 1270 includes definitions for commonly used terms. Policy 8030 again provides guidelines specifically, and we're using the word valuation, which is appraisal of real property during the acquisition and then disposition. So we're trying to make sure that the policies are very, very clear and comprehensive. And again, 8030 was organized to provide a logical and again sequential. So I'm going to pretty much go to policy 1270. So the policy right now used to be called Superintendent Site Review Committee, but we added word for the acquisition of new school sites. So it's very specific to the acquisition of school sites, nothing else. So what you have in front of you, I'm not going to go through them, reading them, is numbers 1 through 8 kind of reflecting how the policy rules are organized. So, for example, the rules are organized, there has to be a need for a new school. Keyword is new school. The need has to be based on data, okay? So the benchmark enrollment and then the 5-year projection. The school, new school, has to be acquired. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Alcabuso. We're going to go to public comment. Aretha Wimberly.
Okay.
Good morning again. Aretha Wimberly with Grand United Community PTA. Speaking at this early point in your presentation, I don't know how relevant it will be, like it was with the committee advisory chair. The point when I was asked to speak kind of seemed out of place, but these are just a couple of questions I have about this entire process here. Are there any projections for the charter schools to leverage opportunities to increase construction, new construction, or establish charter schools based on this current plan or of real estate availability or vacating by Broward County Public Schools, if that's relevant in this process in any way? Is there any data from any of the District 5 Eastside community engagement and outreach that was submitted by any committee or advisory chair related to facilities and real estate, where those responses from the community have gone into the consideration process? So as we're continuing to go through these redefining processes, all these things kind of correlate in my mind, and I'm trying to make the connectivity so that when I communicate back to community members, it all makes sense. So I'm trying to understand how this relates to our ability to be competitive regarding enrollment in our schools in the future, how this conveys or relates to making District 5 Eastside more attractive in the long term. And again, when we start talking about being competitive with the charter schools over on the east side, we're not part of that conversation because the charter schools leadership people are not interested in the east side. They're not bringing new schools over there. The real estate in our communities are not part of that discussion. So it doesn't make the education opportunity and options equitable for students and parents in District 5 East Side. There is nobody competing for us. So how is all of these changes relative for the long-term educational opportunities for District 5 East Side community? Thank you.
Narnique Pierre Grant.
Hi. So on the presentation, I noticed it has the 5 community representatives, and I see that they put PTA and PTO, but they did not put anything about the area chairs. So your area chairs, your 3 area chairs are essentially those who kind of connect themselves with the PTO and PTA and also SAC and SAF. And I think that they should have a representative on this group, apart from just some of the community or the other advisories on here. So I'd like for you guys to kind of consider that. I don't want you to underutilize your area chairs because I think that they have the pulse on the areas that they're in. And the last speaker talked about East Side. Well, Dee is the area chair in her area, and she and a lot of other PTA parents are from that side who are representative, who do come to places. I didn't say that they didn't. I just said that in my last comment that when you guys appoint people, it's hard to keep them coming. So, but if you could consider adding the area chairs or somebody who represents them, that would be an added bonus or benefit for that part. So that was the extent of my comment on the presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. The first statute I'm going to share with you is the one on false official statements, because I hope you do not fail as a board to understand what the proposed changes to this Superintendent School Site Review Committee is aimed at doing. and this is for staff, whoever knowingly makes a false statement in writing with the intent to mislead a public servant in the performance of his or her official duty shall be guilty of a misdemeanor of the second degree, punishable as provided for, so on and so forth. Next state statute. Public Schools Interlocal Agreement 163.31777. It has to include a process to coordinate and share information, but also on any school renovations and closures and local government plans for development and redevelopment, but more importantly, participation by affected local governments with the district school board in the process of evaluating potential school closures, significant renovations to existing schools, and the thing that we haven't done since God knows when, new school site selection before land acquisition. So which thing do you think is most likely on that list to be occurring right now that is oddly not in this proposed policy? Because we do not want to have, we have asked on FTF repeatedly, we have asked for a long-range facility master plan steering committee meeting. Isn't happening. But we have asked, when is that superintendent school site review committee going to happen? And this was the response. Did we get any dates? No. This was the response, to cut it out of the policy. The problem is that this is the statute, and I think they're setting up Coward and Coward because what they give them is just drips and drabs. So technically, are they in compliance? Sure. But you're ignoring the two other things that are involved here. Then you have the ILA, which your policy cannot contradict. This contradicts the ILA. It's badly written, I'll grant it that, as was this original policy, but understand what they are cutting out. They are trying to circumvent the ILA and circumvent the municipalities and everybody else that sits on that school site review committee when it comes to this whole redefining and potential school closures. And if you cannot be convinced of that today, understand it's not that I don't have all of the contact info for the entire county. I do. But I keep hoping that you guys will outsmart your staff. So today is the day to catch them on this, ask about why they would cut out school closures and significant renovations, because that is what this is all about. It is about nothing else except potentially when you might open a school in Parkland, because that's about the only time this would be relevant, what they're bringing you today. Go read your ILA. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comments. Board member comments, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. My one question when I was reading this was, how likely is this to ever occur? We're not in a place where anywhere in the near future we would be opening school sites. So I guess to the point of the speaker that we had, is this policy supposed to encompass all of those pieces or specifically about new school sites? Because I was wondering why we're having this policy come to us in a time when we're closing schools because we have under enrollment. It seemed kind of odd timing.
Dr. Wanza.
Ms. Paul, through Mr. Acabuso.
Ms. Hickson, you are correct. Okay. This is the acquisition of new school sites. It's very unlikely that we will acquire new sites as we're in the process of trying to redefine our school district. So it's relevant in the sense that as I assume this new role, that we update our policies that are not in compliance. So this is just the first in the hopper.
Okay, so my next question in here is about the superintendent review. That we're superintendent school site review committee, which does act in a way of looking about closures and significant renovations. So it's a little confusing. It's sitting in a policy that's only about opening new schools, but so shouldn't that maybe have its own policy as opposed to being folded into this, because it's not just about those new sites? And I think it should be also more clear when they meet, especially since we're moving towards that repurposing, so that it's clear to everyone, not just who's on it, but what role they're going to play in what we're doing.
Dr. Wanza.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson, for the comment. Ms. Paul, did you want to comment? You or Mr. Acapulco?
I'm going to comment.
Okay.
I'm going to comment. Board, when staff presents you with stuff, we present you with facts. I have the interlocal agreement here. Chapter 163, 3177 requires an interlocal agreement. The interlocal agreement is between the school board, Broward County, 27 cities. The interlocal agreement said to provide, the interlocal agreement addresses what the statute requires, provide a list of potential school closures that's delineated in the DFP to local government. So my informal review for complying with the comprehensive plan. I have the interlocal agreement. That's number one. Number two, like you said, in this policy, Office of General Counsel reviewed the existing policy. I was involved in that. Office of General Counsel, Coward and Coward reviewed this policy. There's only 2 words regarding school closure in a definition called school facility that was never used in the policy. So you're right. The school board does not have a specific policy on school closure. The title doesn't say school closure, so we're trying to make it clear. If the school board wants to have a separate policy for school closure, that is fine. So since I've been director of real estate, all of the schools that have been closed, this policy have never been used because it does not delineate any steps. This policy delineates steps to acquire school sites. Since 2003, 2008, they've used this policy from 2003, 2008, I wasn't involved, to acquire 12 sites. So again, this policy was never used for school closure. If the school board wants to have a separate policy for school closure, I think it's a good thing. Right now, there's only 2 sentences, school closure in a definition called school facility in this policy. It doesn't talk about steps. The interlocal agreement is specific about providing a list of schools that are going to be closed in the DFP. Staff presents the DFP to local governments, and then the local governments, I have it here, are supposed to do an informal review for compliance with comprehensive plan. That's what it says.
But that wasn't really my question, though. My question is, it's confusing because the superintendent's school site review is going to be a committee that's used in conjunction with school closing, but we're seeing it and it's being defined in a policy about acquiring new school sites. My question was, doesn't it make sense to have 2 separate policies so that it's not commingled here? Because it's confusing. We're going to use that committee in both places, whether we're closing schools or acquiring 20 years from now new schools. So I'm just questioning why the definition and organization of the superintendent school site review committee is in the same policy as the acquisition of new school sites. I think it should be its own separate policy because it's used for more than one thing.
Mrs. Hickson, you're correct. That's what the policy is doing. What is before you is that's why it's specifically delineating, and it says for new site acquisition. So that's why we're taking out the word school closure, which is only 2 places. So you're absolutely correct. There should be a separate policy, so it's not convenient.
Not for school closures. There should be a separate policy that organizes and defines the superintendent school site review committee. That's what I'm saying. That committee will work for both closures and openings, but it's only in this policy for new sites. That's the confusion that's here because that committee is supposed to be used in both places. So I would think that you'd have a separate committee for the superintendent school site review committee formation or definition, and then have a policy for acquisition of new sites. And as you suggested, maybe we make a new policy on closing schools because that committee isn't just for one piece, it's for both. And if you're describing it and putting it in policy only for openings, it's very confusing.
Dr. Wanza. Thank you, Ms. Hickson. Ms. Paul, did you want to say anything?
I agree. And so I think one of the things that I will take back and my team will take back to the superintendent is to have a separate policy for school closures and have the site review committee sit in both policies or be a part of both policies. And that I think that will tie it all in.
Okay, so would it be the same information for superintendent school site review committee in both places?
Yes, that's what I propose. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, and I would also like to add that there should be some description of when it meets, how often it meets, when it would start. I'm not necessarily actual dates, but kind of, if we're closing schools, the committee should meet before this happens and meet this many times, just so we're more clear on what the expectation of that committee is. Thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, are we, at this moment, are we only talking about 1270, or are we doing 1270 and 8030?
You can do both.
Okay. So I had some, I guess, questions pertaining to policy 8030. In the presentation, it said, on 8030, it said membership of the negotiation parameters committee was revised to remove as members of the MPC Broward County employers that are respectively a licensed appraiser and broker, and additionally related and obsolete language from the rule. I'm wondering, because I couldn't, I'm probably missing something, what is the proposed makeup of the MPC, the Negotiation Parameters Committee?
Dr. Wanza.
Ms. Paul and Mr. Akabuso.
Mr. Arcabuso.
Currently, you're right. The Negotiation Parameters Committee consists of 7 members, 5 school board, and then 2 Broward County, specifically Broward County employees, right? Licensed property appraiser, licensed broker. That was added the last time the policy was amended, but the problem we've been having is that the property appraisal doesn't want to participate anymore, right? So the meetings we've had, and staff actually took additional step to go to government, to go to the state, to see if we can get somebody in government, because you don't want to get a private appraisal, which will be potential conflict, will be unsuccessful. So because of that, we decided it's either you take out the 2 governmental Broward County and then just leave it at the school board staff. That's the reason, because you can't find somebody.
Okay. Why can't we get anyone government-related who works in the property appraisal space to sit on the committee?
The property appraisal's office said they do not want to participate because they thought there was a conflict, even though General Counsel, I actually went to General Counsel years ago, they wrote an opinion, so if we are doing a deal with the county, there's no conflict. But then the property appraisal's office told us they don't want to volunteer somebody from their staff.
Got it.
So that's the main point.
So for the makeup of the MPC then, how do we get that kind of voice someone who has experience in that space to sit on that committee?
Short of having a member, there's no other way that I'm aware of, because we don't want to go to a private entity that's a licensed appraisal. Again, like I said, we reached out to state government. We didn't go to the federal level.
Got it. Okay.
That was the problem. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And then I know in 8030 it talked a little bit about the appraisal for different kinds of property valued at different values. So it talked about getting one appraisal for property valued under or between $100,000 and $500,000. Is it burdensome to get multiple appraisals? Is there a reason why we're doing one for property valued under 500, but then at least 2 for property valued at a higher level?
Those 2 tiers align with state law. Okay. When a property is valued between $100,000 and $5,000, you have to get 1 appraisal. When it's above $5,000, you have to get 2. The school board policy, which we didn't change, is if there's a percentage difference, then you have to get a 3rd. So we're meeting state law, but then we're going above state law.
Got it. So we're complying with state law.
Correct.
As well. Okay.
Correct.
How do we determine the value of the property in the first place before getting an appraisal?
That was a dilemma, right? I mean, the state law says between $100,000. So what we do, we're using the property appraisal's value as a benchmark to determine if it's between $100,000 and $500,000. That's the only way to do it.
Got it. Okay.
And that's what we do.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thanks so much. A few comments on these combined policies. Thank you, for pulling together. The first is really, really important to me as a county-wide person, which is I suspect that a good standard for us to follow is that a resident of Broward County could read these and understand what they mean. These don't meet that standard. I would challenge any of my colleagues to read the first 3 lines of Policy 1270 and tell me what it means. We ought to be speaking to the public in our policies, not just to knowledgeable people in the real estate or other domains that we work in. I just would ask you to think about plain English as something that would allow us to win over the trust of the people that we serve. You bring up one really good point in this acquisition policy that's actually about not acquiring new land, but about disposing. And that's really in rule number 3 when we point out in this draft that wherever possible we'll strive to locate a new school in areas that have the opportunity to achieve diversity. It is something that means a lot to the county, means a lot to me. But I would ask you that when you think about going forward, not for acquiring land for a new school, but disposing of property, that we add that to our list of things that we could look at. If we're going to close a school, it would be really important to the county to know whether or not by the closure of that school and the rebounding of areas around there, whether we'd be making any change to the diversity of any student that goes to any one of those schools. So that's just a meaty concern that I'd love to see when this comes back. I want to commend my colleagues, though, about thinking about a second policy that is about closing schools. It's a little bit confusing to me and to the public to have a title, the Superintendent School Site Review Committee for the Acquisition of New School Sites. There's a couple other small points. On page 2, you've got some definitions, which I generally are helpful. I don't think those words need definitions. I think they're in plain language. Everybody knows what they mean. I don't like us dropping the League of Cities from the group on page 5. I would just ask you to think about that. They do represent the municipalities in a very meaningful and substantive way, and I find their meetings and their deliberations to be of great value. I also on 8030 don't value you taking authority away from the school board. I don't like supermajorities for virtually anything. It's hard enough to get to 5. Getting to 6 is even harder, but on page 6, you ask for a supermajority if the price exceeds the average appraisal values. I would ask you to think a little bit about that as well, and we can talk about it when this comes back. My last point is kind of pervasive for everybody that is thinking about these policies. Sometimes I read these and I think the 1970s called and wants their policies back. A 12-member committee or a 30-member committee is unworkable. You can almost never get enough people to even attend, and individuals don't feel valued when they sit on such big boards. And guess what? You're trying to sell something. You might have a buyer waiting to buy it, and you go, I'm sorry, Chair, we got to have a committee meeting. How long does that take? Oh, well, we got to call everybody. We got to get scheduled, and we got to have a public noticed, and before too long, we're shooting ourselves in the own foot. I don't understand the value of the NPC. Like if the net input of this committee, Negotiating Parameters Committee, is to set a floor and a ceiling of a price, call me and I'll give you one. Call the chair, call Soup, call the deputy Soup, call anybody to get that done. But speed matters, and I just don't think that we need to over-committee everything. And we certainly don't need committees that are 12 and 30 people big. I commend you for going from 12 to 6 in this regard, but I question whether we need a committee to set a sales price. I don't think we do. I think we could look at the appraisal. You could come up with some from staff, get it approved by an individual staff member, not even the school board, and we might actually be able to sell something faster. I have talked to the superintendent and the superintendent before about disposal of property. And when I said, hey, roughly how long would it take to get the cash from something we want to sell? 12 to 18 months. It's 12 to 18 months because of what we do, not because the market won't support that or there isn't a lot of buyers that want to buy it, but because we over-bureaucratize something. If we want to bureaucratize and committee something to death, there ought to be some real value in it. And I think an individual sale or an individual purpose doesn't really kind of meet that standard. So if we could, let's just think about the readability of these policies so that people can understand what we're talking about. I think it's
it's evident that we need two policies because you can't have, in a policy that's labeled acquisition, you can't talk about disposal. And so it seems like we should have a second one or change the title, but I prefer a second one because it's really a different kind of thinking when you are closing a school or trying to declare something surplus and move on. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Zeman, what number did you see the supermajority at?
Page 6 on 80.
I know, and the hard copy is different from the pages on the
I apologize. Yes, I forgot about that. All I brought with me is the track changes version. I'm in.
What number does it say, like 17, 18, 19?
Section number? Is that what you're asking? Stand by.
Rule 20 on the clean copy.
Yeah, Rule 20, last sentence. An extraordinary vote is required when the agreed upon asking price exceeds the average appraisal values.
So you said extraordinary vote?
Yeah, one more than the majority. So in this case, it'd be 6 of 9.
Right, but is Ms. Chuckwood Adams, is that how that's defined in that?
I seem to remember, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I seem to remember supermajority as opposed to that jargon term that you just used.
I'm just, for the record, I'm reading what's in the policy. And it says one vote more than the majority of the voting body. So I'm thinking that means 6. I just don't find that to be a very good standard for selling a property. If 5 agree to it, that's the will of the board.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dr. Zeman. So, it looks like the board agrees with that. So we can just put that back to a regular vote in the policy. The long-range steering committee dates, Dr. Hepburn, if we can, I establish these dates for the year. I remember this has come up multiple times. If by our next weekly report, if you could have those dates established in the report for everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're in the process of actually scheduling those out for the year, so we can follow up with those dates.
Okay, perfect. And then also, Dr. Hepburn, if staff can provide the board with the most up-to-date interlocal agreement.
We'll provide a follow-up.
Okay, perfect. Alana, do you want to speak? Oh, Mr. Fogelnall, if you can provide your mic.
Chair, are you going to come back and ask for consensus later, or are you doing it with each speaker?
Well, if you don't agree with anything with the policy, you'll say it in your comments. Otherwise, if you don't say anything, it means you agree.
I made a recommendation about not having a negotiation parameters committee, and whenever you want to, it would be interesting if that was a consensus opinion.
Alana?
So I don't really know who to direct this question to either or, but the committee composition, is that the structure that we want to go through with?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Is on this paper, is that the structure of the committee? Is that how it is on the paper?
What policy are you talking about?
Sorry, policy 1270.
Okay.
The committee position, I don't see anything stating student involvement, whether it's from a committee or if it's someone from the North Advisory, if they're a student, or depending whereof. There is no, to my knowledge, I don't see any student representation for the committee itself.
If that's the desire of the board, there's an innovation member from the innovation zone, right? That if the desire of the board is to include a student member, we can as well add it, but there was never a student member.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would be, through the chair, to the Coward sisters for recommendation, if that's okay. I was looking at the contract as well, and I think it would be lucrative if we annexed and incorporated an affidavit from anybody that's appointed to the committee about any potential conflict of interest, and had that updated or required, because it seems to me that someone can get appointed when they don't, and all of a sudden they have an interest somehow, or a family member does, or there's some kind of circumstance that would suddenly bring that forward to the benefit of certain individuals on the board. So I think just to keep our hands clean, we should require that. And then I don't know if it renewed every 6 months or every year or something, or that they have to disclose that conflict within 10 days or learning of it or something. But I think we need a guardrail there, a check and balance. The other thing is, and this is going to be addressed to General Counsel through the chair, with permission.
Was that a question, Ms. Pham?
Yes, through the chair to General Counsel.
Ms. Jaquez Adams.
Are you asking a question as to whether there's a requirement for a committee member to fill out a form for conflict?
No, I wasn't going to ask that, but...
Oh, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I just figured if we have the form, if they don't want to sign it, then it's our option whether we say, well, we're sorry, that's what we require. But no, my question was actually, Dr. Zeman had indicated if the chair wanted to get a consensus. And in reading some of Robert's rules and the Sunshine Law, I interpreted that at a workshop we're not allowed to go around and get a survey of how people would vote. That would actually be almost like taking official action by learning what a vote or the outcome of a vote would be outside of the school board hearing. So I was just wondering if you could spread some your knowledge on that, whether or not that's even allowed to get nods or consensus in a workshop. Is that permissible, or is that something we should not be doing? Thank you.
So what's impermissible is to go ahead and have a vote on a particular matter, but consensus for the purpose of giving direction to to staff through the superintendent, that is allowed.
Thank you for clarifying that on the record.
Any other board member comments? Okay. The only last comment that I'd like to make is that if could Dr. Hepburn's staff just make sure that they are looking at the most current interlocal agreement and that we are not contradicting anything in that agreement with our policies.
Thank you, Chair. We'll follow up with that.
All right, thank you. Moving forward, our next item up is the playgrounds in the district. I'll give staff a minute to turn over, and then we will get to the playgrounds in the district.
She wants me to stay. You can sit here.
All right, board, if you're okay with it, we can go right to comments. I think we've all read this. It's a very exciting topic, and I'm glad that we're finally workshopping it.
If you want to mute, it's *6 on your phone, and *6 will unmute.
Does any board member want to start? Playgrounds. Dr. Zeman?
Sure, I'd love to.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things that we've asked for as a board, and that I think is wise, is this facilities needs assessment. I'm wondering, Chair, if we thought about getting requirements through the principals of our current campuses. This is not something that an engineer needs to do. This is somebody that says, oh, I used to have a playground. It's been condemned. I have nothing right now. I'm a K through 5 school, and we have nothing, but, you know, there's a standard requirement for playground that's actually great for academic achievement. And it seems like we could have established kind of a boundary of what our needs are, and then we could have thought a little bit about the allocation of funds on how many years will it take given the amount of money we put in the budget to satisfy those requirements. We may want to have a 3-year replacement. Like, look, if there's, $6 million worth of playground equipment to meet minimum requirements, let's put $2 million per year in the budget and let's get this done in 3 years. Right now, we can't do that thinking because there's no, at least in my discussion, any definition of what the requirements are or roughly how much that will cost. The other thing that's kind of fascinating is that we've established a new part of our org chart that's about building partnerships. And one of the things philanthropists and local organizations, Kiwanis clubs, Key clubs, even cities. Last year, Fort Lauderdale donated $12 million to their park bonds to build playgrounds and recreation equipment on Fort Lauderdale school sites. I know Weston has done that. Several other cities have done it. And it would be interesting to kind of think a little bit about that. But in our discussion for the past couple years at least, we've been very pro-playground. We're like, hey, where are they? Why are they not operating? We know that benefits students having a break so they can come back in and learn more, as well as their social and emotional development. So I'm hoping that we get more information than what we have in just this presentation. So we establish a requirement, establish how much it costs, and then let the board decide, are we doing a 3-year replacement or a 10-year replacement, and what would we do with our new Office of Partnership through the superintendent to see if there aren't folks out there that would like to help us meet that requirement. And maybe in some areas there are, and in other areas we need to fill in the gap to make sure that we have an equitable outcome for playgrounds across the board. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Hepburn, do you...
May I go?
Hold on, Ms. Rupert. Does staff want to speak to
Thank you.
anything?
Ms. Wadachinsky?
So just, can you hear me? Just to highlight the monies that we have asked for in the DEFP for the new playgrounds, we've set a baseline of like a K through 2 or a 3 through 5 playground at every school. And those playgrounds that did not meet that criteria as a baseline are identified in the DEFP to spend over the next 5 years. That was starting this year. So 7 were identified to be selected on where they would be put on the property. 2 will initiate construction, and then as of July 1st, we'll have the opportunity to do 5 more for siting and 5 more for construction. So we are working towards that just on a baseline of the 2 through 5 and the 3 through 5.
Right. I just think that the board would like to know, Chair, at what point are we meeting minimum standards? And instead, what we have is kind of a funding first approach, which is like, here's some money, go fix whatever you can, as opposed to what this board has said consistently, which is we'd like to know kind of what the assessed standard is of current playgrounds across our campuses, and how much will it cost to get to that minimum standards, and should we do it in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? That's kind of like a whole program to kind of fulfill the needs of the community. And we can fund it ourselves, or we can get others to fund it. It's not going to get done in 6 months. But what's missing is, I mean, to do the funding first and then just say, oh, we'll get to whatever we can get to is one way to do it. I think this board has gone beyond that in thinking and said, what we'd really like to know is for something as straightforward as playgrounds, what do you need so that then we can decide, how long will it take? Thank you.
But to Dr. Zeman's point, aren't we doing safety inspections, assessments for every playground? So don't you know already at every playground what that assessment looks like?
Ms. Wadachinsky?
So we are working through that. We have 1 to 2 staff that are able to do those inspections, so we have not done every single playground as of yet from the Environmental Health and Safety Department.
Okay, so how many playgrounds have we done, and out of how many we have, Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Wadachinsky?
Thank you for asking that, because I got that number. So roughly 350 playgrounds, and then we have still about 200 inspections to do.
Okay.
And that's not necessarily, you might have multiple playgrounds at one location, one school location.
Okay, so, I'm just, kind of processing, every year our schools do a school security risk assessment. It seems like that assessment for the playground should be incorporated in that annual assessment. Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Wadachinsky? Also, just to educate the board, what do the principals do daily as far as playground inspections? And do they provide that information to us?
The principals are to assign someone to be responsible to do a visual inspection. That could be the PE coach or the head facility service person or someone. We have a checklist in our playground safety handbook that they can follow, and if there's things that the site staff can do, they will do to let's say rake the sand or blow the sand off of the poured in place surfacing, or call in a work order. So the principal's responsibility is to make sure that that checklist is being done daily or weekly. But to answer, do you want me to
So,
answer
Dr.
your
Hepburn, if
question?
we were to ask for every school's, all 350 playgrounds for this past year, their assessment, would you be able to provide 350 assessments?
Twofold.
May I go?
1 minute, Ms. Rupert. You're on the list.
So, twofold. From the principal's inspection, my hopes is that every last principal would have their inspections ready to be a deliverable to us if we ask for them. And then what Ms. Bedichinsky just talked about as far as her team accomplishing about a third of the inspections thus far.
Okay. All right, thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to add to that discussion, I think that not only should we have these site-based inspection through our principal, but I think it needs to be done on a routine basis, right? Because this is, to me, alarming in the sense that we have no real comprehensive idea of what the safety looks like for playgrounds. So I would suggest that the superintendent with his principal team have some sort of a established routine of inspection of playgrounds for safety on a regular basis. So I wanted to go to page 17 of the presentation. And the chart on page 17, let me just get there, I'm sorry. Okay, so it shows that for design, it indicates I counted between year 24 and 28, I counted 25 locations, but within the chart below that, that shows the schools, I counted 24. Is there a reason for the disparity in the numbers?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Bedichinsky?
So when we did the first review, there was one school that was incorrectly identified in our documentation, so we've corrected that. I think it was Beachside actually has the playgrounds the minimum 2 playgrounds, so that's removed from the chart below, but the DEFP was still included that total number.
Okay, so the DEFP that we're looking, the numbers we're looking at then is slightly incorrect. So how will the numbers be affected with this one school being removed? Is it going to be affected with year 25, 26? Where will we have that?
So as we get the actual construction cost associated with each playground, we will adjust accordingly. It either, plus or minus, and we based it on an estimate per playground. And depending on how the construction goes or what the vendor is, might adjust that price.
Okay, so we're looking at 24 instead of 25. That's what I'm, okay.
Correct.
All right, so that chart needs to be updated then, correct? That shows
well, currently
the design.
that was what we asked for last year in the DEFP, and we can make that modification. But what I'm trying to say is that depending on what the actual quotes we get for the construction of the sites, might
include more.
Adjust that. So I don't want to make the change at this point.
Okay, understand. So how, through the superintendent, how do you determine the priority for playground design and construction moving forward from year 25 to 28? How do you determine priority? What will be done in year 25 versus 26? What is the criteria for determining which school should go first?
Ms. Bedichinsky?
So as part of the interdepartmental group, there was discussion about if there is space available on the property, to have it. So an initial cursory look at that. Some discussion on the enrollment of the school and that percentage, and maybe if there was two facilities needed, and that was all based before we got the final list. So also, is there an adjacent playground that could be used from the city? So if they had, maybe a K through 2 on the property, but a 3 through 5 on an adjacent city park, maybe that would push that down the list because they have access to 2 playgrounds, but just not on the property.
Okay, so between year 25 and 28, do we have the schools specifically that will have the design and construction based according to this chart? Do we have those schools already scheduled?
Only the ones highlighted in blue have been selected at this point for the siting.
Okay.
For fiscal year 24.
All right, and through the superintendent, how does the redefining process impact the construction of new playgrounds, since we do not know which schools will possibly close and so on and so forth? So how will this process sort of work together so we're not spending money and wasting money?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. So this is our overall facility needs assessment for schools that we identify that needs to be addressed. I don't see the playground overshadowing the overall cost, a larger cost that will prevent us or help us make a decision of what we're going to do at a specific school. So for the most part, it'll be about more the other buildings on campuses that are very costly to repair or renovate. So as far as decisions about what schools need to be addressed, I don't see the playgrounds being just the overall decision making, but encompassing a larger portion of the campus as far as how much money we're going to have to spend to possibly renovate or upgrade a campus if need be, if we're going to do something else at that campus.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, we are looking at the possibility of closing some schools. Mm-hmm. We have 24 potential new playgrounds that we're thinking of constructing over the next 4 or 5 years. I guess my question is, since we have no idea what schools will be closed, what is the plan in place as we move ahead to construct these playgrounds so we're not wasting money in the event that a school that is then later to be closed has a new playground? How do we work to ensure that we're not constructing playgrounds on schools that could potentially close?
So I think by mid-September, we will have knowledge of what those schools that need to be addressed are, and then it can inform the process of what playgrounds to start with versus what was in the original plan of what to start with, so we don't waste money.
Okay, so my understanding is that we could possibly close some schools in subsequent years. It's not just a one-year thing that could happen in other years, right? So I guess what I'm getting at is maybe we should also consider, when we're constructing new playgrounds and looking at the factors that we use to determine closure of schools, that the schools that we know for sure will not close, that maybe those schools are priority in constructing the new playgrounds, because this closure of schools could continue in multiple years. I believe I've heard that from Dr. Zeman as well when he made that comment. So I don't want us to go ahead and construct a bunch of new playgrounds and then 3 years down the road that school closes. So can we look at the construction of playgrounds for schools that we know for sure will likely not close?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I have another question. On page 16, it shows that $450,000 were spent.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
And there is a difference of $50,000. Do we intend to spend to the allocated amount of $500,000, or what will happen to that $50,000?
Ms. Wojciechowski?
So yes, that was as of the date of us generating this presentation. We are actively putting in more work orders, getting quotes from vendors, so we anticipate that rolling over to the next one and being able to continue to spend that.
Okay, so all the funds will be spent?
Absolutely.
Okay, and lastly, I'd just like to mention this is really important to me, and I've heard what we've said earlier. I think when I look at some of the pictures of these damaged playgrounds, the first thing that pops into my mind is safety. And there's one of the slides that showed some of the playgrounds and what they possibly look like. And when I visit schools, I also see these playgrounds. It's on page 13. So I think, Dr. Hepburn, for me, it's really important that we have an effective process in place, starting at the local site base, that someone is assigned by the principal, is actively and in a routine fashion looking at the playgrounds that are damaged for the safety of our children. And if they are, then we need to do so in an expedited manner to remove any safety hazard on the playgrounds for students. Thank you.
Please shut the doors in the back of the room. Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. We had a pull in front of a Starbucks for you guys. Thank you to the superintendent and staff for gathering this information. I just instructed Ellen to send a PowerPoint to you guys, and it's a District 7 playground assessment that the wonderful people at Quiet Waters did, and people from Deerfield are partnering with their principals and PTA, teacher staff people. They've actually gotten a really good look at the playgrounds, and I basically had said, let's focus on the elementary, obviously. So they went and they put it together by breaking out of our policy book that tells you the stipulations, what it needs to be, what each playground should have, what age group shall have. And they really did a terrific job of doing this and making kind of a database for it. So they were very accommodating. This is a passion for them because it's such a shame to see our children not being able to play on the playground. And obviously, with the heat being so crazy, you have to really look at some of the older conditions of the metal slides, etc. I mean, some of them even still have those. So I think it's something that we need to look at throughout the entire district. Since people had already started this process, in District 7, they worked with the people that they could in the PTAs around them. And I find it very ironic that we sometimes, hopefully I don't do it, and if I do, I apologize already. Sometimes we minimize our volunteers and our PTA people, and they work so incredibly hard. And those are the people that are always willing to take on another hat. And what these ladies said to me was, let's be the test case. Let's look together. Let's put this. I'll work with the groups of the people. We'll have the principals. We'll all work together to be able to get to, I can't say it's a engineering status of what is up there, but that's why we have our PPO people. And talking about the required elements, et cetera, the crawl tubes, the balance beams, sand versus PIP. This is something that I would have liked to have, the district was going to do this. Like, I thought we were already doing this as a district, and I have to say I was a little disappointed in the lack of information and depth of the PowerPoint. And so I didn't send the District 7 one because I didn't want to at all kind of really minimize what staff was doing. But I waited until I looked through it, and I was able to get through on the telephone. So to share this with you, because this is an assessment. It's the elementary school. It shows pictures, multiple pictures of each elementary school, what have, what they don't have, how long they've had their playgrounds closed. So this it wouldn't take 6 months or 12 months to do. You could be able to get this done when the schools are open during the summer, or they don't even have to be. I mean, you could look outside and see what the playgrounds look like. So that is my, and I agree with my colleagues. We've been talking about this for years, and I applaud Ina and the other people that have worked so hard together to get this so I could share it with the rest of the school board to say, hey, we can do this in district 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and kind of have a starting point to let us all work together, parents and staff and board members, and how can we work together with our municipalities and our vendors. A, let's assess them. B, let's put the money where it needs to be, and I'm wholeheartedly support having money in the DEFP. I was a little surprised at the schools that they picked, because some of those schools are on the list of very under-enrolled. So I'd actually, I think my colleagues who spoke before had very good points on that, very valid. And I do know, I think he's got Tina's in the audience. I don't know if you guys have already done public comment yet, because it was very difficult to try to follow. It was like every 3 words I was only getting. So that's why we pulled off, and we're kind of somewhere I'm getting. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. So that's really my thought process on that. And we have the tools to do it. We've got the people, we've got the power, and we have the motivation, which is putting our students' mental health, physical health, as well as our teachers, because our elementary teachers are with those students all day long, and they need as much as a break so the kids can go out and be kids. So when they come back to the classroom, we're focusing on their educational needs. So those are my thought process on that. Dr. Hepburn, I'm not sure, did you guys receive the District 7 assessment? It would have been in the last 15 minutes.
Yes, Ms. Rupert, I'm actually reviewing it as you speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's so good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Okay. Yes, I'm all done, and I'm glad that you guys received it. I just wasn't sure about Sunshine, if we were going to be giving an indication of what we were doing. And so I figured if I sent it to Dr. Hepburn, John, and Val, then you gugus would have it. So thank you so much. We really need to push forward with this, especially the assessments. And really, each board member loves every single school in this district. That affects every one of our communities. And there's one more thing I wanted to say, which actually was on the the very first topic this morning, which was about communication. I was speaking to one of our employees who happens to be on one of my committees, and we were talking about the repurposing of the district and how many people couldn't make a lot of events because they didn't know that they were happening. So I said, wait a minute, you're an employee. Don't you get texts from us every day about it? And she said, no. And the reason she doesn't get it, and I really want you to hear this, the reason she doesn't get it is her kids go to school in Dade. So she's not a parent, quote unquote, but she's one of our employees. So I would highly suggest, Dr. Hepburn, that when we, with our fabulous communications team, send these out, we need to, I didn't even think about it until the employee said that, because we do not get them if our kids are in private school or if they're in another county school. And I just thought to myself, that's 30,000 people right there. And they already love Broward schools because they work for us. So we should be advertising, marketing our schools of choice, our magnet programs, all our schools here in Broward, so we can get them. Because she told me that they get inundated by Palm Beach and Miami-Dade for charter, for private, come this way, come that, and they never hear anything from Broward schools. So I think if there's an extra button that we could hit, that actually is every single employee gets to notice about reconfiguring the district, repurposing the district. We want your information. And I guess sometimes we're all in silos and we forget about it, but we have access to 30,000 more people. And I think if we could at least talk to some of those people and show them, these are the programs. I mean, they work in instruction, they work in et cetera, but they don't know what everything is. So I think why not market to the people who already have a relationship with us? Just a thought, but that just kind of floored me. You know, so if we don't have kids in this district on something that's happening at a school or something that's for a parent meeting, they get left out. So I would suggest that we add every employee back in and let them opt out if they want to. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm going to follow my colleagues from District 5 and District 7 just on page 17. So I'm going to start there because actually it was a similar line of thinking that I had. And I was hoping that they would say, along with others on the board, that because now we're in the month of June, and if there are schools that are listed on this plan that is before the board, that I think we're sending a message that these schools are absolutely off the table. So I think I heard something a little different from the superintendent, but I'm hopeful because at least there are several schools that stand out on here that we have all seen in different documents. So I am personally hopeful that some of these are off the table. Question for staff. Great information, by the way. What is the difference between, let me just ask. So there is a K2 playground and then a 2 playground.
Burn.
Ms. Wojciechowski.
No actual difference, but depending on how the school was organized.
Microphone.
It's on. Sorry. No difference for that specifically, but depending on how the school historically had playgrounds or the construction was done. If you're looking at page 17, I think there was probably a K through 1 and a 3 through 5, and so the missing one in that specific signage from that playground is a 2. But as a committee, we've been discussing that recently to make sure that we can maybe expand access to students on playgrounds, and that's all dependent on the height of the equipment and the accessibility and things like that. So we will look closer at that one and see if we can make do with what we have on site already, or if we do in fact need a new playground. But that's part of the whole evaluation process.
So there's really no difference of a 2 versus a K2, right?
Right.
Okay, got it.
It's just how it got signed. The signage got identified originally.
Got it. And kind of back to the initial conversation around assessing all the playgrounds in the district. So this technically does not cover all the financial needs of our playgrounds because we have not done a full assessment. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So the visual inspections that you referred to from, let's just call it school sites, because principals or whomever. My assumption is that those are just base level inspections, right? Yes.
From the checklist that we were talking about earlier, yes, it's a visual.
All right, Ms. Superintendent, is this an opportunity for, because for me, safety is kind of like it's in my head. And I don't know if this is something that we need to wait for months and months. I mean, school sites are empty. If this is considered an emergency procurement, if this is deemed a safety issue, I'm going to defer to you all, you're the professionals. But this may be an opportunity for us to identify local inspectors if we only have 2 individuals that do it, right, that may need some assistance. And then we can get this done, within the next, 30 to 60 days max. And then we have information back for the board. Is that something you would consider?
Yeah, so actually I made some notes to myself to follow up with my team to see how we can speed this process up and what supplemental services we may need to support us in speeding that process up.
Well, let me be the first to go on the record, which is why I asked the question. I think we should. Yep. So I support, hopefully that will be the approach. I didn't know that there were only 2 inspectors, but sounds like there's a need for some additional supplemental services to make sure we don't have any safety issues. Last point I'll make is once we know what the formal assessment is from the remaining 200 plus or minus schools, that we know what the financial impacts is or are for the district. So if you could maybe do that as a follow-up to the board once that's done, and if you could also share if you do formalize, moving forward with those formal inspectors or additional inspectors, just share that with the board because again, we talk about small businesses or local businesses, and there are a series of inspectors who do this work who could absolutely be helpful instantly to the board. So thank you for that. Last point, again, I'm going to end how I started. This is June, and we're having another public document with with some schools that are listed. I know we're only talking about playgrounds. I actually have a slightly different view that playgrounds or any investments that we put in the schools actually send a signal to a community. So we have put out publicly that we intend to invest in, was it 24 schools, Dr. Holdness? So I am hopeful that because we are publicly saying today, through consensus, Ms. Pham, that we are investing in these schools, I am hopeful that this district does not go back and go in a different direction on these schools that are listed on page 17. Thank you.
Ms. Fogelnolly?
Thank you very much, Chair, and appreciate the thoughts of my colleagues. I know it's important to all of us. We've talked about playgrounds time and time again. I want to say thank you to staff, right? And what I'm going to say next is not a testament of you all. I know you guys work hard. Sometimes we have skeleton staff, small crews, small and mighty crews to get things done. But for me, playgrounds is one of the most frustrating things, right? Ties to what I say about our football fields, our facilities of when you pass by, because that's something we pass by and we see while driving by. And also as a parent, dropping off my child. In my community as a board member, it's frustrating to see playgrounds with yellow tape around it during the school year, where the parents have to drop off and see their playgrounds with spray paint because of what they have to fix, and it hasn't been done. It's the whole year it sits there. That's frustrating, and it's discouraging, right? I challenge superintendent, I think, to show priority in this. I asked the question, how many charter schools and private schools have playgrounds that look like ours? We talk about redefining and people coming back to public schools. How many of those schools have playgrounds with yellow tape around it, spray painted, broken down, not being used? I could tell you probably none. So if we truly want to compete with these people, we have to do something, right? We have to compete. It really is embarrassing, and it's discouraging to parents that have to do it time and time again. I drop my child off and see this. See the fences falling apart, the playgrounds falling apart. This is what I'm putting my child in, right? So for us to compete, we have to do better. And I think we hear so many people vocal about that, talking against school choice, talking against vouchers, and this is what we provide to compete. This is how we are competing. So that's why we continue to bring it forward. I think I've heard it said and saying, hey, we're looking at schools, and are we going to invest if we're looking at closing a school site? Are we looking to fix the playgrounds and sites that are going to be closing? That's scary to talk about too. Because some of us have expressed concerns that schools in the black and brown communities are going to be affected, and now you're telling me they don't deserve to get a fixed playground. I disagree with that. If we're going to look at equity and every child getting opportunities at beautiful schools, new facilities, new playgrounds, we should look at it fairly. I think for us, we have opportunity. I've said this in again, the football fields are facilities, but playgrounds, we have the opportunity as well. I shared a story of when I went to, I think it was Ocala or Orlando, and I saw one of the most beautiful playgrounds I've ever seen. And it was partnered with Publix, right? You saw their sign everywhere and saying, we provided this and we built this for our city. Beautiful, right? What are we doing? I say thank you to Dania Beach City Commission when we did a tour of Collins Elementary and they said this is unacceptable. We don't want our community school to have a playground that looks like this. We will not accept that. And they stepped in and their city commission said, we'll pay for it. We'll find a way to partner up and invest into our school. How many city commissions have we gone to and asked and said, would you be willing to work with us? This is your school. These are your children. It's become difficult with money, with us. But I feel like at times when we talk about playgrounds, it's something small. It feels like people look at it like a small thing, but it's such a big difference. When you pass by and you see something, it's what our children deserve. It's what our families deserve. They deserve to have a new playground, a good playground. One of the biggest complaints I used to have, Mr. Fogenholy, my kid keeps coming home with sand in their hair. Braids are expensive. Getting these things, let's fix this. Why does that school have turf and had that school have rubber and something so nice, but yet we have sand and it's a mess. We talk about equity, we talk about being fair. We have to invest better and we have to compete better. But it doesn't feel like we compete at all. And it's discouraging as a board member, but discouraging as a parent too. Because I don't want my child in that environment either. I wouldn't want that. So if we want to really talk about a superintendent, kids coming back, we have to compete. We have to compete and we have to do better. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and just some statements, I guess. Earlier on, you mentioned that if a playground had an issue, that a principal would either have someone fix it or call in a work order. So my question is, how long does it take for someone to come out and fix the issue through a work order?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Wojciechowski?
So we put in the work orders, or they go directly through the zone. It depends if it's a vendor or if it's done directly through PPO. So I don't have a good exact time frame for you because it depends on what the item is.
We can provide that information
Okay.
to the board.
Because going out to schools, what I hear is that it takes way too long for a work order to be addressed. So, I appreciate that principals have the opportunity to tell you when something is wrong, but if we don't have the ability to rectify the concern in a timely manner, it's not really an answer to the problem. So if there is a concern, I'd like to really look at how we resolve that concern.
And if I may, I'm sorry. We are working to improve that. We just recently got another contract for a vendor that was a sole source. So those kind of things were lingering, and we're trying to improve.
Perfect. And based on what I just said about people complaining, or not complaining, but pointing out the issues of the playgrounds, I can tell you there's absolutely someone on that campus that can tell you every single thing that's wrong with the playgrounds because they point them out every time I go to visit. So to that question, what's required to be certified to inspect a playground?
A very hard test, from what I understand. It's through the... Sandra, can you answer that for me?
Good afternoon. Florida Parks and Recreation.
Thank you.
Puts out the test and the course for a certified playground safety inspector.
So, because my question through the superintendent is it possible to have someone on each campus be certified as an inspector for playgrounds so they could be doing that continually throughout the year, or once every 6 months or whatever? Or I'm going to guess no based on what you just said, but enlisting the help of PTA or someone where they go through the training, if it's just a test, to be able to increase that, to Mr. Alston's point, 2 people is just not enough. It takes too long. How do we increase the number of inspectors we have? Do we give incentives to people in PPO to go through it? Like, what's the barrier to having more people be inspectors?
Ms. Wojciechowski.
I agree with all of your statements. Yeah, the funding for some kind of additional activity to their job, especially from a school, like a supplement or something like that from a school level. It is a rigorous test. Staff who have taken it from my department spend hours of their own time studying it in some cases, lots of memorization, and not saying that anybody couldn't take the time to do that, but that might be a barrier that we face. But open to additional input and people to provide that information.
Dr. Hepburn, I'd suggest that, we maybe put I don't want to say a survey, but kind of have a discussion with the staff to see if they're interested in what that would look like, and you could bring back to us where we could give some kind of incentive for people, so we expand that.
Right. I think the important part is to notice that the it's not that it's what am I trying to say? There is criteria that need to be met, but in some cases it can be kind of how you see something in addition to a measurement. So just the consistency of how the information gets distilled and put into a work order, and then that we need those staff too to make those communications with the vendors and do some of that work from the physical plant operations side too.
Perfect. A couple more questions. On page 17, there's two schools, Northside Elementary and Broward Estates, that for some reason is singled out to say equipment needed. Does that mean all the other schools have equipment? It's a little confusing. Don't they all need equipment?
Sorry about that. So at those particular schools, they have an area demarcated as a playground, but for whatever reason, old equipment was removed, and then at the time, there was no concession made to put equipment back in. And I don't know how many years ago that was, but that was the situation.
So could you say it would cost less then to
potentially
put the playgrounds?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was important to know. And are all of our playgrounds ADA compliant?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Wojciechowski.
I believe the answer is no. Do we have any additional input from the group?
So would new playgrounds?
New playgrounds will be.
Okay,
yes.
and we'll work towards doing that because our playground should be accessible to everybody. That's important. And my last point, kind of to what everyone said, right before, and it was a good thing that the students from Lauderdale Manor were moved back over to Sunland Park because, thank you, Mr. Dorset, the roof was completed and they got their space back. But right before that, they got a new playground. It's a beautiful playground, and now there are no kids at Lauderdale Manor that use the playground. So to everyone's point that we've had, that was a lot of money necessary for the little bit of time that the students were there, but now there's a beautiful new playground and no kids to play on it. So I don't know what the balance is to that. I understand what Mr. Fogenholy is saying, because it may be a couple years before we get to closing schools, so you don't want to deny the students at all of these schools playgrounds, but maybe move them, since we have them in a year order, maybe move them to a later year in this process, so that we don't put a playground in there while we're deciding. But just a kind of an example of where it did happen very recently, and unfortunately it's a beautiful playground that just doesn't have anybody enjoying it. So thank you.
Thank you. So my comments are on page 16. And for the DEFP funding and the repairs, so that last row where it's schools and playgrounds, I would like to see that row should be filled out with the number of schools and playgrounds. I think we would know that information. And then my recommendation for the repairs, and then also the next bucket for the pour in place, if it's practical. I see your hand, Ms. Ma'am. that we put all the money in years 26, 27, and then 28, that we put all of that money in fiscal year 2025 for repairs and pour in place. So that would be my recommendation. Is that, Dr. Hepburn, practical?
Ms. Wood or Mr. Dorsett?
Yeah, that is practical. We do have vendors available, but it depends on how, if they're available to address the installation in that time frame. That's why it's spread out like that. But we do have vendors. I think there are 3 contracts now available for us to use. And to the point to the timing of work orders being responded to, I have to own that. And I will definitely be looking into that because it shouldn't take that long to respond to a playground. I know that pieces of playground from time to time may be broken. The plastic pieces, we don't store them in the stock room. That's something that we have to order or have a vendor do for us. So sometimes situations like that might take time for us to be able to attain the equipment needed to make the repairs. But that is no excuse. I'm not using that as an excuse. We will be looking into the timeliness of responding to work orders and playgrounds. So.
Okay, great, thank you. So if the board members, if you could weigh in on that, if you're okay with upfronting the money to fiscal year 2025. And then my last comment on the new playground plan. My question is, how much money does it cost for, I don't know if there's different costs for playgrounds, but the playgrounds, how much does each of them cost?
Ms. Wojciechowski?
I believe we used an average of about $300,000 per playground. Is that correct?
Yep, that sounds about right. I built a playground for Alyssa. So I guess to Mr. Fogelholy's point, with us seeking outside partners to maybe they can sponsor a playground and maybe they get their logo by the playground, that they've sponsored this playground. I think we need to creatively make those requests and present it to different companies who might want to partner with us to help us be able to get some of these playgrounds completed and funded now. But, I don't necessarily know. I haven't heard of us presenting it in any capacity to companies to sponsor a playground. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, you must have been eavesdropping on Mr. Dorsett and our conversation earlier today. So that's actually going to be a part of our discussion to think outside the box to see if we can find for-profit or business partner sponsorships for playgrounds.
Perfect. Mr. Fogelholy, on that point?
Yes, very much, Chair. Thank you. But I would ask that we start with our cities first, right? Of course,
Yes,
outside
of course.
partners are great. Start with our cities and see how they can help. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Okay, I'd like to go back to speak on the original agenda item. First of all, it's really ironic. We're talking about returning students, getting them to come back to public schools. And I just want to share one story that just, when you started talking about sand at the playground, that reminded me of our daughter. Our daughter, when she was 5 years old, I think kindergarten, we got a call from the school because a little boy had dumped a bucket of sand on her head. Okay, that happens. Kids play. But that wasn't their concern. The reason why they had us come in was because she didn't react when he dumped this bucket of sand. She didn't get upset. She didn't cry. She didn't get angry. She just completely shut down. Now, we would have never known that but for one of the teachers being very observant and watching her whole response and letting her go through her response. And what they actually did is they pulled her out of the class and put her in a special class to become more self-assertive and stronger and more self-confident, where she could express when she was upset. And one of the things the reason I'm bringing this story to the board now is because that's the kind of teachers we need. That's the kind of programs we need, where we're so on top of our game that the parents don't even know or realize what's going on, and someone says, no, this is not normal. she needed to stand up and say, I don't like that, or stop that, don't do that again. So I didn't mean to deviate, but I just thought that is a way to lure students back and parents back when they see that kind of connection. Some of the things I wanted to go through with the playgrounds is one, is that I reach out to my principals approximately twice a year and ask them to look at their playground, is there anything they need? And they outline the safety issues. In fact, I asked Andre over there, he's supposed to be giving out some papers, and we have them for you as well. You can see the correspondence. He actually documented and took photographs of the different issues. I'm going to just show you some of the issues. And he wrote in here that his concern is that the playground is more than 20 years old. So I know you said that you look at school enrollment, but we need to be looking at the age of the schools, the age of these playgrounds, to really go in and redesign them and to bring them up to par. And he said that it's been more than 2 decades, and they don't mean, his playground does not meet the current safety standards. And in addition to that, that his children aren't getting, they don't have an interactive structure to get skills on their playground. And he said that they really need that playground updated. So I given you a copy of this, so you have this. And I think this helps make your job easier because we have cooperation on people that are there every day. Now, in addition, one of the things, it seems like you're overwhelmed because you have 2 inspectors. Well, I'm going to tell you, to be an inspector, you can have a GED or a high school diploma. Okay, that tells you one thing, that we have a broad range of people that we can actually try to solicit that are already hired to become inspectors. The other thing is, getting the inspection training and the course is approximately 2.5 days if you're in person, or you can do it virtually, all in one day or over a period of time. So my suggestion would be 2 things. One is we have the diversity team, which is fabulous. They go out and visit schools every week and look at schools. And part of that, if you guys prepared a sheet, an inspection sheet, for them to look at it and check off, and or we could get someone from the diversity team actually credentialed. They're already there. That would knock off how many of the schools that you need. So, and we might even have a parent volunteer that says, oh, I'll pay for that. I'll do that. I'd love to do that. So that, and the other thing is, although we don't want our maintenance men to travel around, I think we do have certain ones that do go to different areas and different schools. So that might be the person that we want to single out and say, hey, we would like to take you for this training. And therefore, that will take so much pressure off and ease off of you, because the bad thing is, if someone gets hurt, it's too late. We should be proactive and not on the defensive, not try to limit our damages. Let's not have any damages. Let's get on top of the situation and move forward. So that would be my suggestions, and I hope you'll heed them. Thank you.
Public comment, Narnique Pierre Grant.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? All right. Just a couple of points. The Playground Standard Committee, is there a policy that governs them? And if there is, where can we find that? Also, I noticed you talk about partnerships, but wanted to know if you guys have considered, as part of the committee, the city EBAs on how they can be involved and help maybe provide opportunities where they can fund and help with the playgrounds. And other municipalities that don't have EBAs, but I'm pretty sure they probably have someone on their board and or part of them, so they can be have like some kind of input on your playgrounds, because it is expensive. But if we're working with our municipalities and cities, we can kind of partner apart from the contracts that you guys sign with them for reciprocal agreements. Ms. Pham, I'm not sure if you meant diversity group, because we don't really do what you say that we do. We look at everything in total as with the 9 conditions, but I do appreciate your comments on that, but we don't really focus. I was a little bit confused when you mentioned that, because we don't go out there doing exactly what you said. We do a little bit of that, but if we can expand that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Mohorn.
Kimberly Mohorn, Margate, Florida. Just had a few questions that were kind of touched on but weren't hit. When it comes to the playgrounds and understanding that we're looking for funding, understand that our children are not going outside as much as they need to, and we're talking about mental health. This is a point where they are going to be running and playing, and they haven't gotten that outlet. So some of the funding, hopefully, can come from the mental health prospect of it, so that we can use some of that money to make sure that they get what they need. A lot of the schools do not have that recess, and they need it. They not only do they need it they need at least twice, in the morning and in the afternoon. And if we want to tackle mental health, then we definitely need to deal with this issue with our playgrounds. There is funding out there. We can find it. Yes, we can work with our cities, but we need to also work with the healthcare sector to make sure that our children get what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So it's been a while since the Facilities Task Force brought up playgrounds, so I had to go look at the last schedule we got from staff because there was a painful process where Nora Rupert tried to get an answer to how much would it cost to go pour it in place. I just added up the different categories. I came up with $23 million. There's something else where they had $32 million, but I'm not sure if they're double counting things. So now I got to follow up on that. Which that gets us to the issue of equity versus safety. Because what District 7 did is they went out and they cataloged based on equity. They looked at the equipment versus what the district says is in the specifications. So you could have a school that says they have a playground, but what they have is old crap that, is repaired and the playground isn't closed, or they could be missing pieces. So they identified where there were missing pieces. And we had talked to IT about coming up with a way to replicate what they did, the district to replicate that. And I guess if we have to, we're going to be using PTA and SAF moms to do it because that's how it got started. And they did a lot of work on that. But understand there's a difference between safety and equity. And then on slide 17, I said, surely, we're not going to have Broward Estates. Yes, we do. And I get it, it's an election year. But at some point, MLK and Broward Estates are not sustainable. So please don't put equipment, unless it's for safety reasons, into Broward Estates. Bennett, you had a whole conversation during redefining. Why would you, hopefully this one isn't going to be prioritized because as you now know, half the school needs to be demolished and they don't have the fire alarm upgrade there yet. So would you be putting students in there when most of them are reassignments? Probably not. That's probably not at the top of the list. So that's two right off the list right there. And I'm always confused when Bayview shows up on a list. And by the way, Bethune, only because I wouldn't have thought it was old enough to need a new one. That's why, don't get worried. But Bethune needs a K-5 because what they have is a playground for babies, basically. So not just 2 to 5, the whole thing. But you're replacing buildings at Bethune, so that needs to be master planned. So it's not as simple as just plopping one down there because there's more to it. But that could cause delays if people don't think these things through. And again, this demonstrates why it's important to respond to the Facilities Task Force and have a long-range facility master plan steering committee meeting because all of the data that should be getting discussed is not getting discussed and is not being analyzed. We're sitting on data and no one's doing anything with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Lynn.
Hi. Thank you for hearing me out. I am actually the person who created the PowerPoint that Nora shared with you guys. I am super passionate about playgrounds. I spent a week going out to District 7 to do this analysis. It took me a week. I'm a parent. I'm a PTA vice president in charge of advocacy at our school. I'd like to say, number one, I understand that the current focus is on the 24 schools right now that don't have current facilities. However, it doesn't take into account the schools that already have a playground set in place with zero equipment on it. I represent one of those schools at Quiet Waters Elementary School. We have a facility in place. It would be very easy to put a playground in there. I have the quote from Corcat to get this done. I'd like to say with that quote, the pour in place, which is required by this county to be used for any new equipment that is going on, pour in place is required by the county. So with that, the pour in place quote that I received for a 300,000 square foot facility area was $14 to $19 a square foot. However, the county, when they came back with the numbers, is $30 per square foot. So I would like to understand the discrepancy on that. My quote was $83,000 from Corcat, which again is a Broward approved vendor, for the same pour in place that the county came back to me with a number of $150,000. I think if we reevaluate what we're doing and who we're using for our vendors, we could accommodate more schools for this issue. I've read the handbook. I know what's the required equipment for each playground. I want to know if they're going to update that, because like they said, the metal equipment on our playground is from 1991 when our school was built. The school nurse at our school played on the playground when she was in kindergarten, and her now 5th grader is playing on the same playground equipment that she played on 30 years ago. It is unacceptable to us. There's no cover. It's metal. It's falling apart. They came in and they painted it, and they said it was fixed. It is not. Like I said, I'm glad that you guys all have the PowerPoint. I hope you guys take it into consideration. You know, if you guys actually want to go out and visit these schools, I visited all the ones in District 7. It's sad. It brought me to tears to see what these facilities are, and all of the families there wanted to help, and they were so excited that somebody was coming to look and make a difference. I'd like to reference what Dr. Zeman said. I have met with the city commissioner. I met with Mayor Drosky, or Vice Mayor Drosky, and Mayor Gantz about this, and what they told me for the city of Deerfield Beach, that is a school board issue, and they are not putting any money into our schools. I have consistently been going back to them with it, but that was what I was told. I did have meetings with both of them. So like I said, and to the ADA, they are not accessible, ADA accessible. If they did, they would have pour in place. 90% of these playgrounds are sand, and they are not accessible for the whole school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aretha Wimberly.
Tina.
Thank you. Aretha Wimberly with Grand United Community PTA. One of the reasons we move forward with establishing this PTA is because we discovered that there is actually a PTA or PTO desert in Broward County District Schools, the District 5 area, and especially in neighborhoods like the east side of District 5, where they do not have active parent-teacher associations or other parent-teacher organizations. I've repeatedly heard from board members as well as staff and other community members, committee and advisory chairs, how PTAs and PTOs are influencing this playground assessment process. We are very interested in partnering and becoming a part of this process so that the parents in District 5, particularly East Side, are also involved. So when people say the playground should be not replaced over whatever period of time, we know that the parents understand why these decisions and choices are being made. Also, if they have anything valuable to add to the conversation, because what we don't want to see is the historically underfunded, historically marginalized schools continue to have additional years without the assets that really influence a child's learning environment. And a playground is an opportunity to actually maximize play and learn experiences. When you do not have a functioning playground, you are actually depriving a child of an equal education opportunity. So we would very much like to be a part of this process. So those parents who are not engaging in these committee meetings, advisory meetings, or other processes with board members, that there is an avenue for them to also be a part of these playground assessments. Because again, I've heard over and over, PTA, PTO, but there is a PTA and PTO desert in District 5, which we are trying to correct that situation. Now, my other question is, it kind of plays into what Board Member Fogan-Holy already said, to be more intentional to make these campuses attractive and alluring. We know that students are more vulnerable to become a part of the school-to-prison pipeline by age 3. And when we looked at the persistently low-performing schools in Broward County District, our students who are in District 5 East Side, those elementary schools, there are multiple of them within a 5-mile radius that are persistently low-performing schools. This is an opportunity to utilize these playgrounds to be play and learn experiences. Go to foundations who have particular interests. Ask them to sponsor equipment that is STEM specific, that will actually enhance their playground and playtime experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you to our public speakers. I just want to make a comment. One of our public speakers said how large the price tag is that we're charging compared to outside entities, what they're charging. And when I was thinking about that, my daughter's playground, Alyssa's playground, was about $300,000, but it's a Compton, state-of-the-art, high-level, the best of the best of the best of playground, and it's not the level of playgrounds that are in our school. So my question, Dr. Hepburn, is why are we paying so much for our playgrounds when they're not at that highest level playground? No.
Ms. Wodachinski or Ms. Paul, I think that's more probably of a procurement question, but if you have any answers that you can provide.
Yes, procurement. Can you hear me? Sorry. But also, we do have slightly stricter standards than a community playground might have for liability and insurance purposes and things like that. So that could be contributing partially, but the prices that we get are based on the contracts that we have. So I would have to do a deep dive. I don't.
Yeah.
I can't answer that specifically.
I will contain what I want to say.
Okay.
But I think we can do better. We need to do better because we need to be able to meet the funding, give our schools new level playgrounds, and I think we're getting ripped off. Mr. Foganoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And to your point, I feel like that about every contract we sign here at Broward County Schools. But I do want to add this on here, and I think that at times it feels as staff, I'm looking at you all, and it always feels like whoever's sitting in those seats gets beat up, right? But I think as a culture, and I hope it's a question that you can answer, right? Because I always feel if I went to your floor, went to your office after this meeting, I can get the real scoop, right? But for me, I ask, how as a board, how as a superintendent, how can we support you all better to get things done? How can we help you? If that makes sense, I hope you can find an answer, because I know it almost feels like it's two separate sides here, but we're on the same team. So for me, I want to know how can we be productive and be supportive as much as possible. What can we do better?
Dr. Hepburn?
Great question. In general, many of the board members have some relationships with folks outside of our world as Broward County Public Schools, so ensuring that we can leverage those relationships to push some agendas and doing some things better for our students, or offering better products and services to our students, such as what we're talking about right now, playgrounds. Like I said, working with business partners to leverage them to help us with these opportunities. And then if there's information that individual board members or relationships that individual board members may have with some folks that we don't have access to, ensuring that we do have access or utilizing those relationships as a springboard to do something innovating and outside of the traditional box that we play in with our procurement processes and the like. So I would say for items such as this or similar, it's about leveraging different partners that we don't have access to currently that board members may have access to, so we can start those discussions.
Got it. And I appreciate the answer. But Dr. Hepburn, I feel like I tied you in with us, right? because that's why I was looking this way. I would want to hear from.
I'll let them answer too.
Staff,
Go ahead.
how can you?
Go ahead, staff.
I want to hear from staff. How can we support you all? How can the superintendent support you all?
And let me say this, and you can be candid since
Yes.
he asked.
It's on record too. So, thank you.
So, I think, in my experience, the best way to leverage improving our district, obviously, is working with our municipalities, our government officials, and creating great partnerships with them. I've seen it work in many cities. I know in Houston we have the Spark program that's been in existence for, 30 years. That has been very instrumental in providing funding. The schools bring a certain amount, a minimum amount, $5,000. You work with the, and it's an element or a part of the city government that has vastly improved parks or equipment being available, playgrounds being available across the city of Houston. And there are many, many other examples across the country. Playgrounds are very important to children and to release of energy. And I especially loved the monkey bars when I was a kid. So I think we can do better, without a doubt. I appreciate the community input, the board's input in helping us to become better. And so, again, we have a lot of work to do in Broward, obviously, and I think we're on the right path and going in the right direction to improve the student experience. So, again, we have a lot of work to do. Playgrounds are fundamentally so important to, especially, K through 3 kids and 5 and 6. By the time they get to middle school, they're too cool to do that kind of stuff. But, we have work to do, and I thank the community for coming out and expressing their views. And do you want to add anything?
And thank you for that. And I want to say kudos to the cities that are contributing. I know there are some cities that are involved in helping us move things forward. I know City of Fort Lauderdale is one. I know City of Miramar is another one that we partner with. I think City of North Lauderdale. So there are quite a few cities, and I don't want to name all of them, or because I know I would miss one or two. So I want to back up from that. But we have leveraged some partnership with some of the cities, but any leverage that you can provide to the cities that may be a little difficult to deal with, any help you can give us would be greatly appreciated. We welcome the partnership to get us to where we need to be, because we know within Broward County public schools it's a difficult thing. Money is a tough thing to come by. So any help we can get with any city municipality would be great. So thank you for that.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very, very much. But again, Mr. Dorsett, Dr. Paul, I appreciate it. But you all are in the room with us, right? I'm asking staff. Again, I feel like with the people that are day to day, you guys are in the room with us. So for me, that's where I want to hear it. I feel like you all have been sitting here. I see environmental on the shirt. Been sitting here, didn't say a word. I want to know how we can support staff do what they're doing. And I know you all, but you're all in the room with us. So I really want to know how we can support, really get, even if it's one thing a person, I want to do it quick. Just, hey, you guys can do this better. I just want to know what we can do better.
Absolutely. And Dr. Hepburn mentioned it, being candid. We need help. I need additional playground equipment mechanics to help me do this work, right? One of the reasons why it takes so long for me to get to some of these things is I don't have staff. The foreman is down there, Tom Iannarone. He runs our playground equipment department. He's short-staffed. So any, and we try to get as up to date as we can with the equipment that we have. I'm going to take a look at that to see what the needs are. I know there's some equipment that we can get that's going to help us, but staff is a big thing. In order to get to these schools in a timely manner, we're going to need some help there. So if that answers your question, that's where I would go.
It doesn't. I'll let it slide, Chair, because I don't want to take time. But I'm saying, Mr. Dorsett, we talk all the time. I want to hear from them.
Okay.
I want to hear from them.
Thank you.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. Just real quick, recess in schools, to address one of our public speakers. Isn't recess in school, Superintendent, required? It's a required part of the day.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingsworth, because I know that law changed a few years ago to make sure we have recess, but I don't know if there's been any updates later.
It's on. There we are. Good afternoon. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. Yes, that is. It's a 20-minute requirement for elementary schools.
So just 20 minutes one time
Correct.
a day?
One-
And how do we ensure that they're getting at least that in the day?
Sorry, Ms. Dixon, I couldn't see you. Mr. Fogenholy's chair was blocking me. So that's in their schedules at the schools. That's scheduled in. So myself, as well as the regional superintendents and directors, actually work on that.
Okay, and they can have more than 20
Correct. So
minutes,
it's
but-
20 minutes of recess, which is the minimum, and then there's a 30-minute PE requirement as well. So it's in top.
And
So
even if they don't have PE as a special, they still have to provide that.
they still have to provide the PE and the 20-minute recess.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On page 16, through Dr. Hepburn, that information on page 16 is about repairs specifically, right? Not new playgrounds, but specifically. Is there a list of schools that money is being earmarked for repairs?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Wojciechowski?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Okay, and you've shared that with us, I think, through the DEFP, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, if you could, again, you asked us for consensus on something. Could you just repeat that so we can give you an answer to that?
Yes, so on page 16, the DEFP funding, if the board is okay with pushing all the money from years 26, 27, and 28 in the repairs or the pour in place to push everything up to the year 2025.
So my question to staff would be, if we move that money up, do you have the capacity to do it in that time?
Ms. Wojciechowski?
No.
Okay.
Short answer. We could definitely spend more than the 750 per year or the 500 if we want to kind of partially move up. But when we identify a school, we do a full inspection. We're not just looking at the types of equipment. We're looking at bolts and details, and then it goes to PPO or the vendor. So we might be able to identify the repairs that need to be done, but it may not be that the money is actually, spent and it's completed.
Okay, so I don't mind moving it, but I think we kind of have to find out how that looks, because I don't know if we move it all into 1 year, does that become an issue with moving it, out in there? So I don't mind, but I think we have to have a bigger discussion with staff.
Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate the response. It's not okay. The Broward County needs playgrounds built much faster than that, like a lot faster than that. And if this board decides to move the money, which I think what we could do today, Chair, is say to the staff, bring us an item so that we can approve this as part of DEFP. I still like to go back to my first point, which is what's the whole requirement? And then let us decide, can we get it in 3 years or 4 years or 5 years? How long is it going to take us to get playgrounds in our schools? All of our schools, particularly K through 5 elementary schools, to get that done. And I think we can do that. We've got the ability in the unallocated DEFP to do it. But if the best answer is we can't do more, we got to find a better answer. Like, we're not going to sit around here and discuss this and have an issue for this board and just say, I'm sorry, there's a lot of nuts and bolts. That's just not acceptable. We're going to figure out a way to get it done faster to meet the needs of the community.
Dr. Holness? Oh, and then Ms. Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would caution moving the money up. I don't mind shrinking the timeline, but my concern, just as before, because this would include building new playgrounds, correct?
No.
This is just for the
It's just
repairing.
on page 16, the pour in place repair and repair.
So just for repairs? Okay, so in that case, I would support that, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I support moving the money up. I do want to ensure that staff has the capacity to do the work. Am I able to give comments or about?
Dr. Hepburn can speak to that point.
Yep. So the team and I will analyze our current capabilities and capacity to do the work, and then we'll go out and see if we can find some partners to help us with that work to accelerate the amount of work that needs to be done within that timeline.
Got it. Can I make my comments about the rest of the? Okay.
We're going to end with you.
Okay. I really appreciated Ms. Mulhern's comments about how this is a mental health piece as well. 20 minutes of recess is not enough. I understand that that's state statute, but I think we need to do more. Mike, I had a question about the 30 minutes of PE. So I think Ms. Hickson asked, if they don't have PE as a special, how are the kids, how are we ensuring that they're getting the 30 minutes of PE? What does that look like? And how are we holding people accountable to that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollingsworth, the 30-minute PE, how are we holding people up? How are we ensuring that that's happening?
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon again. Simone Hollingsworth. As I mentioned before, that is in regards with the regional superintendents and directors that monitor that, because that's through the scheduling, as well as knowing that even if they do not have PE as one of their electives or specials, that elementary school teachers are by the state considered PE teachers. They can teach that as well, so that can be scheduled within their day.
Okay. And I think, there's a lot of data to support the idea that our kids are really suffering from a lack of outdoor play. I think, as we go on generation to generation, there's less and less free play outside. So Ms. Mulhern was exactly right that this is a mental health issue. I'm wondering, are we able to use any mental health referendum dollars towards any of this, since it is a mental health issue?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Marte? Do you have a mic over there? Yes, you do.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Leonardi, the language of the referendum, and I'm doing this from memory, is other essential programs, and that would be determined by the board. But based on the current allocation of dollars, the board would very likely have to forego something that's already being planned to do that. I did the math. I looked at the DEFP. What the board's asking is to move $4.1 million from the out years of capital dollars. And the other comment I think I'd make, Ms. Leonardi. So the short answer is yes, you can if you want to, but it is much more appropriately paid for out of capital.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And the reason I asked about that specifically is that the board, I think every year we have rollover funds. We haven't spent all of the mental health dollars. So that's very frustrating. We know that there's a mental health crisis in our schools. We're not spending all the money, and it feels like over and over and over again, we're not coming forward with solutions for that. I appreciate staff's comments and requests to us as board members of going to our cities and reaching out to them about, helping out with these playgrounds. And I know Mr. Dorsett mentioned the city of Fort Lauderdale. The city of Fort Lauderdale has done an amazing job partnering with us in building playgrounds and doing joint use parks agreements. I would ask, if you need our help, if we could have some sort of toolkit looking at like the successful partnerships, you mentioned Miramar, that we can go approach other cities with to say, like, look, this is what's been successful with the city of Fort Lauderdale, the city of Miramar. we want your city to be involved too. This is a win-win for all of us. So if you could do that, I think that would be helpful. And then the last piece I'll end on is, I know there's the Playground Standards Committee, but it seems like when we have, for instance, diversity, or the mother who's in the audience today, who go to our facilities, so not just our playgrounds, but our facilities, they are able to find things and see things that we might not necessarily catch as a district. So I think it's really important that we involve families and students when it comes to reviewing the playgrounds and facilities moving forward. Thank you.
Dr. Harper, would you like to speak to the mental health comment?
Yeah, so with the mental health allocation, that money will be spent down to the dollar. I know a lot of that money we've been using to hire people. We will implement some strategies to fill gaps with supplemental services and encumber all of those funds, so to ensure we're not rolling over some very important, some funds for some very important issues that we're trying to address in our schools.
Thank you. That's really good to hear, and that speaks to your leadership. Thank you.
All right, so staff will bring back a item for the board to vote on to move that funding for repairs
Can I
up.
weigh in?
Ms. Rupert?
Sorry, yeah. I actually concur with moving the money up. If it's absolutely feasible, that we can do it, make sure we have the capacity. And kudos to Ms. Leonardi and Ms. Dixon, Tim Mohorn, and every board member in that room, and probably chief, staff, and person present to say that we need more recess, we need better playgrounds, and we certainly need to focus on the whole child and make sure that they are physically fit and also mentally fit to be able to lessen their stress, because the obesity level is just growing larger and larger as we do nothing. And the best way is for us to have those playgrounds available for the students and have them walk their kids to school. I mean, we celebrate that. One day we go, it's walk your kids to school day, which is wonderful. And I believe I forget which organization does it, but it's wonderful. But we need that more. We need kids telling mom and dad, hey, you know what I learned at my teacher told me that we can do this, and we walked around and we counted our heart rate, whatever it is. Also involve their own community and their mom and dad, and have a fitness explosion, I hope, and moving forward in health. So those are my points on that. And thank you so much, and thank you to staff for having all this put together, and of course to my board members. Thank you so much for all your knowledge and review of this. So thanks.
Okay, next up, we're going to talk about the rule development, metal detectors, policy 2010. I'll give a 2-minute transition for staff. Do we have any public speakers? Kimberly?
Margate, Florida. So we saw that the metal detectors have been rolled out yesterday. Excited about having metal detectors. However, the one thing that that I've noticed is that there were a lot of staff members there yesterday. And we just want to know if there's going to be the same amount of staff members when school starts, when Blanche Ely has their metal detectors rolled out, considering that they said that there needed to have three staff members at each station, and we're going to have 3 stations, and we have a total of 10 security, and that's including our manager. So if we have 3 people at each station, Plus, we're supposed to have your AP at the station. Who are the people that's going to be watching the children after they go through the metal detectors? And also watching the perimeter and making sure that things are safe within the building. Please consider that. We are short already, so we will probably need that help in the morning. It might not be all day, but in the morning when the kids come in, they need that extra staff. And we just want to make you aware of it. I know that the principal and the APs have said it, but the community is here and we want to say it again because sometimes they make things happen because that's what they're supposed to do. But we want to make sure that our children are safe and not just with the metal detectors safe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to staff for a 2-minute presentation.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Is the PowerPoint coming up? All right. Good morning. This policy change is policy 2010, changing from our handheld metal detectors, a policy that we started a few years back, and we're basically including now in the new policy the walk-through metal detectors. With me to my right is Director Jim LaRosa, who has been spearheading the metal detectors, the walkthroughs. And as I want to thank every board member for showing up yesterday. Thank you for your support. It was really nice to see that. And I know that yesterday was a complete success. So I just want to thank Jim LaRosa publicly for making sure that his staff and we're well prepared to welcome the students coming through at JP Taravella and at Flanagan. So the policy change here, we basically, Madam Chair, I'm going to go right to page 5. We just basically incorporated the walk-through metal detectors into the policy. We also incorporated, as you know, we're moving into having canine usage, so that was one of the options. We also want to leave ourselves the ability to continue to conduct a randomized metal detector wanding in the classrooms, in addition to the walk-through metal detectors that we'll have up front. So the policy's there. The changes are minimal, other than just to incorporate what we're doing moving forward.
Ms. Leonardi?
Thank you. And another piece that I want to speak to that Ms. Mohorn mentioned, in terms of staff. So I mean, there's a larger conversation I think that we need to have at some point about the number of security personnel. But I think what I might like to see in the policy is something about some sort of guidelines around staff running the metal detectors and the supervision of the rest of the school, so that, because the concern came up yesterday that if this is where all the security are at the beginning of the school day running the metal detectors, what about the rest of the school as they enter the buildings? But my other concern is I would be very disappointed to see, for instance, guidance counselors having to take over the role of security personnel or running the metal detectors. I say guidance counselors because they are often the people who are called on to fill in for other positions. So I would like to see some guidelines around that, as well as, actually, I don't know if let me back up. The other piece that the policy speaks to that I wanted to address is it says that the policy applies to all people who enter the property. How does that work for like weekend activities? For instance, I know that at Nova, our band director had band practice over the weekends. What does that mean for early morning activities, extracurriculars, football games and things like that? So I'm wondering if someone could explain that.
Director Hepburn?
Chief Alberti?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Leonardi. The policy, as it stands, the intent is to do it during school day, during school working hours. For sporting events, Dr. Rosso he may want to add, but we're looking to add to use them during football games and things like that, so we can actually use them because they're portable. So it would make sense to use them during sporting events. But for right now, we're looking to do it during school hours.
Okay. And maybe I missed where it says that in the policy, where it says during school hours, but if I think that would be important to define that as well. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Yeah, I would also say, and thank you for yesterday. I think it went fairly smoothly. I know that there's some things that need to be tweaked, but I thought overall it went well. But as we were standing there and in prior discussions with community members, the concern is if you need 3 people per station and you have 3 stations in a school, that's 9 staff members who need to be trained. You just can't have anybody there who's watching the rest of the kids. Or what actually came to me when we were there yesterday is as the buses were pulling up, the students were able to get off the bus and go through. But the conversation I had with the security monitor yesterday was often they hold the bus, the students don't enter the school, they have to wait and the doors open at a certain time. My concern with that is if you have hundreds of students coming off the bus at the same time and they have to wait in a line, who's watching that line, and does it make sense to do that? And I know I had the discussion with Dr. Hepburn, and he said in Palm Beach, I don't know whether it's just procedural or policy, where a couple of buses come out, they walk out and walk through the line, and then another bus has come out. So there's a lot more pieces to what we did. It was great for a small number of students that came in, and I don't think the students had any problem with it. It didn't faze them at all, really. But strategically, to continue to make sure it flows, I don't know if in policy we need to be sure so that we're not tasking guidance counselors or teachers, because they're preparing for school before school. They're preparing for their students. I don't want a teacher to be tasked with having to go and do any of that work. It needs to be a trained person. So in this policy, maybe we need to add in there that, you know, only trained people would be doing that, and maybe a behavior tech or a behavior specialist of that sort, that this is already kind of in their line of what they do, and they wouldn't be seeing students directly, like right when the bell rings, would make sense. I know you spoke to me about the substitute or revolving security that we have. Bless you. But I think it would be important for them to be consistent, because as you move through it, they're going to get to know the students, and it just will make that process smoother. I don't know if it's more of a policy logistics or needs to go in here, but as a teacher, I would want to make sure that in this policy it says a trained person running that equipment, so that no one thinks that they can just ask me as a teacher to jump in there and try to resolve the concern. I know as we ask teachers to stand in front of their doors and monitor as the school is going forward, but I don't think we should ever task them with having to work the metal detectors. That needs to be a trained person. So I'd like to see something to that effect in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. My question is in regards to why did you use walk-through metal detectors? Why didn't you just say weapon detectors or weapon detection?
Systems.
No particular reason, it's just the fact that they're walk-through metal detectors, and we also have handheld metal detectors, just to be able to distinguish between the two. The ones you walk through, and the other ones are, I also did not want to be married to just particular vendor. So that way if something happens in the future or we grow or whatever, want to make sure that we have the ability to have walk-through metal detectors.
Okay, so, well, I wasn't talking about any vendor. I was just speaking to weapon detection, that term.
Can I add here? I just want to clarify, because we talked about this a few board meetings ago, and I just want to make sure, am I correct in my clarification? We have a metal detection system, correct? But based on our use, how we calibrate it, we're using it as a weapons detection system. We can easily calibrate it to find even a paperclip in somebody's pocket, correct? Which would change the nomenclature of how it's used, and it'll be a different type of detection system. Right. So I just want to make sure that we understand the nomenclature around that. It is a metal detector. We have calibrated it to find weapons, hence the term that we've been using is weapons detection, but in essence, at the core of it, it is a metal detector.
That is correct, but also we wanted to make sure that, you know, we included that the weapons detector is a type of metal detector. I mean, it is a type of. So also the public is easy to understand the metal detectors versus weapon. It's a little bit you have to explain a little bit more versus everybody understands what a metal detector is and what it does.
Because the handheld is a metal.
And the handheld is actually something that you know the officer would have, and they can actually use as a wand to use on a person.
No, I appreciate you explaining that. My next, I guess, statement, and I don't know exactly where this would go, but I would like to see some type of language connecting Alyssa's alert panic button with the policy, because if someone's walking through the metal detector and they have a gun, I want staff in the policy to know that they need to push their panic button and lock down. So if we could somehow connect that, and then maybe also that they're required to call a lockdown and connect it maybe back to the lockdown policy.
Okay, we're taking notes. Yes.
All right. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm curious, Chair, on, and maybe Superintendent, why on letter C under the rules we would threaten students with expulsion for not walking through a metal detector.
So it says up to.
I'll repeat my question. Why would we enumerate in this policy the threat that we're going to expel someone from school because they choose not to go through a weapon detector?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'll shift over to Chief Alberti in a minute, but my assumption is it is a act of defiance, and it could lead up to, based on what that student may have on their person at that time, for the reason why they are refusing to walk through. So that's why the language is up to. But I'll defer to Chief Alberti. And I know this will probably come up in our student code of conduct conversation too.
Yeah, in conversation with the folks from the student code of conduct part, we wanted to make sure that, you know, every student that walks through, they have to walk through the metal detectors. That was one thing that we wanted to capture in the policy. We want there be no exceptions. There'll be some students that will, of course, have to make some adjustments because not everybody walks, and some people may go in a wheelchair, and we have to make adjustments. But every student will walk through the metal detectors, and this was one of the ways to capture that, make sure that if you're refusing, there'll be consequences for refusing to walk through it.
I think it's sufficient to say if you want to get into school, you're going to have to go through a metal detector, full stop. I just hate threatening students. Some may walk up to a weapons detection system and remember that they had something that will set off the detector but is not a weapon, and they have to run it back to their car, or they want to go back and check their backpack and make sure they don't have something that was left over, whether it's a vape device or something else. It just seems heavy-handed to me. More important to me is letter E. The sentence reads in a way that I'm not sure is clear to our school-based leaders. The district reserves the right to conduct random screenings within classrooms. I would like it to say the district reserves the right to conduct screenings within randomly selected classrooms. It's really, really important that we make sure that people understand that we randomly select classrooms. We don't do it for racial reasons or ethnic reasons or because we think there's some gang member in one of the rooms and we're going to go out. So if we're really going to do it the right way and random, the classrooms themselves ought to be defined as the thing that we randomly select. On letter A, again, I just I'm wondering about the need for this. Do we really need to post notices at several prominent locations around each school facility?
We already have them, sir.
Okay. And my concern with that is we have like 507 around every school, and after a while, people just don't read them. So we run the risk of being overly communicative, but communicating even less. On letter A, also at the bottom, the paragraph, you might want to resequence those sentences so they're chronological. You would do the first sentence, the third sentence, and then the second. And then lastly, when I'm really mad at somebody, I do all caps in my emails. And I want them to know I'm yelling. It just comes through in a text or a thing. Is there any reason why we're yelling at people in this policy by going all caps?
So it's the way it was written from the last policy. I have no idea why it was all caps, to be honest.
Great.
We just follow the last format and made some edits. We do not have to put them all caps.
Well,
absolutely not.
As to my previous comment, this is for the public to read too. We want them to understand our policies, and maybe we can use plain English and appropriate capitalization. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I yell at someone, I just don't respond to their email. That's normally the simple message. So let me start with kind of the first couple points. I think we must be strong on safety. I know we had this conversation before. Thank you all for what you do. I know we had the conversation on ensuring that we get these, and I thought they were actually weapon detection systems at all of our high schools. So I'm glad that we as a district took that strong stance. I'm also hopeful that we begin to consider what the elementary and middle school rollout will be on how we make those campuses also safer. I didn't say safe because they're already safe, but safer. And that includes, and I know we're going to have a budget discussion later, looking at the appropriate staffing. Should there be law enforcement or armed personnel or someone else? And I would just say that, and I think there are pros and cons to all of that. But if we, and I just kind of heard, and kind of thought through this, and I heard your point, at least on one of these, to my colleague. But if someone, let's just say, does not go through a metal detection system going through TSA, right? What is the consequence, or what is the reaction?
Dr. Hepburn?
TSA in the airport?
Sure.
They can't board the plane. They can't get past the security checkpoint. So,
okay. So it could be up to all these different things, right? So I support, just back to the point of keeping the up to all the different types of results, because I think we have to be very clear and firm that every student must go through a weapon detection system, period. I don't think we can waver on that point. I think when we start wavering on that point, we send mixed messages, mixed signals, and that's not where we want to be. The second point I'll say is just back to posting and signage. You can't overshare, right? I get your point, right? Then you're on the other side. There's only one sign, right? Only on one door, on one side of the school. I think, there is no, anyway, I don't see how you can over promote, advertise, advocate for safety. So I'm actually on the other side. If we need to have 500 more signs, I'm okay with that. So I want to be very clear. Last point I'll make, and I think I support everything that's presented, so no issues. But just on the, by adding in, and I get the connotation, but by adding in random in front of other classrooms, only because we all get these alerts on different things that occur in all of our schools. If there is a report, let me just ask it in a question. If there is a report of a potential weapon on campus, that is not a random search, right? That is a search in response to, some tip or some source or, something that's been shared, right? So I would just propose, and I don't know what all the scenarios are, you do, because you're the experts. Consider that as one scenario, kind of what you just said, Zeman, as one scenario, because all of those, are important, right? It's balancing, making sure that it is, no one feels targeted, But in certain cases, you will be targeted, right? If there is a tip that says it's in classroom ABC. So I just want to be clear on the language. Whatever is there probably has to balance both scenarios. It cannot just shift to the one scenario that I know we just talked about. All right?
Yes, sir, I hear you. I think what you're asking is to search based upon regional cost.
Whatever you say.
Page.
May I go on the list?
Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Sorry. I know it's a pain for you guys. We'll be home in like 45 minutes in Canada, hopefully. Okay, so two things really, and I absolutely agreed with what Mr. Alston was just talking about. It needs to really be a tip from somebody or a signal from a canine, but it can't be random all the time, although City of Coconut Creek does just rotates through classrooms and does their stuff. But if you're actually working off a tip or a dog, a canine came in and sat down, then we're going to the next level. But what I didn't really hear about was our ESE students, our students with disabilities, our kids with varying exceptionalities, right? We'll be able to, deal with it, or I don't like that kind of a term. What I want to hear is that there is a plan in place for somebody to be there that's a behavioral tech or has been trained to help students go through something like that. Because these children, everybody bearing exceptionality does not show. We have no idea. So if a child IEP who's 504, her 504, has for extra PLC, something in a stressful situation might trigger something, they need to be able to be kept a part of the school, but with their rights intact for accommodations. And I don't know what that looks like, but we need to do a lot more thought on that, especially as we move down to the middle schools, et cetera. But we have to you can't put the kids through extra stress that's going to trigger them. So I would like to know from the superintendent what is being done on the forefront before we roll it out completely, where we're going to be able to assist our students under the ESE umbrella with going through that process with a heart. What conversations, what protocols do we have in place that's going to help our students, all of our students, walk through this? So, Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, great input, Ms. Rupert. We will definitely take some information from the playbook from our neighbors in the north. They've been implementing this for some time, and their demographics kind of mirror ours, especially with our special need populations in some of their high schools. Also, it reminds me of the situation with JetBlue with Autism in Flight, where you have some special need kids who don't do well on airplanes, and JetBlue has opened up their doors to create an environment where they can actually be exposed and engage with that process before they actually get on the plane. So we can put together something where we can do the same for our special needs kids, especially our students who have those real stressful moments in situations like this. So we can follow up, but the Chief Alberti and his team meet with us weekly, and then definitely formally in cabinet every 2 weeks to go over how implementation is going, providing feedback and input, so we can certainly dive into this situation too, just to make sure we're providing accommodations for our students who can't handle that level of stress very well.
Right, that's so nice to hear, and I'm sure the parents as well as the students will feel less stressed out. But I would love to see your plan for that when you get ready with staff, and hopefully prior to beginning of August, whatever your timeline would be acceptable. So thank you, Madam Chair. Those were my comments about the metal detectors so far. So thank you.
Ms. Foganholly?
Thank you very much, Chair. And just had a couple questions. Chief Alberti, well, the big concern I got from when we talked about metal detection when we talked about these rolling out, a lot of security specialists are saying, hey, we don't have staff here. Like, how are you going to pull this off? Like, we have way too many kids, not going to have it. So currently, if we were to roll this out district-wide, are we currently short-staffed right now to man these metal detectors?
We are not. I believe we're in the high 90% staffing for security.
Okay.
Close to 100% almost. But because people come and go, we are, Jim can talk about it, but we're pretty well staffed.
And that's in every single school?
That's in every single school. And matter of fact, I'm going to let Jim talk about how his staffing plan is so that he can actually answer your question.
Awesome.
So can I dive in real quick before you start, Jim, or Mr. LaRosa? So Palm Beach County's been implementing these metal detectors for quite some time. They have significantly less security monitors than we do. It was one of the biggest, largest things that I saw when I came here. It's like, oh my God, the high schools have like 10 plus security monitors. We're out in Palm Beach County, I was used to at the max of probably 3. And they figured it out, and they're getting it done. So we have the staff. We just have to think differently and put them in the situations where they can implement this with fidelity, without any gaps, without any hiccups. So we just got to think differently of how we secure our campuses, how we implement this new process, because we have other districts that have significantly less staff that are getting it done. So that's not going to be our excuse at all. We'll get it done.
Thank you.
Yeah, so without getting into the weeds on numbers, but thank you, Dr. Hepburn, that's exactly right. So this is a 3-person operation typically. On average, 2 of those 3 should be what I would call our blue shirts, right? The third, and this has been part of the discussion from the beginning, we need some leadership present at each one of these. That's the ideal, right? And that's going to send the message that we're all in this together. That may be one of my managers, that might be an assistant principal, and that'll be the simple job of determining, welcoming students and determining, if the light's red or green kind of thing. That said, we're looking at on average 2 to 3 entry points per school times 2 blue shirts. That is going to release a number of staff members to do their other duties at the school. Now, does it help to have additional staff? Of course it does, right? Can we use additional staff? Always. Can we make it happen with what we have? Yes. I also have, about 50 security specialist floaters. These are higher level, security personnel. Their job typically is to float, right? Is to substitute around the district for vacancies that are out. I've already put out the guidance that, their place of duty every morning is going to be in their home high school supporting this operation, right? They can float out as needed after that. So we're making adjustments, and we'll make it happen. But I'm not going to sit here and tell anyone that, additional staff, and, Ms. Hickson and I had this conversation yesterday, right? That additional staff can always help. But we're not going to be to the point where the mission will fail.
I understood, and I appreciate that. And what kind of training does it require to man one of these metal detectors?
So the nice thing about these systems is they're pretty much set and forget, right? As long as they're configured in the morning by leadership or by a designee, they're pretty easy. They're configurable via mobile phone. I've acquired the app and phones for all of my managers out in the schools. It should be pretty simple to get them set up. So operating them is really a non-issue, and anyone who was out there yesterday really saw nobody was fiddling with the systems, right? I mean, there's no operating the systems. It's everything around it, right? It's ensuring that we have staff who are, monitoring the students as they come through for alerts. Mm-hmm. We have a staff member who are passing items around the system because there are some common items that will alert, right? So, your laptops and things of that sort. And probably the most skilled position at every entry is our secondary screener, right? So a security specialist who is providing that secondary screen if an individual alerts, right? In which case that's going to consist of, checking a bag, finding what the source of that alert is. Mm-hmm. We, as part of the randomized, metal detection program for the last couple of years, we have a lot of staff in the district who are already pretty well trained on how to do that. our campus security managers are trainers on that, and we are doing additional training this summer on all of that. So that's really, I would say, the most critical position, and then obviously that's supervision.
Understood. And so you said bags. So let's talk about bags. Let's talk about instrument cases.
Mm-hmm.
Are they getting searched every single time they come through there?
Well, bags are not. Bags. Students
Can be
walk
part of
through
it.
with all their belongings.
Yep.
Right? Only if it alerts will the bag be searched. Musical instrument cases should be handed off before they go through because it's pretty obvious those are going to alert. And the guidance to my staff is if you get a musical instrument case, pop it open, take a look, and then pass it along.
Got
So you know, if there's anything going around the system, you know, another good example is we have 3-ring binders, which you could tell pretty easily that, you know, there's something in it or not. But we also...
Excuse me, hold on. If we can just try to stick to the policy, I know we all have questions, and maybe,
Not to
you know,
get in too
staff
much
can meet
into it.
with you individually to go over this, but specifically to the policy.
Understood. I'm just thinking, so going back to the policy, and we're talking about staffing it, right? 2 to 3, because I can see the bigger schools, I can see those numbers of kids coming through, and then 2 or 3, 2 of them might get pulled to either search it, like I said, and you're talking about big student bodies coming through there. So my question, really where I wanted to get to, and we talked about training, we talked about what they have to do to be part of that crew, but I'm thinking about coaches, to Ms. Leonardi's point, staff that may be helpful in that situation to welcome students and be part of that process. You said 90%, but with the 10%, is there any supplement or any way that we can actually help to get a little bump or any pay for anybody that's willing to help in that morning process to be able to welcome those kids and be part of that? Is there anything that we can sort of supplement and help with that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Thanks, Chair. So I know we do provide supplements for teachers to help out with other duties. We provide supplements for that. We can take a look at the additional supplements. I think that's part of the discussion also today. You'll see the list of additional supplements that are available to staff on campuses.
Got it. And I would like to look into that, right? To have anybody that wants to sign up to that, have that opportunity, but not be wasting time. Let's get them paid also. If we have, you know, the ability to be able to pay them and take care of them, give them a little extra, you know, it'd be awesome. So thank you very much.
Dr. Holman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 3 of the red line version, item C, I am, like Dr. Zeman, I have concern with that language. I don't understand why it cannot simply say students who refuse to submit to a metal detector screening will be denied access. I mean, the point of all this is for safety of the school. So if students or any student who refuse to go through the screening is simply denied access. Why is there a punishment up to expulsion for refusing to go through a metal detector? I think I am concerned with even the term expulsion. How do you define also refusing? And how do you determine the degree of punishment based upon refusing? It just appears to me like it lends itself to subjective biases that I'm concerned about, how students will be punished based upon refusing. I would much rather the language change, and certainly I don't like expulsion being in the language.
Ms. Hickson?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Dr. Holness, just keep in mind that this is not just strictly about walk-through metal detectors. There's also the randomized screening. So if you're already in this school and you're now refusing, now you're in the school and you're refusing this search, now that becomes a problem. So that is subject to disciplinary action. So it's not just entering the school, but you're already in this school and now you're refusing a randomized search because we have selected the classroom and all students will be searched. So at that point, it does become a disciplinary issue.
I understand that, but I'm still concerned about the general term refusing. That could involve also entering through the metal detectors, correct? In addition to. So it involves all of that. So if you have a student who walk up to a metal detector, decides that I'm not going to go through, I'm going to go back and check my bag, as Dr. Zeman mentioned, or check my car if I'm a high school student. Who defines refusing? Is refusing at that moment where a principal can say, well, you're refusing to go through, we're now going to inflict punishment on you, and it could be up to expulsion. I just think this whole thing will lead itself to a lot of biases and subjective determination of what refusing means, and what is the degree of punishment based upon. Is the degree of punishment based upon the degree of refusing? I mean, it's just very vague and general. I don't like it. I think it's going to lend itself to a lot of biases, and I'm concerned about that.
Thank you. I would just say, based on what we saw yesterday, students, this is the world they live in. They're used to walking through. They have to do it in sporting events. I didn't see anyone having any real concern about it. And the expectation is you're going to walk through this to be able to go to school. So it says up to. I think it's important. Discipline is important. We've said that earlier today. There are consequences to actions. You choose an action, you know what the consequence could be. So I think it's important to leave it as up to. And I think I realize what you were trying to say to me now. I want to just be clear that I don't think teachers should be responsible for safety. So it could be supplement for some other job in the district, but I think our teachers need to focus on teaching. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pham.
Thank you. I tend to agree with Mr. Alston, and I'll tell you why. Because you'll get that student that'll walk up and say, I'm not going through, and then he's going to stand there and make a scene, back up the whole line, and then on top of that, they're going to have to physically move him from obstructing the other students, and it just creates this whole snowball effect. If the person isn't going to go through, then they don't need to be standing there. They don't need to be on school premises. They need to be removed. At that point in time, if you're coming up and you're saying, no, I'm not going through, not that I'm going to my car and I'm coming back. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Then it should be considered trespassing. If they're not going to comply to get in, if they were at an airport, they would remove them from the premises. Security would take them outside the building and say, sir, you have no reason to be here. You have no reason. You can't get on a flight. You can't go into the building. Then you're just loitering at this point. So I am for that. We have to have boundaries, and we have to protect the innocent ones, not the ones that are refusing to prove that they're not weaponized. Okay, that's what I say. It seems like society is always protecting the person that is the agitator, as opposed to the people that are victimized. And I think we need to protect our students that are being subject to that. What about them being nervous? What about them being scared? People walking in because they don't want to be searched. Then they don't need to be there. They don't have to come to school. They can go virtually. They have their options now. So the other thing I just wanted to go back to Mr. Fogenholy. Yesterday it was really fascinating. I was at one of the schools, and what was amazing about it, and some people know this, but I had titanium rods all on my back from a bad car accident. So when I would go through just with my titanium rods, the alarm wouldn't go off. I had a belt on. When I had my belt on, went through, it would go off. When we took the belt off and put the belt through, the belt wouldn't go off. So it was the escalation of the amount of metal that I had in my body. And I thought that was fascinating because they could dial and adjust the amount. So it's not going to be slowing down the people going in. They can go at a faster pace, but they felt necessary to have a certain level where it flagged me when I had the two together. So I just thought it was great for at least keeping the traffic flow going. And I think yesterday, from what I observed, we didn't have one objection by the students, nothing. Everything went along very, very smoothly. So I appreciate this item coming forward. Thank you.
I have a comment on page 1 of the policy, the second paragraph. I just want to understand if I'm understanding this correctly. So it says, this policy applies to all students, employees, visitors, and contractors who desire to enter school board property and trespassers who are present on school district property. So does that mean now that all staff, employees, visitors, and our contractors are going through the walk-through metal detectors? Dr. Hepburn.
Chief Hepburn. No, ma'am. So what that means is they may be able to subject to search.
I don't see that. I see this policy applies to all. It's the second paragraph, the first sentence.
So under, with the red lines, a little difficult. Section E, all persons entering a designated school facility may be required to pass through a walk-through metal detector. That's under section E. That second paragraph.
Look at the second paragraph, the first page.
Okay. Ms. Jacques Adams.
So, as a suggestion,
Microphone. Yeah, speak louder.
hello. As a suggestion, we can remove that paragraph, add a definition section, and define persons, and then that way, that provision that you just stated can be a may and not a must. So, in other words, we define persons as being all those, and then they may be subject to.
Mr. Alston?
Does that work?
Got it, Madam Chair.
Charlton?
So I actually read this thinking the opposite. So is the intent that this only, so let's back up. Is the intent from you staff, our security experts, that this applies only to students? Or is the intent that we now have weapon detection systems, just like today, we all go through a single point of entry, right? Are we now saying we now go through, everyone goes through a single point of entry for admission to schools regardless of these categories? Students, employees, visitors, contractors?
So during the school hours, because we have to break this down, right? So during school hours, students only. If you're going to a football game, everybody's getting searched. So everybody, this policy applies to also after school events. So if we're having these detectors that we spent good money on and we're going to put them in a football game, this now applies to everybody going through that game to go to that football game. So we also want to leave the door open in case we want to expand in other areas. But as I read it and I understood it, the reason why we have these randomized is because we had an incident and we had to make sure that everybody was able to be searched. So that's why this policy exists. All students, employees, and visitors who may enter may get searched in any one of our facilities or events.
Right, so, Madam Chair, I don't see the word may, so I'm actually, I have a different view. So let me ask a different question. The way this is written, and I'm not a lawyer, I think there are at least two around the table, this actually applies to everyone with no may. So your intent is for employees, visitors, and contractors not to go through the single point of entry weapon detection system that every student will go through?
Correct. They will be checking in at the front office, which is a separate entry from students.
So we're now going to, so how many entrances do we have on a school site?
Well, for students, they may be going into a different single point of entry for students only as they enter the campus. If you're a visitor or a parent or a contractor, you're going into the front office to get checked. Once students are in, we're working through a procedure with Director La Rosa to what are we going to do with these detectors? Are we going to put them inside? Where we're going to put them inside? Are we going to put them inside right before you go into the actual school grounds from the front office as students come in late, because we want to continue the search throughout the day because we have students that we know are going to come in late. So, but the search is intended for students, but again, the policy applies to all hours of the day, so it also applies to sporting events and after hours.
But if it applies to all hours of the day, I interpret this as applying to all these other groups and categories. So let me ask a different question. Sorry, because this, I mean, that's just the way you caught, you caught it correctly, because I actually thought it would be for everyone. So back to numbers. Have we ever found a weapon by an employee, a visitor, or a contractor on any school site in the past 5 years?
Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti?
Yes.
All right. So, because we have found a weapon from an employee, a visitor, or a contractor, similar to, I know, the data points we've seen for students, I actually favor the language that's in front of me. Because I think what you're suggesting is to actually exempt these other groups. I actually read it to be inclusive of everyone. So now let me ask a different question. There are more than one point of entry on a school site, yes?
Yes.
Okay. One for students, one for everyone else. Is that typically
Yes.
the right? Okay. So for the everyone else side, we have only paid for a weapon detection system only on the student side?
Yes.
Got it. So for this to apply to everyone, we now have to double what we just did. Or, I'm not asking the or. Someone has to answer, right?
Dr. Hepburn?
Or can everyone go through one single point of entry? I'm just asking a question. I don't know. Somebody.
No, I'll let Jim answer, but no, we don't want students going through the same point where the visitors are going through, because students are coming in through the bus loop, they're coming in through their student parking lot, and sometimes, you're not going to have the same entry point for adults when they're coming in to check in the front office or a vendor. So the intent is to prevent an incident from students coming into the school grounds. That is the intent of this.
Right.
But it's whatever the board wishes is. If we,
So let
if
me
we get
separate-
direction to say, hey, all visitors
Right.
will get wanted, then we'll go that direction.
So let me separate myself from the other 8, and they can speak for themselves. I anticipated this would apply to everyone. Point number 1. Second point, if I wanted this to apply to everyone, what needs to happen next?
So before you answer that, Chief Alberti, if this was to apply to everyone, can you hear me? I can't hear myself.
Yeah, it's very low somewhere. Yeah.
Testing. If this was to apply to everyone, employees, we would have to, employees come to a school, any school, high school, middle school, but we're specifically talking about high school, they arrive on campus at various times prior to the start of their day.
Right.
We would have to work on saying, employees, you have to show up at this start time, because this is when we can staff the weapon detection system for you to walk through.
Okay.
So that would be some of the logistical challenges we would have to work through to ensure that all employees at a school will be able to walk through and not arrive on campus early and all those other things that we're used to as teachers, administrators, arriving at campus various times before you actually start your day. So.
Got it. Because isn't the superintendent, so actually maybe you, but the intent of this policy is to make sure that, let me read this right, that we provide a safe environment for the school system, really for every student, every employee, anyone, correct?
Correct.
Right? Because if we're only just limited to students, and then now I understand that there are data points where visitors, employees, and contractors have brought weapons on our school sites in the past. How do we prevent that from happening if we only focus just on students?
So I think the visitor issue is a little bit easier than the employee issue, because we have a set time that visitors can start visiting our campuses, as well as vendors. That's an easier issue because there's a hard start time to allow them on our
So
campus.
visitors, employees is the big challenge.
Employees is the bigger challenge, because if you say, hey, your workday starts at 7:30, if you were like me when I was a high school teacher, I got there at 5:45.
Right.
All right. I like to get there early, get my stuff done, as well as a whole lot of other people. So that's the challenge in telling an employee, if your start day is at 7:45 and an employee or the few employees that are there to start the process of having you walk through can only start at 7 o'clock.
All right, last question, Madam Chair, and then I'm done. So if this only applies to students, visitors, and contractors, let me now separate the employee question. In the past 5 years, just approximate, how many employees have brought weapons to school sites separate from those who are permissible to have a weapon on our school sites? Do we know that number?
Do you know that number, Chief?
I don't have that number at the top of my head, and
Is
I
it
remember
5? Is it 10?
I can't even tell you at the top of my head. And
Okay.
I know that one of the one of the weapons was discovered in a vehicle, so it wasn't even on their
Well, that's
person.
okay, right. Separate from that, right? Everyone can have you can have, I'm not talking about a weapon in cars. I do the same, right? Not that. I'm talking about someone who I do. Not here. Anyway, so what data points do we know where employees have brought a weapon actually on the campus? We don't know. That's a different subset. That's kind of what I'm asking for.
And got caught with
That's
the
what I'm
weapon.
referring to.
We'll have to do some research
Yeah, I
to
don't
see
have
if we
that
have the
data.
data. I could tell you this school year, no, because I would remember
Okay.
something like that.
So
but
0 this past year.
0 this past year. Also, some other things to consider with the employees is there may be some contractual issues too that we need to go to the table with their unions to discuss this whole parameter while walking through metal detectors and stuff.
Last point. I think this should apply to everyone. I anticipated this applying to everyone, so I don't know what your reaction was. I thought this would apply to all of these, I'm going to call them classifications, students, employees, visitors, contractors. If, and I heard your point, Ms. Superintendent, I appreciate it, if the employee, if this policy having to apply to employees on school sites, maybe we have to get there, but I am in favor of this applying across the board because, different question, Casey Wright. Separate, I guess, if you come from the garage, right, but visitors, contractors,
come through the front.
Right, come through, right, the same entry point, right? So I think if this only applied to students, that is totally counter to what we're already doing anyway. So anyway, I'm in favor of this applying to all these groups. If we have to figure out employees, we have to figure it out.
And I concur with you. I brought it up because I think that nobody really realized the language and the policy, how it's stated. So I wanted to have the discussion to work out these kinks. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, I do have some concerns about this applying to everyone. Our employees and our volunteers go through fingerprinting to, add an extra layer of security, and, they go through a certain amount of vetting. To ask them to walk through metal detectors to go to work, they are largely educators, not law enforcement professionals. They don't work in the safety and security business by design. Obviously, they do as much as they can to keep kids safe and keep each other safe at schools, but that is not supposed to be a part of what they are worrying about day to day. They're supposed to be worrying about teaching and learning. The other, I guess that was why I was asking the question about like extracurriculars and things like that, because the policy does read that it would apply to everyone. But the point that I would like to make is not everyone at KCW does walk through a metal detector. So if we are going to have this apply to everyone, I hope that it's applied to school board members. I think, those metal detectors should be outside the elevator. They should be at every entrance then. So I do have some concerns about logistics. It often feels like teachers and a lot of our school site employees have more and more obstacles to doing their jobs every single year. And being told that they have to arrive now between a certain time, that's going to be very difficult because, our employees, they show up early, they stay late to be able to do their jobs, and that is serving kids. So I have some concerns about where this is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fogenholy.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. No, I agree with Board Member Leonardi. I think we should be held to the same standards as our students. If we're going to make them go through it. And I think I got to ask Board Member Pham, do flight attendants and pilots have to go through metal detectors at airports?
Yes, we do. I will tell you this. I will share this. We have a secret door I'm not supposed to talk about.
Oh, gosh,
But
it's not secret anymore.
Exactly.
You just messed everything
But
up.
anyway, we still get randomed all the time. It's like every third to fifth person, I think. But we go right through like everyone else, and we put our bags up, and So,
Understood.
I'm glad that we do. I'm really glad that we do, because it makes me feel better, it makes the passengers feel better. It's one less thing they have to worry about.
That's right.
So,
Okay, thank you. So, and I think, and I brought this up before, right? I want that, if we're stepping into a school, the same way I always say I like going to Legoland, like going to Disney World, right? Because I know for a fact that there's nobody with a weapon in the premises. I feel good about that, right? I feel good on a plane because I know no one on their hat. I feel good about that. But if we have the hole in here, if we have students only, this person, no contractors, yes contractors, I don't think that you have that security there, that feeling of security. So I do agree it has to go to everyone. Board Member Alston, I agree with you. I know we talked about up to expulsions for students. So if a teacher refuses to go through it, if that's the case, what would be their punishment?
Dr. Wanza?
Hi, yeah. You would ask that question when the superintendent left the table, right? So there would be an element of due process, and then we would go through the due process to determine, what would be the outcome, but it would have to go through the employee's due process rights, and we would determine what is the outcome.
That's good. Okay, thank you. And I think, and our students have brought this up before. Every single time I've brought up even uniforms, right? I believe every student should be in a uniform. And they say, well, does it apply to our teachers too? Because they dress a little crazy as well. So, hey, I think it's one of those things. If we hold the standard to our students, I believe that we all should be held to that standard. I have no problem going through a metal detector. I have no problem being wanded if needed to. I went to the restroom and they asked for my badge. I appreciate that, right? Thank you. Because it makes you feel safer. If you're doing the job, do it for everybody. Let's make sure everybody is safe. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
I think we're getting far from the topic. The topic is the policy, not the operations. And so the operations will change over time. After 9/11, we changed practices and operations very quickly. We shifted, we shut down the skies, and we came back. This policy is supposed to outlast all kinds of operational decisions that get made, but all we're talking about is operations, not about the policy. If the policy said, this policy applies to all persons required to be searched, period, that would be a policy. The superintendent, with the advice of the board, might apply it to employees, might apply it to, with their discretion, contractors. Certainly applies to trespassers, that are caught on our school ground without permission. The intent of this from the very get-go and the logistic hurdles of just getting students through this system is going to be a high hurdle all by itself. And we got a lot of things to learn about that. But I don't want to tie the superintendent's hands about the operations of this. I just want to make sure we have a policy. So one way to clean this up is say this policy, as written here, applies to all persons required to be searched, period. And we don't have to list all the folks because that's an operational issue. It is not something that the school board up to this point has directed. We've allowed the director of security and the superintendent to make decisions about what groups need to be searched. I do not support searching employees. I don't support searching security officers or school board members. I don't support searching people who have to come early or stay late. This was designed to make sure students don't inadvertently or intentionally bring any weapons to school. It's a system that's optimized for that, for the flow of people walking through. It's an excellent system for that specific purpose. But at some point, we have to kind of balance risks and reward, and the risks of employees, the risk of our school leaders, the risk of school board members, the risk of security personnel. Are we going to ask them to go through this? It just gets to a point where that's really something we can decide, or maybe the superintendent can decide otherwise. But the policy can be just simple. It applies to all persons required to be searched. And then we'll let the system kind of pick those operations along the way. Sometimes we may want to search everybody. We may have tips that say, we don't know who it is, but someone's bringing something to this school, and we get there at 5 in the morning, and everyone coming in gets searched. Everyone gets searched or goes through this weapons detection system. I wouldn't want to tie the hands by having a policy to describe who should and who shouldn't. But if we just said, if you're going to be searched, this is the policy that applies to you, that would balance out policy from operations in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one additional question. So Corey had open heart surgery, and they have to put metal back into your chest plate after they finish the surgery. So he set off alarms all the time. Do we have anything in this policy, as Mrs. Pham mentioned, she has a similar issue, if there are medical devices or metal in students, they obviously are going to set off the detector. So do we just know that that's them, and so that they don't have to be inconvenienced every single time? Is there a way, like we would have a list and they would just automatically go to the second stage? I don't know if that's necessary in the policy, but I just want to make sure we're addressing that, because we probably have a lot of students that have those concerns.
Yes, ma'am. So part of the communications we're working with John Sullivan's office is to add exactly what you just said, to make sure students understand the do's and don'ts of going through a metal detection system. But Director La Rosa and staff, they've been trained and they understand like people are going to have exceptions. So I have something else. Maybe we use the wanding instead of the walkthrough, and they'll identify that there's no weapon. Of course, if you have something that's beeping, then you can identify where the weapon could be, hidden.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to speak, because I just feel that everyone should be treated the same. I'm very strong on that. And I just want to give you an example of something that I learned that really, really upset me. That during COVID, when the schools were mandating that the teachers and the students wear masks, that on our executive floor, that wasn't the rule. And I just think that's horrific. And I would never participate in that, and I will gladly walk through a metal detector. And some of these board members are saying, oh no, that didn't happen. Yeah, it did. So anyway, I just want to say no one gets to be treated differently. We're either all in or we're not. But so I will gladly walk through, and I do have metal in my back, and it was adjusted where it didn't even flip it. I go through the metal detectors at the airport. They flip it. I pull them out. They search me, and that's the end of it. I explain to them. So it's just a minor inconvenience that gives everybody else safety and security, mentally and emotionally. Thank you.
Ms. Jacqueline Adams, now we're in a workshop. Are we workshopping it again, or it's coming to a board for a vote next?
In this workshop, you're giving staff direction on how to go ahead.
No, I know, but I'm saying, is it going to come to another workshop, or is it going to just come to the board agenda to vote?
It can come to the board for the board's approval. And then when the board looks at the policy as it's been amended, if they require additional changes, then it would need to come back to another board meeting. If you make substantial changes.
If changing that sentence, is that a substantial change?
It depends upon what the change is, because you have to notice the public. So in other words, right now you've given direction to staff to go ahead and update the policy. Staff will do so and have it reviewed by our office as well, and then it's going to come back to the board for the board's approval. Mm-hmm. If when the board sees the policy, it makes substantial changes, then it would need to come back. If not, then it's approved.
Mr. Alberti?
I just need clarification, Madam Chair, on letter C. We had some board members that wanted to exclude the part about up to and including possible expulsion. So I just want to make sure that Ms. Jack Adams and I are clear on what the board's consensus is on that.
I'm okay with keeping it. Mr. Olson?
The up to portion?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought I heard 5. Yes, I'm there too. Keep it.
Fognoli?
Highly in favor of Fognoli.
We're not voting, just giving direction. Ms. Leonardi?
I'm sorry, I don't have a simple answer. I feel like it should be outlined in the discipline matrix. So I don't have, like in the scenario that was laid out earlier by some of my colleagues, like a child wants to go back and check to see that their bag is clear for whatever reason. I don't think that they should be threatened with expulsion. Now, if a child or a student, whips out a weapon, then yeah, I think they should be, expulsion is obviously an option. So it's not a clear answer from me because I think this should really be clearly laid out in the matrix.
Ms. Pham?
At this point, I don't think that expulsion would be applicable to that, but it said up to. So you're going from 0 to 100 miles an hour, and there's no in between. So I think we need the speed limit set on each end, 0 to 100, and then you have that room between. So I'm for leaving the way that it is. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
I don't think a policy on metal detectors is a place to identify penalties for students. I think there are certainly cases where it's not appropriate. I don't believe in having threats in policy that we're not going to back up with action. We're not going to expel a kid for walking away from a weapon detection system. I just think it's frivolous and it's unnecessary and it's disrespectful to students the way we've written this. And it doesn't belong in this policy. This is a student conduct issue, not an issue about weapons detection system. Again, we are doing this to keep our kids safe. Why are we threatening them? And we're threatening about something we're not going to do. It just doesn't make any sense, and it's in the wrong place.
Ms. Hickson? I know we are.
So I don't think it's a threat to students. I think this is very important, being someone who's been on the other end of someone that had a weapon. So I would, I do agree it needs to be outlined in the student code of conduct. I do think that that's important, but I don't mind that it says that up to expulsion, and then that will be better explained and detailed in the student code of conduct. But we have this policy because we're concerned about things happening, and I don't think it's out of place to say there will be discipline and it could be this severe. So I'm okay with leaving it.
Okay. Mr. Alberti, you have your direction with that? With that piece? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as the other piece, I think you'll weigh in on what all the board members said and bring forward to us what you and the superintendent thinks best. Joe?
Madam Chair, I just want for the record that in no way my comment is meant to compromise safety. I did mention that if a student refuses to go through the screening, then they should be denied access for the metal detector. And if and the other option is if they're refusing to be searched, then they go home. So in no way safety is compromised. So just because, I mean, I've heard comments regarding that, so I just want to clarify for the record that my point was to deny access simply if they refuse to go through the metal detectors, and then safety would not be compromised. I don't agree with expulsion of students who decide they're not going through the metal detector. Send them home. Simple.
Okay. All right, Mr. Alston?
I'll be quick. I thought this was the easy policy. So you superintendent staff, presented this policy as is, as written.
Yes.
I think we're debating a word that doesn't exist. I think I heard the word may, which is nowhere on page 1. I think we're debating what should apply or not. But this current policy is very clear on who's there. Are you now, because I did not hear 5 people say something different. So I want to be clear about where we are on next steps with this, because because red is what changes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I don't see a change into the categories of individuals impacted by this policy from staff. So my interpretation, council, is this is the recommendation coming from the superintendent for today's workshop. Is that a fair assessment for me to assume?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. If we need to clarify, and I work with Ms. Jack Adams to clarify that the policy applies to students and may apply to other staff.
That's a different. I got it. That's a different. I got it. That's a different. I know where you're going. That's a different piece. But as presented today, because that's not a part of the red line, what's presented is what's substantively in front of the board today is what should come back unless there's been a consensus essentially otherwise. Is that fair?
there may be some additional clarification changes that are made to meet whatever the
So let's play out that response, right? If there's a change from students, employees, visitors, and contractors, 4 different groups, to only include one group, that is a substantive change from today. Is that fair?
I believe that it would be, because you are changing the classifications of people who are subject to this policy.
Right. So if from today, the next thing we get, there's a change to only have one category, let's just play that out. Now back to your question. Are we now back to a workshop? Yes or no? Can something substantively change between now and this coming to the board? Yes?
Yes, yes, it can,
By the superintendent?
by the superintendent.
Okay. All right, Mr. Superintendent, now that you're back, on this policy, which is current, this is a current existing policy, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so there's a current policy on the books that applies to students, employees, visitors, and contractors. And operationally, I have no idea what they're currently doing. I'm only reading the policy that's before me, okay? Is your intent to change students, employees, visitors, and contractors when this comes back to the board at the July or August meeting, whenever that is? And if so, please tell us.
I just want to make sure the question's right. Is it my intent to just apply this solely to students and remove the rest of the groups?
No, I'm not asking that. The current policy, I don't know how it's been applied. You all will answer that differently, because that's what Dr. Zeman, I think, is alleging. You will figure out the operations. The policy in front of us says students, employees, visitors, and contractors who desire to enter any school board property and trespassers who are present. Clearly, this policy applies. That's what this is. My question is, when you present something to the July or August meeting, do you intend to keep these 4 categories or some combination thereof? Whatever it is, what is your intent?
It may be a combination of, just to make sure what we're trying to execute in our schools because this policy is a change to adhere to our new metal detectors or walk-through weapons detection system. So it will be applicable to that, just to make sure that we're addressing the right groups of people that are walking through those machines. So maybe a combination of when we bring it back.
Madam Chair? Yes. Mr. Alston, I just want to clarify, the policy applies to on school hours, after school hours, right? So looking at the policy as a whole, and this is the previous policy that was previously submitted to the board and approved, I want to say that it applies to everybody. So if you're entering a facility or a football game or a basketball game or something where you may be wanted, you will be searched. So I believe that was the intent of that. Right now, their intent of the metal detectors and the walkthroughs is you students must go through the metal detector walkthroughs. We also have the randomized metal detector program. So the policy also has to apply to that program for students that are already inside. Not that you're refusing to come in, but you're also refusing to be searched at that moment in time. So just want to add some context to.
Do we support visitors and contractors going through a weapon detection system?
Yes, I've actually witnessed that at visiting the school. Where,
so that won't change.
Yeah.
The key point is employees, right? That's kind of where we are.
That is the key
okay, I just
point.
want to understand. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So not to belabor the conversation, but if we change employees, then do we have to come back to workshop? Ms. Shock Adams?
No, the change can be made and you can bring it back for the board to go ahead and improve it.
Okay. All right. We're good?
Done.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
On the
sure.
clock.
Now, I was just wanting to request that student advisor go and get the opinions of some students to understand if they wanted to see across the board to everyone or just to them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next item up is Rule Development, Code of Conduct, Suspension, Expulsion, Policies 5090, 5100. Public comment, Aretha Wimberly.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for your kindness and attention this morning and afternoon. So what I wanted to ask about this particular item is how do these changes or new policies affect or influence the root causes for parents who unenroll their scholars from Broward County Public Schools? We want to see change in regards to the Code of Conduct, suspension, and expulsion policies where there is no biases or prejudices that are influencing the discretionary measures that are currently being utilized by principals. We heard that word discretion quite a bit when I attended some of the School to Prison Pipeline Committee meetings, which are now the impact committees, and whereas these policies are not ensuring that there is any kind of consistent response to disciplinary issues on campuses. Therefore, students are still subject to discriminatory or prejudices or biases when it comes to discipline and enforcing the Code of Conduct. So it's my understanding that some of the parents who did take their kids to other campuses, charter schools or private schools, were partly because of the disciplinary issues and how they were responded to, and the parents did not feel that there was a reassurance for safety, or that their kids were being treated fairly or equitably on campuses. So I would like to know how this is really going to address that as part of our redefining efforts. And there was one other question that I had, is we want to make sure that when we're asking for change in these areas, that when we say we want change, that we are clearly being inclusive in that we. Because sometimes it seems that we is not we, it's just y'all. So I want to hope that all of the voices of all the parents who are affected by the changes in the Code of Conduct, suspension, and expulsion, that those voices are heard and that they are respected. We do know that the Promise program no longer exists, but we also know that the School to Prison Pipeline is real. And from all of the conversations that have been had here this morning, we still know that in District 5, on the east side, in similar neighborhoods, that our children are more likely to be exposed to higher rates of incidents for disciplinary measure. We know that they are exposed to more likelihood for the penalties to be more strict or stringent than other student populations. So I really want to know how this is going to be addressed in our redefining efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Narnique Pierre Grant.
Thank you. Narnique Pierre Grant, Parkland, Florida. So parent, but also the diversity chair. So in the diversity report we had back in, I don't know, April, I think it was. In my report, we talked about the, prior to the inception of the discipline matrix, we had black and Hispanic children were at a higher rate of suspension versus their white counterparts, suspension and discipline action. Since the inception of the discipline matrix, that was created to ensure fairness. For the past 14 years, nothing has changed. I don't see anything in the language of the new discipline matrix or policy, and the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Climate, whatever, how it is labeled today, knows how I feel about that. But I don't see anything in the language or any efforts being made to change and apply this fairness. So the policy doesn't provide for any changes based on what I saw. We were talking about mental health. I think this is something that's part of mental health. When you're introducing discipline, if children are seeing that they're not being disciplined fairly, how do you think that it affects their psyche? So the question becomes, I know that you guys are mandated by state law, but also create other opportunities to provide discipline alternatively. So I just wanted to point that out, that this revision doesn't have any wording, doesn't have any direction on how we can make this fair. So I hope that you guys take that into account. I mean, I have ideas, but I just hope that the board members will discuss that in length and point out the disparities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board member questions or comments? Sixon?
Thank you. Thank you. My computer's in the way. Here. First, I want to say in the presentation, thank you for adding the deep fake to the discipline matrix. It was really something that was important, and we need to be sure we're up to date on the things that are happening with our students. I have a couple of questions on the red line portion. So the first one is on page 5, where it talks about the mental health allocations. Sorry, I went to the next one. Almost there. So my question is, under that mental health assistance allocation, I don't see any mention of the district mental health coordinator that's required by law, or what their responsibilities are. And since it's a policy, I think it's important to add it into that space to make sure that everyone is aware and we're following that. On page 10.
Wait, what page are you on?
Oh, on the red line of policy 5090, on page 5, the section is titled Mental Health Assistance Allocation. And, you know, the district mental health coordinator is required by state law. So I think it should be included in the policy and what the responsibilities of they have. On page 10 of the same one, the red line, I have to get to it, hold on. Where it says the Broward Truancy Intervention Program, it says for elementary only. I'm wondering why we don't have the truancy policy for middle and high school, where it's probably even a bigger concern for truancy than it is for elementary, but it says for elementary only.
Sorry, the mic is short. Good afternoon, Betta Hudge, Executive Director for Student Service Initiatives. So the BTIP program is typically aligned to elementary. However, we do address attendance throughout, all the way up to 12th grade. So that is something that we're working on. I can follow up with you on more specifics around that after the board workshop.
Okay, and I would guess that it would be important to include that in the policy, whatever it is that we do, since we're singling out elementary school. I don't want it to look like we're not concerned about the truancy issue across the board.
Point well taken. Thank you.
Thank you. My other question on this policy is on page 30, where it talks about interscholastic extracurricular activities, and it kind of said, you know, to participate, middle school students must meet the following requirements. I'm just wondering where in there we specifically talk about our ESE students, so that, you know, maybe they don't have a specific GPA in some instances, or any of those things, and about the conduct. I know that in our field trip policy, we made some concessions and specific sentences for ESE. So for middle and high school eligibility, I don't know exactly what it will look like. That's not my part of the job. But I think they should be somewhere included. You know, how are we including them in being eligible to participate in field trips? Because I know it came up as a concern in another conversation that we were having. And then for the other policy, which is specifically about 5100, about the code of conduct and suspension. Sorry, I have to get there. Suspensions and expulsions. So this is obviously a very big, comprehensive policy, and I just wonder, first of all, it taught you in the first part, it talked about how you included some of the recommendations when you were looping it through, but we didn't really see what those recommendations were. So it would have been nice to see what DAC or some of the committees had suggested, so we could see where it came in to play here. And the discipline matrix, is very, very, very difficult to read. And I don't know how we make that easier for parents and for people in the community. I mean, I know that our principals have to understand it, but it's very, if my student got in trouble, and it happens a lot, people email us and say, you know, I don't understand the discipline matrix. Why are they getting this? And it's very difficult to decipher for them. So I don't know how we make it look different in this policy, or maybe there's a cheat sheet somewhere that we can include. But I'd also say that there's a lot of pieces to that matrix, and I don't know that it's followed with fidelity or consistency across the district. So that's more of an operational part. You're just writing the policy, but we also, it should be in, like, if you have a first instance and something happens, if there's a second instance, it shouldn't be less of a consequence. It should be progressively more of a consequence. And at some point, no more, they shouldn't be able to continue. It depends on what the particular infraction is. But there are some serious infractions where they shouldn't continually 5, 6, 7, that we shouldn't have all of those, and the ones that are, where they're hurting other students, maybe stealing things, bullying, things of that nature. So I don't know how we change that, because it is such a big piece there, and it falls in a lot of places. But I know that I've heard a lot of concerns from parents that there's not enough consequences, or they're not being implemented across the board consistently. So thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Thank you. To that point, I do think that we need to communicate the discipline matrix out to our employees.
Could you get closer?
I said I think we need to communicate out the discipline matrix to our employees, specifically our teachers, because what I hear a lot is, there's no consequence for excessive tardiness. There's no consequence for excessive absence, and there is. But to Ms. Hickson's point as well, I'm not sure that that's being followed with fidelity throughout the district. So I think part of that is communicating it and making it, easier to read. And I think perhaps at the beginning of the school year to have an open discussion about the discipline matrix at, a faculty meeting or something like that, so everyone's on the same page. Like, as the teacher, you need to call the parent for X offense, et cetera. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page. On page 14, when we're talking about cell phones, it says for elementary students, instructional time is defined as time from the beginning bell until the end of the school day. And that's in the context of cell phone use, right? So if a fifth grader, for instance, is using their cell phone during lunch, the way I'm reading the code of conduct, oh, sorry, I didn't even say which policy. I'm on the code of conduct. If a fifth grader is using their phone, on social media or whatever during lunch, that is out of compliance with the code of conduct, correct? Okay. So I would just, again, want to make sure that we're very clear with all of our students about cell phone use. And I think that's a larger conversation that I'd like to have as a board. I know it's going through TAC. But for the policy that we have in place now, I think we really need to be serious about enforcing it. I had kind of a larger question about social media use and complying with state law. So I'm pretty sure that there is law now prohibiting the use of social media for children, I think, under the age of 14. So how does our policy connect with that? Because I think in our policy I saw that we're allowing social media use under the supervision of a teacher, or so I'm just wondering if we need to add something about the age at which we're allowing students to use social media, so we're complying with state law. I'm sorry. I just one or two more things. Attendance is a big issue. Again, I'm hearing from teachers pretty repeatedly that they don't feel like we are enforcing attendance the way it needs to be enforced. I think that was it. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, but I had done all my notes on the first copy that we had gotten, and I sent a lengthy email with suggestions. I hope did you get that? Okay. I'm hoping you utilize that. A few of the things, and they said they did not incorporate any of those suggestions at this time, and they told me to bring it up at the meeting, so I'm doing what they asked me to do. So one of the suggestions that I had was in there, we've had a big issue with defending oneself in a fight. What is defending oneself, and what do you get to do? In the past, we've had it as strict as where you're not allowed to hit back or do anything other than protect yourself. And luckily, we're changing that. We're going away from that because protecting yourself means you might not survive because you're not enabling yourself or being offensive enough to get out of the situation. So I'm glad that we're changing that where we can use force, especially if you're locked in a room like a bathroom and they're obstructing a doorway that you can't get out. You have to use everything you can to get out of that situation because you might not make it out if you don't. So in the policy that I just saw in the prior book that now has been amended to this book, but I just got in the last 48 hours, it stated that when someone is gotten away from someone or a pack of kids, that they should stop at the first person, the first adult, and I guess take action there. And one of my suggestions is that when you have an individual or a pack of people chasing you, that you should be, the answer to that question is that you should be able to flee till you get to safety, because that first person you might get to might not be able to handle the situation. They might be a lot smaller in stature, or they might not want to get involved. And it's best that you don't stop moving. You keep moving until you can hide, you can get away, or get to a public place where other people may intervene and help you. So that's some of the things that I'm asking them to look at. In addition, I actually have a whole list here. One of the things, as I mentioned earlier, that Ms. Batista and I are working on is when students are videotaping or taking photos, they're documenting a crime. So under our criminal evidence statute, if the teachers or these administrators instruct a student to destroy that evidence, it's called spoliation of evidence, and the parents or the students involved can come after the school district for charges, for liability, because that evidence shows either what's called exculpatory evidence, which means why they are not at fault, or criminal conduct, why they're at the blame. So, and because the school district may not have been doing their job in protecting those children, the perception is that that evidence was destroyed because the school district didn't act quick enough, or the school district didn't act at all, or the school district overacted. There's so many things. So it's really important that we keep that documentation of that evidence. Now, one of the things I'm even looking here, where in this proposed here, it says that the students are not allowed to share information on social media. Okay, I get on social media, but it also says, or through messaging apps with friends. I don't know what law that's coming from, that you can't share information with friends. So I think that's a broad overreach. I don't think that will fly. I think, I agree that we have to have limitations on what messages are shared, but for example, what we could say, you can limit information being shared for bullying. You can limit information being shared to harass. But to outright say you have no right to share your own property, because this is their property, their video, and in my opinion as well, as an attorney, practicing attorney, that there is no right to privacy when you're committing a crime. you've lost those rights by committing that crime, whether that be in a public area or a private area. You're violating the law. The people have the right to document you violating the law in order to prove that you violated the law, because naturally 90% of the people plead not guilty, that they did not violate the law. And as a former prosecutor, it was the run of the mill that every person that came through that was represented by a public defender, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Maybe they plead guilty at the end with the overwhelming evidence, but initially everyone was not guilty. There was no one to sit up, yep, I did it, I'm sorry, you know. So anyway, in going through these things, I'm recommending, and I already gave them the changes I recommended as far as just verbiage, but also I noticed that the Hope Scholarship, which was in the previous rule, was pulled out and omitted. We need that there, we need that included in here, in that particular area under parental rights, because if a child is bullied, the parent and the child have the right to pull out of that school and to move to a school where they can find a safe environment, where they're not afraid to go to school, they're not being harassed, and especially they don't quit school. I've had several situations where the children are, I want to say at that point, they're high school, 12th graders, have been in their last year of school, wanted to quit school. That's how frustrated and overwhelmed they feel. So we cannot let that happen. We have to do whatever we can in order to keep them in school and enrolled. And if that means going to a different school, so be it. We have to keep them safe. That is our number one job. We can't make their life miserable. High school is supposed to be wonderful and an exciting time, but when it's not, it's hell. So that needs to go back in. Also in there, the FERPA rules, the rights under FERPA, where parents have the right to get the educational records. And in those records, if there's allegations that your child has done something and that's incorrect, then you have a right to fight that. You have an absolute right to fight that. And you need to have the rights there that are available to them, because a lot of them aren't aware of them. The Hope Scholarship, I can't tell you how many people I represented had no idea. You know why? Because we didn't tell them within 24 hours of the bullying incident, and we were required to do that by law, and we're still not doing it in a lot of cases. So in closing, and you have my recommendations, I hope you go with them, but I just want to share one story because it really impacted on me, and it has to do with video. I was contacted by a parent, not in my district, whose daughter was involved in a fight because she went to save her best friend because her best friend was being beaten up by several other females. So they pulled this girl. She ended up going to an alternative school, but the officer that was there at the scene wasn't responding, and that's why she ran in the middle of it. So at the end of the day, he accused her of that she kneed him in the groin. And all the videos were destroyed. The school said, get rid of the videos, we don't want the videos. Well, the father went through the criminal process, spent thousands of dollars on defense to fight to get her, and came up with a plea deal. And at the end, after all this happened, they found a video. A video suddenly surfaced on YouTube. And that girl, she was wrestling with him. Her knee never touched him. It was at least a foot away. He never put his hands over his crotch. He never bent down. He never flinched. And that girl was in an alternative school and went through criminal court for that. We cannot let this happen. This is why we have to rely on video material. If the father had had that from the inception, he would have had a legal defense. That's not true. That's not true. And the father was so excited, so ecstatic, that he contacted me, because I'm the only attorney on the board, and asked, please help me. I don't want my money back. I want my daughter back. She was so happy where she was. Well, anyway, we worked with him, and we got her out, and I'm pretty sure that her record was expunged, because it never happened. It never, ever happened. So please, when we're writing these things, let's really think about it. Let's really, really think about it, because we want to make sure that we get to the truth, and that we follow the truth, and that other parents don't go through this. So Mr. Zeman's getting upset because I'm very passionate about this. As my husband says to me, I save one life at a time. But thank you so much for listening.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Olson?
Very quick. Ms. Pham? Ms. Pham? Sorry, Madam, through the chair to Ms. Pham, do you have the list? I know I heard you want to go through them? Or the staff going to share it?
I already submitted them to them, and I have all the page numbers. I emailed them about 10 days ago, but I think Mr. Zeman would go crazy, and I think Mr. Holness, as he said, well, we don't want to hear you nitpick, which I think is a very sexist statement, by the way.
Mrs. Pham, that's inappropriate. He didn't say anything, so I don't know what
It wasn't today, ma'am. Yes, he did, but
okay.
it's on
well,
the record.
let's be appropriate, please.
No, I'm just saying. I just said I'm just repeating his words to me.
So, Ms.
Well,
Pham,
we can be repeating a lot of words, and I don't think we want to do that here.
All right. So
sorry?
through the chair to Ms. Pham, so the list that you've given to staff, we can't, it's just a question, if we don't do it now, if we substantively change it, can we substantively change the policy when it comes to the board? Yes? I just thought the answer was no before.
What I was saying before is if
you didn't give me the answer. No, I'm listening, but someone I thought
Through the
said
chair.
something
Yes.
different.
What I was saying earlier was that if you bring the policy to the board to be approved,
Right.
not workshop, approved, and during that meeting, you substantively change it, then it needs to come back.
Understood. So if we don't go through these items now, then if she brings something when it comes, then it will require us to go backwards, right?
If it is a substantive change.
Okay. Ms. Pham, and I wanted to follow, and I don't know if staff could help. Is it like a quick 2-3 kind of recommendations, or it's a whole lot of stuff? Okay, see, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you like me to read them into the record? Do you have a copy of that? I mean, I could have printed it out. I had no idea. What I was just, I'm sorry, through the chair. When I received a letter saying specifically to bring them up now, and even though they were sent in more than a week ago, and I don't know if any were incorporated or not or considered.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Washington.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Jody Washington, Director, Equity, Diversity, and School Climate. Thank you, Mrs. Pham. I believe that the direction, I think Mr. Hill, if he's in here, responded was that Ms. Pham needs to bring them. We need consensus from the board as to whether or not they agree with the recommendations she's bringing forward. So, without having the consensus of the entire board to be able to incorporate those after the item had already published wasn't something that we were able to do. So I think that's where we stand. And Mr. Hill, if I said something wrong, please correct me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Point of clarification?
Yes.
But then it was republished again, because the item I have is completely different, the page numbers and everything I received.
So there was no revision to this item from the initial time it was published.
Okay. Ms. Fogarty?
Yes, Chair, and I think I understand Board Member Olson's point. I don't think one board member has the authority to be able to do that, to say, hey, I see the item, I want these things changed before it comes back to us.
Correct.
So I understand. And I think the question is, whatever those points are, can we just, hey, number one, this is what this was, this is what it means. Is consensus? Because I believe it shouldn't be fair for any of us to send an email and say, hey, these 5 points, I want you to change these things. Can you do that and have it come back? Does that make sense?
No, I understand, and it's up to the board member to bring those forward to the workshop.
Yeah.
And to ask for consensus during their speaking time.
Understood.
Are you done?
Yes. Yes.
Any other board member comments? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. On page 14 of policy 5090, and we've had some discussion about this already, we continue to talk about wireless communication devices or cell phones in a way that I think is inconsistent with the damage that they do. We talk about them as a disruption. The phone goes off or the like. It has become crystal clear amongst academics and the research community in advanced economies, including the United States, that cell phones cause mental health illness. They do that by creating addictive apps through primarily social media that encourage people to use cell phones in a way that are destructive to themselves and to other people. I will propose this now. I'll continue to propose this next year. I'll propose it the year after that until I'm not on this board anymore, because Jonathan Haidt's book and all the research is very clear that schools that do bell-to-bell exclusion of cell phones have higher academic performance, higher mental health, greater social and emotional learning. And we treat these cell phones like they might go off and a buzzer interrupts a lecture. And we ask teachers, to my teachers on this board, to police cell phone use when there's no way in heck they can do that. They're busy teaching. They can't see someone under a desk or walking down the hall or at lunch. It's time that Broward County stand up and do the right thing for its students. My recommendation that I'd like to seek consensus on is the second bullet on page 14. Says it's okay to have your cell phone device as long as it's turned off or in the silent mode. Our kids know how to use the cell phone during the silent modes. No one sees it, so I think that on this or placed on silent mode should be struck. I think 3 lines down, the or during lunch should be struck. I think during lunch, kids might want to talk to other kids. And the evidence that's most persuasive to me is that they've surveyed high school students and middle school students in the United States and asked them about bans. What would you think about a bell-to-bell cell phone things? And surprisingly, over 80% support it. They don't want to be on social media during the school day either. Why are they on social media? Because everybody else is. So if you take it away and they're not using it and they're not tempted to use it because people aren't counting clicks throughout the school day, they're able to focus on social emotional learning, academic proficiency, what their teacher's saying, the homework they're supposed to take home, the things that are coming home to their parents and the like. So I just think it's time that we get moving in a policy sense with a bell-to-bell exclusion of cell phone use. Stop asking teachers to do things they cannot do. They cannot police cell phone use. Why did we ever ask them to do that? I don't care if it's in silent mode or off or on. It ought to be zipped up, put away, and then get it at the end of the day. So the evidence on this is just overwhelming. I hope Broward County does that this year. If they don't, we'll look at more evidence and come back and talk about it next year. But this is an opportunity to do the right thing for hundreds of thousands of students and focus them on the things that matter the most. So I would like to strike that, and I think if I write, Chair, if we take out or placed in silent mode or during lunch, what we'll have left is wireless communication devices shall be turned off, kept in an area designated by the teacher during all instructional and class time activities. Use of it during the instructional day only permitted if a teacher says, go get your phone, get it out, I need you to take a picture of this on the chart, I need you to look up something that's related to this specific instruction. Okay, now go put it back. That would be revolutionary. And right now we already say for elementary school it's defined as from beginning bell to the end of the school day. I think it's time that we do that for middle school and high school and save our kids from the tyranny of social media corporations that continue to create things that addict our children, and they don't want to be on it anymore. We can't just fight them through lawsuits. We have to fight them through better policies so that we save our children. Thank you very much, Chair.
Does anybody want to speak on that point? Ms. Fogelnolling?
I do. Thank you very much, Dr. Zeman. I agree with you. And one of the things I did want to mention also is even on the bottom of that, we're talking about headphones, earbuds. If anybody has done any tours in schools, it drives me nuts when they're in the classroom with an earbud in their ear. I don't care if it's one ear. Having a discussion with the class, I had brought that up before, right? What if we took cell phones away? Or what if we took it all together? And of course, some of them were like, no. And I said, well, what do you think? And I pointed to the person with the one earbud, and they said, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm like, exactly. That's exactly my point. So if we really want to get back to being an A district, want our kids learning, our kids focused, I do agree with that. But also at the same time, I want to make sure we make it clear through policy to not put our teachers in harm's way by touching any property of a child, right? We've seen videos, we've seen these things online that teachers say, hey, you know what, I'm going to take your cell phone, don't touch my cell phone, and then you have a student hitting a teacher. I don't want that. So I've seen multiple teachers do it successfully, have it on their walls, they have the little cubby holders, they get the shoe holders, and then the kids put the cell phones in their little cubbies and pick them up as soon as they leave, whatever the case is. But I do want to get our kids to focus again, get off the cell phones, and then also to address cheating, right? Hearing answers through an earbud or on a watch, right? But how far does it go? The wireless, it's on everything. So we do want to address that. I do want to get our kids focused again. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for bringing that up. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. So, although I'm an older teacher, when I was in the classroom, cell phones were just becoming popular. And this has been a policy for a long time in the Broward County Public Schools, and I had a student who was using the phone, and I'm going to say this was probably 20 years ago. I said, you need to give me your phone, and then the policy was you had to take the phone up to the office, which of course you can't do until your lunchtime or in between. So I put it in my bag under my desk so I would know students wouldn't get it. And the student came across my desk to jump in my bag to get it, and there was a scuffle, and first time I ever had to have security in my classroom. So I'm saying that to say there's a concern for teachers on how this gets implemented. Now as I progressed being a teacher, I had a Ziploc bag and a plastic container, and I walked around with it because I was afraid someone would take a phone. I will say a couple of things. Students have burner phones, so they will give you the phone that makes you, know that I learned a lot. There's just a lot of pieces to that. I don't necessarily disagree with what's being proposed, but the implementation of that, I was the teacher in a classroom who thought, why the heck are they making this policy? Like, why did they not know what it was going to put on us as a teacher? So I would hate to do that right now. I think it would make more sense because this is just coming to us now, to maybe loop that idea through some of our committees, to see how, especially teachers and students, to see how we could really implement. I hate making a policy that's just in words and we can't implement it in the classroom, and that happens a lot, which is why as a teacher I'd say, why the heck did they make this policy? So I agree with the sentiment of what it is, but I don't know that today is the right day to just do that. There are a lot of teachers who do have the shoehorn, it has the numbers and they lock it up in their closet. But, from a student perspective, and this is a lot what I hear, and you can jump in and say that, some of it, what if there's an emergency and they need to be able to, unfortunately, we live in a district where it's happened, right? If it's locked behind a door, how are they, or in the office somewhere, how are they going to get to that if they need to tell their parent or someone, I'm okay, or, I'm not okay? Chris didn't answer his phone. So it was important to be able to try to make that connection. So I don't know how I feel about saying you can't have it in your bag off, because it's important that in an emergency only you would have access. So there's lots of pieces to this, but maybe if the student advisor could weigh in a little bit on how you think this could be implemented.
I think a good word to use with this is vulnerability. I feel like a lot of students without their phones, they feel like they've lost a part of themselves. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've walked in the hallway and I've almost bumped into someone because they were on their phone. Even being a student in society now, we revolve around technology. That's all we're doing is forming technology. As technology grows, we grow. It's how it's going to be. I feel like we, in a sense, need to step back from the phones, but that doesn't mean strip them away. I feel like there should be kind of some type of structure, and it's something I can't do. It's something you guys can do. But I can say that students are being affected by the phones, and I've seen it over time from elementary, not having a phone, having just a random weird phone my dad let me borrow, and then getting an iPhone, and then seeing when they would take it away for a test, I would freak out. I'd be like, wait, where's my phone? I need my phone. It was kind of just like a disconnect. So, yeah, I feel like a lot of students are very attached nowadays.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. That's why I think it's important to have a bigger conversation on, we want to do this. I think we would probably all agree we understand that it's important to do it, but how do we do it in a way that's respectful of students, of what parents want? Because do you think the clear backpacks were an issue? Put this policy in place and see how many people are sitting in there because they want their students to have access in case of an emergency. I mean, so I just think it's important to take a step back and be more intentional on how we roll it forward, so it's a policy that we can implement and not cause teachers, because at the end of the day, it's going to cost teachers all of the angst. So how do we do it in a way that's collaborative, that still does what we want it to do? So I don't disagree with what is being proposed. I just don't know that just sticking it in the policy right now is the best way to do it.
Dr. Pepper?
Thank you, Chair. I love this conversation. Thanks for getting our student advisor involved in this, because student voices matter in this topic especially. So this has been some discussion with our team already, and especially in my network of principals that I have across the country that have already implemented just totally no cell phones at all in their schools, and some that are way loose than other school districts and way loose than us when it comes to cell phone use on their campus. So I've discussed some of the challenges that we have in Broward County Public Schools. You're correct. There's going to be a whole bunch of parents out here in the audience if we say absolutely ban cell phones. So as I listen to additional feedback from board members to see how we want to move forward, think about this: airplane mode. It's technically off, but it's easy to turn it back on if there's an because that was the sticking point for me in having that discussion with my principal, my superintendent network. It's like, we can't just abruptly turn them off. We're in a situation where they've experienced the real emergency that nobody else has yet, right? So how does a student have the ability to turn on their phone quickly without restarting up and all that time it takes? How does a parent have that security that they can reach their kid when they notice an emergency at their school, besides what we send out as a dad and as moms and dads here? And the first thing you're going to do is pick up the phone and try and call your child. But think about what you have to do. Mr. Austin brought up the TSA and security. What else do you have to do when you get on an airplane? You have to put your phone in airplane mode. It's technically off the network. It can't be used. Nobody can call you. Nobody can text you. It shouldn't be going off. But in an emergency, you can quickly turn airplane mode off and hop back on the network so your phone could be used in emergency situations. So I'm just throwing it out there as we continue this discussion, but it's been a point of discussion for me with my network, and I know it's been a point of discussion with the staff also to see how we can come to some consensus of how we move forward in the future, because this is a topic that is affecting our students' mental health and increasing some issues in our campuses when it comes to students' inabilities to socialize with each other.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do like the superintendent's suggestion with airplane mode. I do not support no cell phones at all. I would support the phones being turned off. I do support the suggestion by Dr. Zeman, though, to remove the silent mode option that's here. I also understand that it's important for our instructional staff to be able to determine if they want to have the students use the phones for specific instructional purposes. Sometimes it has to do with a child that may have some sort of a learning challenge. Sometimes it has to do with unforeseen circumstances where a child may have broken a writing arm and need to take pictures of the assignments on the board. A teacher can make that discretion, so I wouldn't want to remove that part. The only part that I would certainly agree with is removing placed on silent mode, and I could entertain the idea of airplane mode. Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I was student advisor, actually, I did the unpopular thing when it was speak up and speak out initially, and I actually was in favor of a cell phone ban. I still am, more than 20 plus years later. So Dr. Zeman, I support your view. I could get to a compromise, but I think that's just in me. I don't think that's where we like to start. On the last conversation, we didn't just survey, what's the district term here? Loop to loop to loop, right? We didn't just loop the last conversation where we just landed quickly as a board on a very important policy, right? on metal detectors. We'll come back and figure out the who, but now we want to loop, then loop, then loop on a very key topic that everyone clearly is aware of. So I support the recommendation. Actually, what I would like to see is from wireless all the way to the end, or the parentheses, the period after the citation to statute. Keep that sentence, and then the only sentence that would remain, start with instructional time in the last sentence all the way through school day. That will be my recommended change, because essentially what you're doing in between, you're actually doing what you just said, Dr. Zeman, right? You're operationalizing how to do it, right? And how to, you're giving the opt-out for the teachers right there. That's not what I'm in favor of. So I would support keeping the citation and then instructional all the way through school day. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I like your idea, Dr. Hepburn, about the airplane mode. I'm just not sure of which direction we should take. Do we start with the airplane mode, and if that doesn't work, then we go to consider actually a possible complete ban? Do we start with we're not going to have phones, and then if that works out well, then we go back, we say we can lighten up a little bit, we're going to go to the airplane mode because they've showed how responsible they are. So that's where I stand.
Wait, where are you? Phones on airplane mode?
I like the idea of the airplane mode. I'm just not sure of the process. If we want to start where we have a complete ban on phones, and if that works well, we move into a less restrictive mode of the airplane mode, or if we start in the airplane mode, and the event that fails, then we move into the more restrictive mode.
Okay. So I'm going to weigh in. I don't agree with the recommendation. I think that it's for us to just move forward with this without getting any feedback. I think it's going to be a huge issue, a huge problem. That's why when Board Member Leonardi brought it up the other day, I recommended that she starts it with the Technology Advisory Committee to weigh in on it, and looping it would I think be beneficial. But I think that there could be some starters, right, where I would recommend we eliminate bullet point 3 on page 14 due to safety concerns, personal technology, headphones, earbuds, or other accessories is restricted. I just think that it should be banned, not be able to use it. So I would eliminate that ability. I mean, we're saying, oh, but you can put one of the AirPods in and not the other, right? That's just ridiculous. So my recommendation would be to just eliminate the headphones and the earbuds or whatever accessories. I would be open to the conversation of having bullet point number 2 go back to our committees. I would want to get more student input, talking to our different student advisory groups, government committees, and then also talking to our teachers, right? Because at the end of the day, our teachers are going to be the ones that are going to have to regulate, phones on, off, airplane mode. I mean, that's a big deal. So that's where I stand. Before we go around again, Ms. Leonardi, do you want to weigh in?
I wasn't able to access online, so I wasn't able to hear the
we're talking
conversation.
about, Dr. Zeman made a comment to eliminate cell phone use. I know you brought it up the other day.
Yeah, I mean, I am very strongly in favor of that, but like you said, I think it's really important that we go through the right avenues and, talk to kids, talk to teachers, talk to administrators. I think we need significant community buy-in. I think the data is very clear that it is very unhealthy for kids to have cell phones in schools. I also have like safety logistical questions about it. So I'm in support of it, but I think it needs to be well thought out and well vetted.
Okay, we're going to go around again. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair.
Oh, wait, hold on. Dr. Hepburn wants
I just
to-
want to put this information out there for your consideration as you give consensus on some feedback that this has to come back in the July 23rd meeting because it has to be enacted before the start of the school year. So I know I'm hearing about going out to additional committees and other stakeholder groups. So just keep that in mind as you provide some feedback.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
You know, in the interest of maybe walking before we run a little bit, and given that we have 4 weeks until we come back on July 23rd, and given Superintendent Hepburn's views on airplane mode, I think going into next year we ought to do that now. I think we replace silent mode with airplane mode. We make the changes Mr. Alston recommends to tighten that language up. You guys can do that. And eliminate, to your point, anything in your ear. It's ridiculous that we ever did that. I don't understand how that's consistent with our mission. Our mission is to teach kids, and why would we want half their hearing organ blocked off? And sometimes it's more than one, and it's just the issue. But I want you guys to think about something in terms of the speed with which we do that. 40% of our high school children have a symptom of mental health illness. 20% of our students know how they're going to take their own life. 10% of our students have tried to take their own life, and we know it's related to this awful, insidious thing called social media use, and we're enabling it. And it's time to be the adults in the room. We can loop it all day, but let's do something now. So we're telling the students of Broward County that we care about them. We don't want them to go through mental health crises. And this is something we can do. We can just say, look, if it's in the school, keep it in airplane mode. We'll work out the looping and the advisory committees and staffing, and we'll go look at the research. But the evidence is overwhelming that these devices cause mental health illness. Not correlate with it, they cause it. And the students don't want to have it anymore. Like, what else do you want to hear? 80% of students, when asked if you would be on social media if no one else could be on it, said no. Like, we want to get off the loop, man. Talk about looping. This is a real loop-de-loop. They get on, they count clicks, then they stop, then they get back on. I get it. You think that this is part of your body. It is not. And I want you to know that. I want you to know you can go 6 or 7 hours without a dang phone. We have people taking vacations right now in the United States that are going to silent meditation retreats because they take your phone away. They want a week with no phones. I want that. It's not possible for me right now. But I love it when I put it away, right? Why don't we be the adults in the room and take this first step to ban it bell to bell, except in airplane mode? So for right now, you could run and grab it and turn it on and do anything you need to do for security. But when you think about the security of our kids, isn't their mental health security important? Like, we've got to take some bold steps on this, and I think it's time to do that. So I would put these ideas together and say for July 23rd, what I'd suggest that we say up or down on, you bring back a policy that says airplane mode, bell to bell, only for instructional purposes. So a teacher then has to tell them, now you can take it out. Your arms are broken or whatever. Sorry, Jeff. I thought it was her. She's usually got these great ideas. Dr. Holness had this idea that someone can't write and they need their phone. Okay, you can take it out and take pictures of the books and the things on the board and on the screens and things like that. But other than that, we ought to be doing our kids a favor, mental health favor, big time, and do this through airplane mode now. And if in fact we learn that they really don't like being on these devices all day during a school day so they can focus on each other and focus on their academics, then the next year maybe we come back and just say, look, zip it up, turn it off. We'll have some other ways to deal with security. And by the way, Dr. Hepburn, the superintendents that have done this, that are participating in research projects, are saying that this has universally been a positive thing. They still have to do workarounds for security and instructional purposes and the like, but in terms of increasing academic proficiency, this was a net positive. Big help, though, to their mental health, and that's what's really driving the passion that I have about this change. So that's what I'm proposing, Chair, that we think about. Just this year, starting August 12th, decision July 23rd, did our policy say nothing in your ear? and airplane mode if you have it, and only an instructional person can tell you to go get it and turn it on, not you get it and ask permission.
Mr. O'Donnelly?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Zeman. I appreciate that. Because we talk about these policies, these decisions, I'm glad, Chair, you brought up clear backpacks, right? Uniforms.
Yeah.
This board doesn't have, we don't have it in us to do it.
We do now.
As adults, to make decisions, bold decisions, that are what's important for our kids. We don't have it in us to do it. But I'll tell you who does. Your competition. Because we want to redefine, right? Let me show you St. Thomas that did this policy in 2021. And it says mobile phones, watches, earbuds will be off and away in your lockers during the hours of 8:45 to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 3:23 p.m. Coral Springs Charter. Cell phone usage by students is not permitted in the building. If a student is seen using a cell phone, it will be confiscated and the parent will be required to pick it up. Pinecrest. Phones will be turned off at the beginning of class. Teachers will store students' phones in a bin and it will be monitored during class. Teachers will allow students to use cell phones if instructed during classes. Phones should be returned to students during the last few minutes of class to preserve transition. Those people are bold enough to make the decisions. That's why they continue to choose them to educate our children. That is why we continue to lose in Broward County Public Schools. We keep asking for opinions and people to tell us what to do instead of being the adults in the room, like you said, Dr. Zeman, and do the right thing. That's what's 2021. It is 2024, and we're still asking for things to be looped. That's where I'm at. We continue talking about kids coming back to Broward County. They will not do it. Families will not do it. Because you can't make decisions. We can't. I'll say we, because I'm one of them, right? We can't make decisions. But people are. Education systems are. Those institutions will make decisions of what's best to educate your children, for them to be focused and protect their mental health. St. Thomas wrote that. We care about your education and your mental health. So I wish we would do the same thing. I just wish, like, man, the 6th largest school district cares. Like you said, we care. So I just wish we could make decisions, but I don't see it happening. So I appreciate the gesture, and I appreciate your words. Thank you.
Elena?
Sorry. So I've heard a lot during this discussion, and I take your words because, you know, you guys are, I wouldn't say old, but you're older, so it's good to acknowledge.
They're older, I'm old. It's all
Got
right.
it. But I feel like instead of the word banned, we should really use disconnect. I feel like we're really connected to this ideology that we have to be liked. We have to be liked by society. We have to do what we have to do to get the most likes. I mean, when I ran for student government president, I wasn't liked by a lot of people, but I did what I had to do to get where I wanted to be. So I feel like when it comes to this issue, and I can promise all of you that I will put out a survey. I will try to reach out to as many students as possible. I will work with Landon, even though he's not here. I miss my best friend. And I will get the feedback from students and make sure that students are being heard for the right reason. But it's up to you guys. If you guys feel like it should be banned, you know, what else can we do? We never know until we try it. So I'm always I don't do it until I believe it, or I don't believe it until I see it. So on behalf of that, I'll just make sure you'll get an email from me before July 31st, 23rd. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Sixton?
Thank you. I just want to update something. The latest St. Thomas cell phone policy says cell phones must be turned off and stored during school hours. The only exception would be during the students' lunchtime in the cafeteria, so they do allow them to do that. And any student phone usage during school hours outside of the school's lunch period must be with the dean or administrator, and headphones and earpieces are prohibited. So I would say a couple of things. I think we're all saying we agree that this is an issue and we want to address it. So saying that we are not strong enough or that we don't have the capacity to do it, I think is disingenuous. We're all sitting here saying we will. I think we also all agree that the earbuds, headphones, any of that should be nixed and prohibited. So for sure we can do that. My concern isn't changing the policy. It is changing it in a way that is where teachers can be able to implement it, being a teacher who sat where the board made a policy because they had great intentions, but it didn't translate to that in the classroom, and it made it impossible for us to do. So what I'm asking for in terms of the looping process is to collaborate with students and teachers and community members on how we can best implement this. And I have to say, the whole parent right, how come that only deals with certain things? If we're talking about parental rights, we should be including them in things. So that's what I'm asking for. It isn't whether we will or not allow cell phones. I think we're all saying we believe in that. But to just blanket make it in a policy and not know how to roll it out in a way that makes sense for students and teachers and parents is just causing that policy to fail, and teachers won't implement it. And you'll have a policy that says it has to be on airplane mode, but who's going to check that? It'll be on the teachers to check that. So that's where my concern is. I 100% agree that cell phones are ruining the lives of our students. And some of that is because their parents let them have it. So don't forget about that part. But I think leaving today, we could all agree that we want to get rid of the headphones and the earbuds part. So I don't think any of us were against that. And the point is, how do we make this policy so teachers can implement it in the classroom? Because at the end of the day, that's who's going to have to do it. And just making a blanket statement today, it won't happen. I'm just telling you, there's no way a teacher has the capacity to do that without understanding all of the pieces that go to that. And they'll be just like me, and the kid will be coming across the thing to choke them and grab their cell phone, and then no one will learn anything that day. So that's really the point of why I think it's important to loop it. So thank you.
Okay, anybody new information on this topic?
So, Dr. Hepburn, if I may, just to manage expectation for the group, because I think that they're panicking a little bit. Yes, you are, because the code book typically has to be ready for the start of school. Committees do not meet in the summer, and we're talking about looping. For the most part, our teachers are off calendar, and we're talking about looping. So I just wanted to manage the expectation of this group as it relates to this comes back July 23rd, but there are expectations of the board that they may find challenges with.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, and I guess I should have been clear. It was not my expectation that we ban cell phones in this code of conduct because of what you just outlined, Dr. Wanza. And I do think it's important to, so I hope that, but moving forward, we are starting that process because I know it takes a long time and we want to get valuable input from our stakeholders. There have been studies done that students actually have offered to pay for everyone to get off social media. So I think that's, to Dr. Zeman's point, it's not that just that they, don't want the cell phones, they would actually pay us to do that. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but I think it just
I'm sorry, Ms.
speaks
Leonard,
to,
repeat that?
Students would pay us. It's an amazing.
but I think it speaks to the strength of the data. I want to reiterate something that Ms. Hickson said. The idea that we don't have it in us to do this is just not factual. I think we are all on the same page when it comes to our kids and their mental health. I completely agree with everything Dr. Zeman said. But like I said earlier today, our stakeholders see things and they understand how things play out in ways that we cannot. And I was in the classroom when the board made some top-down decisions, and it just didn't work out the way, in theory, we think it will. So that is why it's very important that we do include students, we include our employees, we include parents in this process, because like Ms. Hickson said, if we just, do it and see how it rolls out, it's not going to roll out. I saw that with IDs, right? We required IDs for a long time, but they weren't actually enforced because there was no real rollout of it. So that's why I think it's very, very important that we include our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, something new?
Kinda, maybe more of a question. Yes, unless you're about to go around.
I still needed to weigh in on the comment on the item. So my comments on page 2. The responsibilities of parents and guardians, bullet point number 1, it says read the code of student conduct. what I wanted to ask the superintendent, is it possible there could be a video that the parent could watch of, you know, because I think it's not, the reality is parents aren't reading the student code of conduct. However, but if you're working out and I could watch a video of someone, you know, reading like a podcast, right, the student code of conduct, I think you might get a lot more buy-in of people actually getting the information of the code of student conduct.
Absolutely. We work with the comms team to make that happen.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. And then on page 4, number 2, so a couple of comments. Oh, geez, this one. School safety. It's the policy 5090. Okay, so page 4, under an A, school safety number 2. So Safer Watch is one word. You have as 2 words. And then I would quote the law in that first sentence instead of kind of, you know, what you said is factually true, but quote the law. And then again, Safer Watch is one word. And then I was wondering if we could incorporate something where all staff will log in to Alyssa's Alert on all district-owned devices. Because there's an issue right now that everybody has Alyssa's Alert on their computers, but they're not logging in. So they have to do an initial login to be logged into Alyssa's Alert. So if they have to push their panic button, they're already logged in. But if they never initially log in, then they would have to do that. But in an emergency situation, they're not going to have time to do that. And then is there an ability to maybe work with Mr. Alberti to somehow put language in there to use Alyssa's Alert in training mode in our monthly drills? And then I just wanted to mention, I know we were talking about attendance somewhere in the policy. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School did the 10-10 rule. So I know Dr. Hepburn and staff they're looking into maybe incorporating that in all of our high schools. But MSD, their test scores went up tremendously and their student attendance went up. So it was a complete win-win. Even though it was a tough rollout for us, probably the parents more than the students to get used to, but 10-10-10, please look into it. Thank you. Anybody else on this topic, on this item? Where did we land? Actually, Dr. Hepburn, can staff repeat back where they think we landed?
Ms. Washington?
I'm going to give it my best shot. So in the mental health allocation area, make sure that we add reference to the district mental health coordinator. Include the interventions we do at secondary schools for BTIP. Address the needs of ESE students or eligibility of ESE students in interscholastic sports and other extracurricular activities. Make the discipline matrix more user-friendly. I'm going to go through. I thought we addressed all of the consequences where there was the second consequences was the second consequence was less than the first. I thought we caught all those, but I've heard it a couple times, so maybe we didn't. I will go back and double check that. Make sure that we communicate the discipline matrix to all employees and teachers, that they understand that. Potentially creating a PowerPoint deck that could be used in the faculty meeting regarding the discipline matrix. Make sure that we're addressing, well, I'll get back to cell phones. Make sure that the social media references in the policy are in alignment with the new legislation regarding the age of students. Just to Board Member Pham's point, the Hope Scholarship was not eliminated from the policy. What's eliminated in the Hope Scholarship section of it was to align it to updates to legislation this year, so that it directly aligns to the new legislation for the Hope Scholarship, because it's encompassed under all of the school choice options under the voucher program. So what was omitted is what was omitted in the law. Then we got into the cell phone discussion. And what I took away from that consensus, I believe, from the board is to remove headphones and other accessories from the policy. That phones should be off in an airplane mode. And the one question I do have, I think I heard it on both sides, that some agree that teachers should be able to direct the usage of them during class time, and others felt like they should just be off and away. So that's the one that I'm not really sure about. And then also the final thing is that we loop the implementation of a potential, like taking the cell phones away, not necessarily the policy of taking them away, but how would it roll out. So I think, and then the making a video of the code book, where I've started working with my team on making it like short clips, even like this section, try to get it as like a 2.5 minute clip so that they don't have to read through it and they can go through the different sections. I will go through the entire policy and make sure I change all the Safer Watch to being one word, quoting Alyssa's law, adding to the responsibilities of staff and district staff, that they must log into Alyssa's alert on all their devices, taking a look at the attendance, the 10-10-10 at MSD, and seeing if that can be incorporated, and then also looking at the monthly drills. I don't know if I'll look where in the code of student conduct that might be, but that might be more of an employee type thing.
And then the elimination of the earbuds, headphones.
Yeah.
Okay, got that.
Madam Chair, point of
Just wanted
clarification.
to address that. I don't think we just want you to eliminate the section. I think what we want the policy to say is they're not allowed to wear headphones or earbuds.
Right.
So I don't want you to, because it sounded like you were just, and you know, I just would say also about the airplane mode, as a future discussion, or to the superintendent, as a teacher, that needs to be kind of explained. Who's going to make sure it's, and if it's not on airplane mode, what happens? Because I don't disagree. I appreciate what you're saying, but I just know that that's going to be a huge issue for teachers, only because they won't understand who's supposed to be making sure it's on airplane mode, and what happens if the phone goes off because it's not. What are they supposed to do? So that's probably more in the discipline matrix part of it, but I don't want to just disregard that, because I know teachers are listening thinking, how am I supposed to do this? So thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah, thank you. Point of clarification. Ms. Washington, I just wanted to say that, to save you a lot of time, if you look on page 18, it says first offense procedures 1A and B, and you're talking about second exposure with the minimum being lesser than the initial.
Which policy are you in? I'm sorry.
It says, it's on page 18.
Of which policy, 5090 or 5100?
I'm on the discipline policy, suspension and expulsion.
Okay. Page
And if you
18.
look on the first offense procedures, number 1, A and B. Oh, wait, that's two
So
different.
it's a
Oh,
different
that's-
population of students.
It's for a different grade, but the higher grade is less 4 days suspension when the younger students are 6 days.
So it's not less of a consequence. It's if they're an elementary age student and they engage in substance abuse counseling, it will waive 6 days of the suspension, whereas in secondary it will only waive 4. So it's not that it's less of a consequence. Both are 10 days. But it will waive more days at the elementary level. They're younger. They're engaging in the counseling component. Whereas in secondary, it's only going to waive 4 days of the 10-day suspension. So it's actually not less of a consequence. It's an opportunity to send an elementary school student back to school sooner. So it's not like on the first time you do this and on the second time you do that. It's 2 different age groups of kids. And based on the intervention that's put in place, there's a difference in when they can return to a traditional school.
All right, thank you for the clarification. And one last thing, Chair, to Dr. Hepburn, Just so you realize with the airplane mode, if you have a music library already downloaded, you can still play music and everything. You're not excluded from getting that. So you can't get it over the internet, but you can already have it on your phone.
You won't
Thank
get
you,
it
Mr.
on your
Alston.
earbuds.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. So have we landed on? So we've landed on eliminating bullet number 3 on page 14, right? And adding the band. So that was kind of your point. But I think staff just alluded to the reference of personal wireless communication devices used during the instructional day is only permitted under the direction of the teacher. We have not landed on that sentence. So it was my recommendation that we remove that sentence. To your point, Ms. Hickson, because I'm trying to remove areas for the teachers to still be involved, right? So we're in a gray area right now, right? So I get we've landed on some compromise around airplane mode, right? But this essentially is what we're creating, a gray area. So either we do a full ban, which is kind of what you propose, which I know the board is not there yet today. But because we're in airplane mode, I'm going to call it meeting in the middle. That's unfortunately what we're dealing with.
Just as a point of clarification, as a teacher, I used to use Kahoot as a review, and you have to use the phone for that, to do that. So I think when it's saying instructional use, there are times when a teacher will allow the students to use the phone because they're using an app that is instructional. So that's what I understand, where it says the teacher would tell them for instructional purposes, you can use your phone for this, but that would be, so if you eliminate that, you're going to take out some of the curriculum piece that a lot of teachers use to engage the students, because they beg me to use Kahoot all the time. So,
And to be honest, just
I'll go with
what Ms. Washington said, I think is the way I described. I think it's a lot more than a compromise, though. Airplane mode is not using your phone. No earbuds means you're not listening to anything. This is a big change for Broward County School, and I look forward to learning more about how to implement it well next year. But this is a big change because you cannot use your phone if it's in airplane mode. It's almost off.
What about, this is when you're in the airplane, when it's on airplane mode, you can also access Wi-Fi, right? I think you can. It's
correct.
It's an IT question. I think no, right? So that's why you're still in this gray area. Tell me.
But you're on the district's Wi-Fi.
Okay, so now let's talk about district Wi-Fi. So on district Wi-Fi, you can access, like right now, I don't think I'm connected, but I can access any website. Is that correct?
No.
No.
No, they have blocks. They have filters.
Mr. Bradford, if you can clarify what is accessible on the district Wi-Fi, and for a student, how do they access district Wi-Fi?
Good afternoon. It's Matthew Bradford, Task Assigned Chief Information Officer. You can't just get to every site, right? We have security in place that blocks certain sites. We can get that list for you if you need to follow up. TikTok, for one, you should not be able to access TikTok, right? So we do, block sites. We'll get that list for you if you need it, but it's not just wide open. They could just randomly be used. I don't know.
So could you clarify for how does a student log into Wi-Fi? Do they put in their, like for us, we put in our personnel number and our password, and then we can get on the Wi-Fi. For students, how do they access it? And then are there specific things that are blocked just for students versus staff?
1 second. Manny, do you want to take that?
Well, I guess the mic is off. Mic on? Oh, there we go. Thank you for that question. As far as student profiles and Wi-Fi, there's different profiles for Wi-Fi. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Manny Castañeda, Executive Director, IT Operations. There are different profiles for Wi-Fi access and for the different access points that are, or SSIDs that are available.
Can you lean into the mic so we can all hear you? Just get closer to the mic.
Eat the mic.
Eat the mic. Very good. There's different profiles that are used to provision and allow access to websites, and student profiles are significantly restricted in what sites they can access when they access these Wi-Fi profiles, whereas employee accounts are not as restricted. So you do have some variation on what sites they can access.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. We're all good? Thank you very much. Mr. Roganoli?
Yes, very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Just another question of when it came to airplane mode. Like we said, there's burner phones that a kid would use. And I'm sorry to give the cheat code to the kids. So one kid would be able to put a hotspot and put the phone in the corner somewhere and hide it away, and everybody would be able to connect, correct?
Let me tell you, as a former middle school and high school principal, the kids are always a couple of steps ahead of us.
Yeah. They're creative.
Yes. So if they want to put that much energy and will into figuring out, they will.
Oh, they will.
To the point I've experienced as a principal where there's other sites out there that teach kids how to get around our firewalls. All right. So this will help us with a large number of students, but there's always going to be that small percentage that put their time and effort. That'll probably be a potential cybersecurity CEO later on in life because of the things that they're learning how to do here.
That's right.
Yes.
And I know there's a lot of holes in airplane mode. That's why I say the safeguard is to turn it off. So thank you again.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we're going to take 6 and 7 together. Fiscal year 2024, 2025, budget workshop number 6, and number 7, employee supplements. We're going to do public comment, and
Chair,
staff can get
just
their
a
space.
point of order. Do you still intend to be done by 5 o'clock?
4:25. No. Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, public speaker. Lisa Maxwell. You have to get real close. Microphone. Try again. Yeah, just get closer.
It's not on.
Oh. Mr. Sullivan, microphone.
Come on, you have a loud voice, Lisa. No. We're working on it. You want to use this one? Ellie?
There. Okay. My name is Lisa Maxwell. I'm here representing the Broward Principals and Assistants Association. I am not a lobbyist. I want to convey to the board, if I may, the dismay over the fact that the referendum dollars for principals and assistant principals remains a mystery even as we speak. We are very hopeful that perhaps today, as a part of this budget discussion, you'll have a robust discussion about it. But 5.5% salary decreases is facing every principal and assistant principal in this district right now. Next month, the supplements start up again. So the families deserve to know, are they going to have 5.5% less pay? And is that something you really want to do to your academic leaders? It's a question. And they deserve an answer, and they deserve an answer now. I get it, the charter school issue came, but that's gone now. You resolved that at the last board meeting. And we should have a discussion today about what's going to happen moving forward and what these families can expect. That is an imperative. Additionally, there was discussion about trying to rectify the inequity in the raises versus the bonus that they receive for the coming year. We'd really like to have that issue resolved. And I just want to point out on slide 23, and I brought this to the attention of staff, this is an FDLE slide. I'm not sure why we're using FDLE data because it's really not correct. If you go to the midpoint of the teacher salary schedule, it's $60,000. But this is also misleading because people on this schedule are not all on the same calendars, and that makes a big difference. If I'm a teacher working 10 months and I'm making $60,000, that's the equivalent of $72,000 to someone working on a 12-month calendar. And when you add the supplements and everything else on top of that, trust me when I tell you, they are making more than APs in this district. That's what's happening right now. This issue has to be resolved. I have principals calling me who have not said this to me ever, that they're looking in Palm Beach County. They're looking at Dade to go because they know how to treat their principals and assistant principals. This county seems to have lost track of that. And at a point in time when test scores are going up, you're about to have a banner celebration for school grades. That was because of the hard work, yes, of the teachers, but that doesn't get done without the academic leaders in these schools. Trust me when I tell you. So please, have a discussion today. Let's get this issue resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Mohorn. Vicente Thrower. Desiree Grooms. Okay. Dr. Hepburn.
At this time, we'll be prepared to take board questions. Ms. Matawala and staff.
Mr. Alston.
Sure. I like that. So no presentation. Good information, by the way. I think we've all gone through it. Let me start off because there's someone who's not sitting at the table. Ms. Marte, I thought that you would also be over there, but I can't see you. And I believe, and I'm not looking at the date, but this is your final workshop, potential board meeting. Oh, final day. Yeah, okay, final day. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for your leadership. And thank you for answering all of my tough questions and probably all the tough questions from the board. So sorry that my back is here, but I just wanted to go on the record and first say thank you for being a strong leader for the district. So now, Madam CFO and team, let me jump straight to some questions. I'm going to jump to the back of the presentation first. So I appreciate, so I'm on slide 43, and it's probably more comms because I'm going to start from the marketing effort. So I appreciate the $1 million effort. You are absolutely correct. MDCPS, we all hear their ads on different stations and all the above. So I appreciate BCPS having our own approach to it. The one thing that's missing, which I like to add without objection, is a targeted focus as a minority, strong, heavy district. That's missing here. So whether those are the newspapers, clearly I see radio, but that's not here. That was also a similar criticism from before. So I'm not going to spell out newspapers and radio. You all know that. And I'm not sure if even 1 million is the right number. I was actually going to offer another number because I know we are, at least I'm ready to talk about a part of the $100 million effort on what can come off the table. So I was ready to do that. I'm not sure if other board members will be ready for that. But I think that what's proposed is solid, but I just want to make sure that we add that to it. So if that means adding another, I'm making up a number, 200,000 to get that, I'm fine with that. All right? So now I'm going to go backwards to slide 34. So, and I know that the first conversation, at least I got the board to move to the 5%. I know there's another board member who's going to probably raise pulling some money from a different place. But my question is, the 27.3 million, that number, are you looking for the board to give you an answer? Because I know there are several questions in here on how to get to 27.3 million. Or is the intent of the slide to say, here is what we need to do? What are you anticipating from the board today?
Dr. Hepburn.
The intent of that specific slide is just to inform the board that this is what it takes for us to get there. And as a team, we'll work to get there. We'll realize some cuts and some tough decisions to get there.
So you don't need any additional action by the board. You will get to the 5% because we've already voted and given direction.
Correct.
Okay.
We wanted to ensure that the board understands the amount of money to get us to that 5%.
Great. And actually, interesting enough, and I just heard one of the public comments on slide 23. So I know that these are, and some of these were alarming, positively alarming to me, because I didn't look at it in this way. Do we share with the public, and again, whether this is the right data point or if there's a different data point, do we share with the public, or have we shared probably in the past, where we as a district compare to the state averages, where we compare to the tri-county districts and other similar sized districts? Have we shared this in this way?
For current, no, but I can't speak for past. I'll turn it over to Ms. Matawala and team.
Ira Motivala, Associate Superintendent of Finance. To my knowledge, we have not provided this slide or any comparative data with the state in the past. So this was our first attempt, and I think it's good data and also reflects the board's commitment to provide raises for all employees. And again, it's just base salary, it's average. It doesn't include fringe and supplements.
Right.
I think HR has provided some comparisons, but I don't think it included the state average.
Okay, let me keep going. So I want to combine my slides 22 and 25. So I think I asked the question before about the FRS reclassification for, is it cabinet and above or senior staff? I don't know what you call it.
It was executive cabinet.
Executive cabinet, okay. Along with the board's desire to do more for all employee groups, if the board says, yes, we want to do more for all employee groups, and you've given us a menu of $100 million, along with another pot of money that I believe one board member may want to touch, how do we get there today?
So I think as we go, or whoever brings up the review of those specific slides for the $100 million and really have a discussion around that, the $100 million is a discussion point, not so much of a recommendation, so the board understands what cuts could be realized and what cuts, if they are realized, what impacts do they have on this system as a district in its entirety.
Right.
So,
but to that point, because I think I asked for the $100 million in cuts, and the board, I think, accepted. So let's assume I want to start. Is the intent you want, if there is consensus today, you will accept that as direction for the next budget cycle in these areas?
yes, depend on what's actually consensus for what specific items.
Okay.
Because I'll provide some additional feedback myself, just to ensure that the board is well informed of how that impacts this system moving forward.
All right. Well, then I will pause because I'm ready to make some reductions because I believe that it is more than needed, A. B, I'm ready to talk about additional compensation for all employees if we can, B. And then I heard the comment also from the public around the referendum dollars and, kind of what we do overall. My assumption is that's a separate conversation than what I'm referring to, correct, CFO?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. When do we get to that conversation on the referendum impacts? I know we've talked before,
We're hoping over the summer.
Got it. So the referendum conversation for principals, APs, et cetera, others, is not today.
Not today.
And why is that not today?
Because there's some decisions that need to be made by the board, and we're waiting on information from closing out the year.
Got it. Okay. All right, Madam Chair, how do you want to handle the reduction round? There are different questions in here, so I don't know who want to handle it, and I'm ready to do that.
Yeah, I would just
You want me
say,
to wait?
just go with what you have, and every board member could do that.
Yeah, but then there were, folks like to react to me, so you know what? I'll wait. I'll react to other people this time. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Hickson?
I keep forgetting that we turned it off. Okay, sorry. Okay, we're doing both?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So on the budget, can you hear me? It feels like you can't hear me. On pages 7 and 8, my question for that is, how does redefining align with a facilities condition assessment that's going to take 18 to 24 months and planning projects over 5 years?
Dr. Hepburn?
So the redefining, what we're trying to accomplish is have the vendor that is going to do the facilities condition assessment start with the schools that, based on our metrics, that need to be addressed, and then they can go work on the other schools. So we should have some robust information to inform our redefining process. about how much money it may potentially take to recondition a facility, renovate a facility, or if a building just needs to be torn down, what would that cost to rebuild, some information, so we can make some informed decisions as we move forward with redefining.
Okay, great, thank you. On page 13, first I want to say thank you for adding Margate Middle School's cafeteria. I appreciate that. What was also missing from the email and discussion that I got from Ms. Chupkowski, which I forwarded to Ms. Paul, is also when we're talking about covered walkways, Quiet Waters was supposed to, for their car loop, was also supposed to be added to the DEFP, which is a new one. So what I noticed is the walkways that we have in the DEFP are kind of replacements for ones that are there, but there aren't any discussions on where new ones should go, or that's what it appeared to me when we were looking there. So Quiet Waters is one of those where they have requested and sent a ton of pictures and a conversation about the walkway for their car loop. So that was on page 13. So on the also on page 13, we added 8 schools. So let me go back to their page 13, not 18. I'm sorry. That's not even the right one. Sorry, I think this is in a different spot. Sorry. I'll go back to that because I don't know what I was looking for. But we had 8 schools that we added to the DEFP for covered walkways in 2023, but we didn't add any additional for this year. So I'm just wondering, I thought we were going to add those covered walkways each year, like to the new additional year on the DEFP. So that's why what my question is, I didn't see Quiet Waters or any other school really added. I thought we were going to continue to add them. So I don't know where we stand with that. On page 15, my question is how many schools still need intercoms?
Mr. Bradford and Mr. Alberti, Chief Alberti, both of you guys can chime in on the amount of schools that still need an upgrade on the intercoms.
Good afternoon. So currently, the project is ongoing. We have a vendor, Roland Borg, that is working to get the upgrades on some of these intercom systems as well as audio enhancement. I know for audio enhancement, we have 26 sites that are going, in addition to the 4 DHH sites. For the other projects, I don't have the numbers on top of my head, but if you give me a few minutes, I'll be able to pull that up for you if you need to get that information.
Well,
unless, Matt, you have that information.
It can be a follow-up, but there is some discussion and concern about, and it was in an audit committee, if I'm not mistaken, the discussion about schools not having the needed intercoms that they need and where we sit with that. So if you could just maybe send us an email with an updated information on that, that would be great. I
just want to address that. So all of our schools have operable fire alarms and operable intercom systems. I just want the board and the public to be clear. This concern is more about upgrading the intercoms so we can work differently with when a fire alarm goes off, so the intercom can actually be used during that time to alert students and staff if they need this to stay put where they are instead of evacuating. But the intercom and the fire alarms are working. We're just upgrading multiple systems to increase its ability.
Okay, great. And you'll update us on how many are still in the process?
We'll provide a follow-up.
Okay. So on page 23, seems to be a popular page, our public speaker asked a question, and I'm just going to ask again. How are these numbers calculated? Because we did also hear this when we put out something to say what the average salary of a teacher was when we were doing our increases, and we got back a ton of emails that said, where did they get this number from? Because it's not even close. So where why are we using this specifically? Did we not calculate, like, based on what we know teachers are making, what their average is, or how did we come to this page?
Ms. Montuala?
This page was only for informational purposes because we have never presented a comparison to Florida Department of Education because they do publish the average salaries across the state for all school districts, and this was just a comparison to show where Broward stands. And as you can see in every category, pretty much we are higher than the state average. But again, as I mentioned before, this is just, base pay, doesn't include fringe and supplements.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I'll say it is nice to see we're higher than Florida, but it is not enough, as we all know, and we'll continue to work to increase that. On page 35, sorry. Since this is a page that says it's additional revenue, so on the top it says estimated additional revenue, but after the first one, all of them are in parentheses, which would indicate it's actually a decrease, not an increase, so it's a little confusing. If we have additional revenue, why is it less money?
This is the same information we have presented before, and it's the net at the bottom. It's an additional revenue. So even though we got additional funding, we still have to account for the Family Empowerment Scholarship and charter schools and other buckets of money. And after you deduct all of those categories, there is a net increase, a net additional revenue of 9.4.
And I appreciate you saying that because we keep hearing from people how much more money we're getting, and it looks like a big number until you look at how that gets chipped away. And although the state may have given us $145.8 million as additional revenue, what we actually are seeing as useful money is $9.4 million. That's
Correct.
a huge difference between the two, and I don't think people understand that difference, so I appreciate you explaining that. And one more question on budget, and then I have a question on supplement. So I appreciate all of this information, but it's really generic, and it's very hard when we're going to look at where we get to extra money when we don't see them as true line items. So do we, and we haven't seen it, I've asked the same question every time we've had a discussion, so we're not going to see those line items until the bigger meeting, I guess, we have in July, but it's difficult for us to look at what's here and understand how money's actually being spent when we're just looking at big generic categories with hundreds of millions of dollars in it as opposed to more specific ones. So it's frustrating to me because then we'll get a big book that has every little line item that we haven't seen until we get that big book. As we move forward in doing this different, I think it's important that as this information comes to us, whether it's in an appendix or something additional besides the PowerPoint, to give us some better information like central office, eliminating, well, that's not what I wanted to say, but I'm looking at the wrong thing. But if we looked at something to say, okay, central, we're spending $5 million on central office. What the heck does that mean? Does it mean how many clerical positions? How many, is it supplies? Is it travel things? What does that number mean? Because just giving it to as a bucket doesn't really help us to see how that money's being spent. So it's concerning to me to look at it that way, and we'll go through all those little teeny tiny lines that you send us in the big book next month. But I just wanted to give my 2 cents on that. My last thing is on supplements. So kind of the same idea. So it was kind of interesting to me to look at this because when we look at supplements, let me click on there, sorry. This is not very comprehensive, and I appreciate your bringing it forward because I've been asking for it for a long time. But if we look on page 6, types of supplements, athletics specific specific extra pay period, specific national, at least those are more non-specific. What does that mean? What are those? And then when we look at supplement stipends by district, it has football coach, track, department chair, band director, and you can see there. But there's probably at least 50 other positions that are on here. So I thought we were going to have an honest discussion about what the supplements are for all the supplements that we have, and what does it look like if we're going to be able to increase it, because they have not had an increase in supplements since I started teaching, and this is my 35th year in the district. So, and as you can see there, what we pay is much less than they pay in other places. So this is an important conversation, and not to be able to have, there's an assistant football coach, there's a swim coach, there's a water polo coach, there's a debate coach, there's all of these other things. How are we really going to have a conversation on how we increase that if we're just looking at smatterings of what this is, and then specific? What is, specific? We only pay $708,000 in specific supplements. That doesn't seem like a lot. What does that mean? So it's very, very frustrating to be able to have a conversation when I don't have all the information. So I hope that's going to come through in the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Let me just share a few thoughts as we work through this. The very first one is really about capital in general, our DEFP budget. On pages 8, particularly on page 8, we talk about our outreach to understanding what our requirement is. And we know that we're underinformed due to a lack of facility needs assessment. We don't know that in particular. But we also don't know is kind of the general participation in identifying requirements for this budget. I, for one, am not satisfied that this process gets us where we want to go, nor does it inform us as a board, nor allow us to make the decisions we need to make. What happens is this process happens, and it's almost like we miss kind of the rich details about what was not funded, what was not even submitted by people. What we get is kind of a list as a de facto list, and I think that this board is matured to the point where we'd like to see more rigor in this process. In particular, it's important to understand, like we tried to, Chair, on the playground issue, what's the whole requirement? What's a projection of private funding versus government funding? What do we think we can raise with municipalities and other funders? And then how many years do we want to take to kind of work through that backlog? That's a kind of mature conversation. This conversation is, here's a shopping list that the staff's pulled together, and we don't know how to represent that back to our communities. Are we on the path of getting better or getting worse in capital? I have colleagues that point out that we're $6 billion behind in capital expenditures. And with $500 million of new money, $600 million per year, it seems like we're never going to catch up, right? I mean, that's just a lot of money. That's 10 years of funding if the facilities don't degrade. But we know over the 10 years the facilities are going to degrade, right? So I'm having trouble kind of communicating the decisions here to the people of Broward County because there's just not a requirement or sufficient information to really talk about it. Now, having said that, there's a lot of greatness in the capital budget, in the proposals. I don't think there's anything that hasn't been well constructed and well created as a way to spend money. It clearly has high ROI. But where I run into trouble is in the next test, which is this our highest priority? And I challenge any of my colleagues to say this is our highest priority. Because you don't know. We don't know. We don't know what our facilities needs looks like, right? And so until you have a shopping list to choose from, you can't really justify the next level. So next year, I want to make sure that we can say that to Broward County or to any district group or to any residents as we're spending their $6.1 billion, that we know what the priorities are and we went right to the top. It eliminates questions about racism, about ethnic disparities, about I-95 or 595 or Sawgrass Expressway. You know, I don't have any kind of compelling argument against that because we don't go through a process that allows us to rack and stack priorities top to bottom. And like with the playgrounds chair, these data are discoverable. I think in one email to 206 principals, we could have a damn good database about our playground conditions, and we don't do that. But we ought to do the best job that we can so that we can communicate well. On page 21, I just reject the premise of this question. If we wanted to treat every employee the same, we'd all start at $53,000. If we wanted to treat every employee the same, the average supplement is $1,278.12. We'd pay everybody the same for every supplement. We don't do it in starting pay. We don't do it in benefits. We don't do it in retirement. We don't do it in supplementals and other special pays and overtimes. We have to figure out how to spend our money to deliver on our strategic goals. And that means some people, remember SLPs? We had them come sit in our room, and they made a compelling case that said they're not going to stay anymore, and we're going to have to hire very expensive contracted out SLPs if we don't make some salary adjustments. The board was compelled to do that, and amazingly, those people decided to stay because we showed them some love through additional pay. So I don't think that the question of how do you give everyone the same amount of money is interesting to me. What's interesting is how do we get to be an A district, and then once we're at an A district, how do we achieve every kid's potential in Broward County? And I think that's by looking at every individual occupation and trying to make sure that we pay them the appropriate amount every year in order to get the staff together, the dream staff, that delivers high returns. On page 23, you present some information that, maybe to Mrs. Hickson's quick point, I don't think is particularly relevant. You know, Polk County is not Broward County. And not that I don't love Polk County, but I can buy 7 houses in Polk County for 1 house in Broward County. And so why are we looking at data about related to this? If it was Palm Beach and Miami, maybe even Hillsborough and Orange-ish, I could see those comparisons being interesting, particularly Palm Beach and Miami-Dade, because our employees can leave. So I don't find comparisons like state things particularly compelling. On page 27, there's $100 million. I'm going to join one of my colleagues and say, nice start. 1.6% of the budget moving. That's not heroic. That's just kind of a nice beginning. We got real compelling needs in Broward County. We got to pay people well so that they can stay and live here, number one. 2, we have some fundamental things that we have to pay for if we're going to achieve our strategic goals. And so I like virtually all of these things, and I look forward to hearing more. Conspicuously absent on this list, Mr. Superintendent, is the delayering of management. I'll continue to pound the table. Can anyone else in this room point to an organization that has 4 levels of management between him and the people who produce our output? Tell me the difference between what a regional superintendent and a director does. I've asked everybody I can talk to about that, and they say, oh, they do the same thing. It just depends who's available. Okay, well, then we don't need both of those. Pick one, and let's move on. We need the money to be spent where we have strategic goals and where we can apply levers and get things done. One of those layers would save us $13 million. I'll add it to the list, and I'll see where that goes as well. Lastly, on page 35, someone please tell me how $112 million became $12.8 million. Because what I get beat up about is the state budget reportedly gave an extra $1.2 billion for teacher pay raises. And what I think being empowered to say is that may be interesting on a budget slide, but in reality, after the third calc, that really only gives us only 10% of that, 12.8. So can I just get a technical explanation of that line on page 35? How did we go from 112 to $12 million for teacher salary increase allocation?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Matawala.
That was just the change from year to year.
So my friends at the Florida Department of Education say they've given us another $112 million for TSIA. Did they also take away the $90 million in the third calc of last year, so the net increase is only $12 million?
A portion of it is also shared with the charter schools and the FES as well. So we have to deduct that.
But the
too.
bulk of it is the third calc, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we square that circle? Like, how do we kind of make sure that the communication is clear that the state gave us money, but they just took a whole bunch of money away, and the net is really only 10% of what they're saying that they gave us?
So we could do that for the next presentation and show you the breakdown of that.
I'd appreciate that. It's a big deal. I mean, and you know, I will tell you that the State Department of Education over the past 4 years has treated education very well at the bottom line. We've seen significant increases in education budgets. What's missing from that sometimes, though, is what are the other things that happen? Not cost of living increases, but where else did they take money at the end of the previous year so that the increases that come through may be a little bit of ghosting? And if there is ghosting going on, I want to explain it to people so they really understand how much increased revenue we have. We have real bills to pay this year. And this $100 million list is going to be an interesting, is going to inform a very interesting conversation. And I look forward to doing more of that on July 23rd.
Else? Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow. I've heard a lot today, and I'm really appreciative that everyone took the time to go through these budget numbers. One of the things I want to say, though, is I'm really concerned about the principals, since we did not give them the same amount or even more than the teachers got in their increase. And the reason why I'm saying that, and we all know it here, it starts at the top with leadership and it flows down. So they're the ones that are the captains of the ship. So they must be compensated. They cannot feel undervalued, and we cannot afford to lose them. Did you see how much they're earning in Palm Beach? So just compare the supplements. You can see there's the difference in the salaries. So we need to address that. We need to address it as soon as possible. I would also agree with Dr. Zeman that we have to cut the middle of the fat. We have to cut the bubble from the middle. And there's just too much there. We don't need all that. And people are going to have to consolidate and step up and really carry their own weight. So I would agree that if we start in the middle, that's the best area, and work from there, and we can save some dollars there. Some of the other things I wanted to bring back on a personal note is, one is the turfs. I know you've heard me talk about the turfs over the last 2 weeks, but one of the things I'm bringing that back next week is because it was represented that some of the schools make income from renting the property that has the turf. I want to make sure that that money, because we don't have a policy on it, that money comes back to the school district. And then what we do is we keep it on in fund, because according to this page 16, there's going to be $33.8 million used for turf over the next 5 years. That we put that into a fund to go through the other schools, any revenue that's generated, and that will offset the amount for the other schools. And then we continue that fund, and that fund will be used to maintain all the turf fields. So if there's extra revenue coming in, that shouldn't be a windfall to the school where the turf is gone. The windfall is getting the turf itself. So we need that revenue. So I'm going to come back with a motion on that, as I said, in a week. In addition, one of the things that I brought up several times is the supplements that we don't have for academics. And I want to go over this because I think this should be, and if they can take a picture of this. I have a school that has won, it's Nova Middle School, and their law students have won the mock congressional hearing national invitational championship for the last 2 years. This is middle school, and these are kids taking law classes. Okay, so this cost to even go to this championship is more than $60,000 that they have to come up with. And we need to fund these people. We need to fund these students. The teacher right now is Kristen Murphy, and she's teaching this at middle school level. However, she's also been asked to take on the high school level, so she's going to teach the same class at Nova High School. At this point in time, she gets no supplement. She spends just as much time as the athletic coaches. She's there every day with the students working, and she works on her weekends, and she's also a Florida licensed practicing attorney. So she should be compensated. I'd like to add this to the special category for supplements and any others where we have people that are putting together academic programs and they're succeeding. Especially, I think we should also include when we have a team that becomes the champion, it's so important that they return to that championship. And we should absorb the cost for those teams going. And if a team gets there on a national level and wins, we should be reimbursing them the cost to get there. So at this point in time, they don't know how they're going to get there for the third year, but how can they not go when they beat every other state in this country in a legal competition? So I think they've earned their due. So I want the board to think about that when we come for the board hearing and putting in additional supplements where they're warranted and reward the academics. We keep saying we're going to go be A schools. Here's a woman who's getting A schools for us. People want to go to Nova Middle because she's there teaching these law courses. They actually did a mock bar exam, which that's a test you have to take after your 3 years of law school to see if you pass and you can practice law in that state. And they passed, more than 90% passed. These are students that would never have the experience or the opportunity to do anything legal. And they're coming from all over the county. This is an open choice school. All over the county. We have to keep these doors going. We have to go keep that feeder going so we can take these young students and continue with this profession. So anyway, I just wanted to go over that as far as with the budget. We have to cut the budget, no question, but there's certain areas also we have to redistribute the budget, and other areas we're going to have to add to the budget. So keep that in mind. We've got to reward the winners. Thank you.
Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you. So I am, everyone can hear me, right? Testing? Okay, good. So I am in agreement with having the fund balance meet the 5% objective. I believe that's around $27 million that would need to get it to that point. I'm also supportive of a 5% increase for teachers and all other groups. I am looking at the superintendent's recommendation for the proposed $100 million in reduction. And
let me clarify, it's not my recommendation.
Not your recommendation, but
information for discussion purposes.
Information for discussion that was mentioned by one of the board members. And I can tell you this, any of these that I look at, should we implement, will significantly impact safety, mental health, enrollment, and so many other things. I was looking at even the software suggestions. So it's apparent to me, I don't know if this was meant to be comedic, but it's apparent to me that that this is not doable based upon these suggestions that are here to get to that $100 million. So I think we may need to have a different discussion on what a realistic reduction looks like as we move forward. But I don't like my time to be wasted or any other board members. But it's obvious that this cannot be done in this fashion. So I look forward to discussion in that regards. How do we get to a reasonable number if we're looking at reduction, because this is certainly not doable, and I would not support any of these that are here. So hopefully we can come back with something more reasonable and doable.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. So I have a comment on page 30. My question is, in the description, it says reduce safe school officers as per contracts to only one safe school officer on each campus to maintain a 1-to-1 ratio. What do you mean by the 1-to-1 ratio? Dr. Hepburn?
Chief Alberti.
Ma'am, I spoke with Ms. Montawala, and with the one-to-one ratio, what they're going with that savings is they're trying to say, to meet the statute and the requirement for the statute, you only need one officer per school. So that's what they mean by the one-to-one ratio.
Okay, so you're saying that one officer for one school. Okay, you might want to clarify that in parentheses. And then I think there needs, if the board was going to reduce this, there needs to be a conversation, a more in-depth conversation on what the the SRO, what they're bringing compared to what the Guardian's bringing with a safe school officer. Because this says here in the last bullet point that it compromises safety. And I think that is somewhat subjective to say how are you basing that with evidence?
So the reason why it's alluded that it compromises safety, if you have one officer, if you think about a large high school, having one officer for that number of students in a high school is just not safe. You need to have another additional officer or guardian to support the one officer that's there. So that's how that statement was made.
Okay, I totally agree with you with that, but that's, by reading this, that's not how it's perceived at all. So, I thought we always kind of went by the standard, whether it's an SRO or a guardian, 1 per 1,000 students, correct?
You are correct, but Ms. Montawala's goal here was to find some savings, and this is an option.
No, and I'm okay with that, because this is saying, okay, so some of our schools, I guess my question is, I'd have to better understand how many of our schools we're paying for a school resource officer compared to we can pay for a guardian, it'll be less money.
It would be less money, yes.
Right, I know, but I'm saying, Dr. Hepburn, is that I would need to have more details to be able to make a better decision as a school board member to say, like, if we're paying for, say, 5 SROs at school A, where we could be paying for 5 guardians, the guardians would be less money. I'm just saying we need to have that conversation, because I do think there is an opportunity to save and still be safe and still meet the state law, but there needs to be, a hybrid approach, but it needs to be a more in-depth conversation. Any other conversations? Mr. Alston? Well, no one else is saying anything.
Okay. So, are we now doing reductions, or because it is not a laughing matter, Dr. Holdness? Because if we want to get 5%, we got to find 70 million. So I'm going to ask the board to join me in finding 70 million if you want 5%. So let me go down. Let me start with what I think are the easier ones, or at least let me start with one by one, and then you can poll the board and see if there's an appetite. So I am okay with, and we've had this conversation before on health insurance contributions. So I am in favor of the first item for discussion not being recommended by the superintendent. So we can poll the board on that.
Okay, so the health insurance, imposed health insurance, employee contributions would be imposed. 24.7 million is the savings. Okay, so Alston is yes. Dr. Zeman? Yes. Hickson? Yes. Aldef? Yes. Foganoli? Ms. Leonardi? Yes. Wholeness? For discussion, wholeness. FAM? Yes. Okay, there you go, 24.7.
I'm trying to get you 5%.
Keep going.
So let me jump down. So let me jump to eliminate central office instructional positions not assigned directly to schools. And I just want to have a conversation on the impact. And I saw the impact statements. I think the intent of this is these positions are outside of the school sites, but they could be redirected to do something different. Is that correct, Mr. Superintendent, if we went with this item?
So I'm going to let Ms. Hollingsworth provide additional information on this, but they are not particularly assigned directly to schools. They're assigned to central office and regional office, but they go out to support schools, help build teacher capacity, help PLCs, all those things to do what we've been doing this entire school year to ensure instructional continuity and support student performance. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. So yes, those central office staff, just for clarity, are regional office support, academics, talent acquisition, behavioral threat assessment, school choice, and charter schools, athletics, and student activities. So that encompasses all for Central, so it's not just academics. To Dr. Hepburn's point, those are instructional facilitators, school psychologists, mental health counselors, crisis teams. Let me see, that's Dr. Hepburn mentioned coaching and induction team members. Some do have select schools that they work with. Some are assigned per school, some are assigned as needed, but they all are out working with teachers, students, and staff to really provide those approaches to support all of our initiatives throughout the district, both through academics, our regional offices, and then all those other groups that I mentioned. So that's behavioral support services, family and community services. We help with student services, school operations, statutory requirements such as our IDA, SEDNet, Choice Charter, and then federal grant requirements through Title I, Title II, Title III, Head Start. So those are all different positions that are providing support to students, to schools.
Madam Chair, I guess what I'm asking, if the board were to recommend this as a reduction as direction to the superintendent, so the way I read this, all the positions would no longer sit outside of a school site. They would now be at a school site and offer an instructional position. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. They will be absorbed in instructional vacancies where there are certifications.
Okay. So yes, I would like to make this also a recommendation, Madam Chair. It's the second recommendation for board polling.
Chair, before we vote, I just want to be clear. These individuals will be offered jobs, but the positions go away. That's how the savings is made. So under this, 162 positions, there's going to be nobody here to do the work.
I understand completely what this is. This is back to your point, I think you've talked about supported and supporting, right?
Amen.
Put them at school sites.
Yep.
Okay. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Ms. Dixon?
I just have a question on that. So we're still going to keep the 162 employees. So how does that reduce $12.6 million? Because they're still going to have to be paid. So is the difference in a teacher pay in whatever position they're holding right now that much different? It's a little confusing if we're eliminating the position, but we're putting them in a spot to be an instructional staff. How are we saving $12.6 million?
Dr. Hepburn?
So the teacher vacancies are existing positions that we're already paying for. So they will be absorbed into those existing positions. But I do just want to echo all the services that Ms. Hollingsworth just labeled for many of these positions, and it will have a significant impact on the quality of service that we provide to our schools and to our students that run the spectrum from special needs all the way up to our best and our brightest. So just want to make sure the board understands
But these are
that.
teachers, right?
These are, for the most part, these are instructional facilitators.
Right. So,
Yes.
so they're teachers
Yes.
going back from central office positions back to school sites.
But they will be going in a classroom.
I understand, but they are currently teachers.
Currently
that are
teachers that-
downtown, not at a school site.
So they are, on paper, they are labeled as being downtown, but they are out at schools supporting schools for specific reasons. Yep. So
Okay.
it's just a matter of on paper where they reside, but there's the services they provide are at all of our schools. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
I'm sorry. Good. Hello again. So yes, they are teachers. Most of them are 196 employees. Again, school psychologists, mental health workers. And maybe getting personal about it, but the work that those individuals do to support schools, I think if we did speak to principals and speak to teachers, because we're also doing teacher support, would be incredibly impactful to our district and the functioning of it on a day-to-day academic, behavioral, mental health, all services to students. I'm very passionate about that, and I do believe the work that we're doing across the board collaboratively is showing a difference based on our student performance.
Go ahead, Ms.
Dr. Wanza.
So I may not sound as passionate as you, but I want to make sure we explain it so that the board understands. When you say school psychologist, that means students will not.
Right.
Explain
Correct.
what that means.
So a school psychologist is assigned to the ESC office. They have a caseload of schools that they work with. They are participating in multi-tiered support programs. They're doing the school evaluations for the students. Not all of them are obviously certified to be a teacher. They're on a teacher instructional collective bargaining agreement, but they're not all teachers, but they fall in that teacher region. So they might not all be able to be placed. However, also without that impact, they're in there doing evaluations, doing observations, being part of a team to really see and determine exactly how the student's performing with the school staff, what interventions are needed, what other supports are needed. So truly they're considered instructional teachers because that's how we label them, but they have a very distinct role in what they do, as well as a lot of those individuals do. For instance, our ESC instructional facilitators are working in schools, working on specific things with teachers, with students based on need, based on how they get determined on, where they're working with those schools. So they're out in schools on the daily. They're in schools nonstop, all of those individuals, as well as the academics team doing PD with teachers, helping provide support to schools and students, pulling small groups at times, and truly being interactive and supportive of our schools and our students and our teachers.
So
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, Don. I don't support this, so for those reasons, they are directly providing services to schools. But my point, I guess, really was, I don't think you're going to see a 12.6 reduction if you put them back in the school for a variety of reasons. So that was what I was trying to point out there. I don't know that number is accurate, but for reasons that they are directly supporting schools, I would not support getting rid of those positions.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, I am going to speak on the instructional aspect of this, the instructional facilitators, because I visited all 35 schools in my district, and as many of you know, some of my schools, there are concerns as far as performance, and I would like Dr. Hepburn to speak to how these instructional facilitators support D's and F schools within the district, and what kind of improvement have we seen, because I know personally that I have seen significant improvement. For example, Endeavor went from F to a B school, North Fork went from F to a C school. So if we're here talking about getting to be an A district, but we're cutting instructional support to schools and putting them back in schools as teachers, I can tell you we're not going to get there through that path. And I can tell you that not just as someone who visits schools, but as someone who has been a teacher for many years and understand the importance of these roles in terms of support to our instructional team at school. So Dr. Hepburn, could you speak to that for us, please?
Yes, absolutely. Especially for our priority schools or schools in academic need versus others. It's a full court press. They go in, they build teacher capacity, they help them plan lessons, they help them understand the transition from our previous state standards to our new and current state standards. They help them with new and innovative instructional strategies. They help teachers also with the discipline or misconduct aspect so they can actually get to the work that needs to be done in the classroom, which is providing great learning opportunities for our students. And then just that weekly type professional learning community that they create with our teachers. So it's this ongoing continuous improvement model that they support day in, and day out. And we see the fruits of those labors, especially this year, where we've seen a lot of learning gains, a lot of performance improvements in our students, especially in those schools. So they are vital to the success of our DNF schools and priority schools, because those are the schools that we actually have high turnover. And so usually every year and definitely every 3 years we have a turnover in those schools, and the instructional facilitators, or as I call them, instructional coaches, are vital just to make sure there's instructional continuity. And Ms. Hollingsworth, you want to add some additional info too?
Yes, because as I mentioned, this is also regional offices have instructional facilitators. So that collaborative approach with academics and the regional offices really going in and looking to see where exactly we need to support those teachers, especially around our DNF schools, making them a priority. As you know, we had our Science of Reading rollout this year, prioritize those schools, making sure that we were getting those teachers trained along with the regional IFs, so that when we rolled back into those schools, supporting and giving hands-on training and hands-on follow-up and feedback. So making sure that we were really doing that collectively and collaboratively.
Okay, and I can tell you that the input that I've had from the leadership at the school-based level, principals, assistant principals, their instructional team, has always been positive regarding the support they get from facilitators from the central office. And so I cannot support this item. I visited too many schools too many times. In fact, I just counted over 90 visits of schools in my last year and a half. And when I look at this would significantly impact our schools that have performance issues, and I have quite a few of those in District 5. Taking this away would be significantly impactful, and I think district-wide it would impact our goal of becoming an A district, so I cannot support this.
Dr. Zeman?
I support it.
Pam?
Thank you. This is really tough decision. One of the things I would just like an input from Dr. Hepburn, because you said initially this would have a significant impact, and I want to know if that impact, in your opinion, and based on your experience, is a positive impact if we did this change, or a negative impact, because that's how you started out when we started speaking.
So you mean cutting this $12.6 million worth of positions?
Yes.
It will have a negative impact, just for the sake of how we need to build teacher capacity and maintain instructional continuity. We have a lot of second career teachers. We have a lot of, which I still call new, those first 0 to 3 year teachers that need this type of support, especially in some of our high priority schools that we focus on.
And do you have any alternative solutions?
I would say for giving us an opportunity to review this throughout the year. I've already talked to my team yesterday in Cabinet. Was yesterday Monday? My weeks always crunch up together. That we're going to make additional cuts, especially coming back around with the next reorg. And we've already had those conversations that as our student enrollment decline, we have to decline also as far as staff. We can't continue remaining the same size as we are as a staff when our student population is steadily declining. So we're already having those tough conversations and start looking above the chart, below the chart, all over the place, and see where we can realize those cuts. Many of those positions people are sitting in, and start having these conversations early, right? Being respectful, having these conversations early with folks and giving them opportunity to find somewhere else in our organization or find some opportunities outside of our organizations. But we know we have to make some tough decisions when it comes to staff, because a bulk of our budget is wrapped up in people. And if we're going to realize some savings, we're going to have those tough conversations with people, and we're starting those conversations early.
And in answer to your question, Madam Chair, then I would be waiting for the next round of budget cuts before I would vote in favor for this. So no, I would not support this at this time.
Ms. Leonardi?
I support this, some of it. I did have some questions. So it says, hold on, let me pull up the page. 162 positions includes 48 instructional facilitators, 24 therapists, 23 staff developers. So, and then some of the school psychologists were referenced. But the 48, 24, 23 only gets you 95. To 95. So what are the, I know that, you know, there were some other positions that were stated, but I would like to be very clear about like what those are. So just like, I want to put that to the side for a second. The 24 therapists, why are they not in schools? Like, what are they doing?
Ms. Hollingworth, can you elaborate?
Right. Again, I think it's the terminology of central office. They are in schools. They are in schools daily working with students so there are ESC family counselors. They're in schools working on IEP goals for individuals that have family therapy goals. And I will just say, sometimes in our I guess our district, we use terms very broadly and interchangeably because, for instance, instructional facilitators, there are a lot of individuals that are underneath that broad umbrella of what they're doing to support students. So, for instance, I have academic instructional facilitators through elementary and secondary. They're instructional facilitators through the regional offices. So that gets lumped into a very large group that I'm sure we could do a follow-up and provide the list of each individual in different group. That's why I started with, this is not just academics or the regional offices. There's athletics, there's student activities, there's, what else I put, behavioral threat assessment, talent acquisition. There's a lot of individuals that fell into this bucket. So that's why I wanted to make sure that if there was clarity for everyone on who those individuals were. I can speak to the individuals that report to my end of academics. The goal, the expectation, and the direction is we are in schools supporting schools. That we need to make sure we are hands-on, doing what we need to do to support teachers, students, and their administrators. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this because I do believe that the only way we get to move students is to be with students.
Thank you. And I'm really more, I was really asking about the 24 therapists. You mentioned school psychologists. So at least in my experience, the school psychologists who would serve my students, for instance, they were responsible for several different schools. So are there some school psychologists that are only assigned to one school, or are all school psychologists kind of floating between multiple schools?
It truly depends based on the caseload of those students. For instance, when I was a principal at a very large population, I had one school psychologist that was assigned to my school to help take care of that caseload. We do have schools that have that are school psychologists that share multiple. They reevaluate their caseloads constantly to make sure that they're being equitable and fair to the actual school psychologist as well as the school. There are times we have to assign an additional school psychologist to help with that caseload. There are times we have to assign school psychologists that have that are bilingual, so it's constantly being reevaluated and addressed to make sure we're meeting the needs of what the school is requiring.
Okay, so let me ask the question again. So the school psychologists that are central office based, are they working with kids, or are they like training other school psychologists? Help me understand. Right. Do they have a direct caseload of students that they are serving?
Yes. So, for instance, I think, again, this is one of those semantic situations. They're considered central office because they sit on the budget of the ESC budget, which is a central office. However, they are out working with students, doing evaluations, being part of that MTSS CPST team meeting, working in those things, doing observations. We do have, I believe there's 4 school psychologists that are team leads. They still have a caseload of students, but they also help manage and work with all the other school psychologists in regards to any additional training that they would require, but they also have a caseload.
Okay, so I guess I would say that these, those positions that are not assigned directly to schools is not factual, right? Because they are serving actual schools. Same with the therapists. So I cannot support cutting therapists, school psychologists, those who support students with disabilities. Can someone elaborate on the crisis response piece?
So those would be those same individuals. Ms. Hedges here. She would like to provide more clarity, but it's our mental health, our social workers, those individuals that are part of the crisis team that are considered, again, central office staff. And part of the reason why they sit on a central office budget, just for clarification, is that when we do realign their caseload, if they sit on a school's budget, then we can't move them as need be. So when you sit on a central office budget, then I can send them out and deploy them based on need as the group fluctuates or caseload fluctuates.
Okay, so I want to be very clear. I support eliminating some of these positions, but not the mental health piece, not the behavioral pieces, the crisis response, the students with disabilities. So it's a complicated answer from me. Thank you.
Mr. Fogarty?
Yes.
Nope. Yes? Yes. Okay, sorry. So I'm going to look at this a little differently. I would make the recommendation to direct the superintendent to eliminate $2.6 million from this amount and give him the opportunity to figure out where he's going to take that from. I think there is some wiggle room as far as staff developers. I don't know what the total cost for that would be, but the teachers have professional development. It seems like there's maybe some redundancies, but I would leave that up to the superintendent to try to figure that out. And also with the instructional facilitators, is there some redundancies? Ms. Hickson?
Yeah, I'd also like to ask a question because you mentioned this a couple of times. So you said the behavior threat assessment team is under this and also student activities and athletics. So can you elaborate on that? Because with this list not being truly comprehensive, if we just say, if not me, but if people just say, yes, I don't think they understand all of the positions that they're eliminating, and some of those would make it very difficult for the activities that we're expecting to happen to go on. So,
Dr. Hepburn, may I start? And I'm only saying it, and I did speak with Dr. Hepburn, so he's aware of what I'm about to say.
Go ahead, Dr.
So
Alonso.
two individuals are sitting here in the audience. If their positions at the district level are eliminated, we can say goodbye to the coordination and successful implementation of all high school athletics and all middle school athletics. They are instructional, if you will, employees who work under a director, but they are responsible through their director for ensuring that all athletic functions in this county go smoothly each and every school year, and they do a yeoman's job at doing so, and they have been doing so for many years. I just have to say that. And I have been their supervisor, and I'm now going to be their supervisor again. So Ms. Hollingsworth, now I'll get passionate. I'm just joking. And then they also have a third employee. She's not here today, but she supervises all of the activities that you see as it relates to our student advisors, student government, all of the student activities. So if those are positions that we as an organization determine will no longer reside in the central office, then there is no central office coordination of those activities at all.
Thank you, because that was my point. And clump in there JROTC, because they also do all of that work. And I'm absolutely against getting rid of that staff, as well as the behavior threat assessment. We are at the top notch of what behavior threat assessments look like. People in the nation look at us, and they do that because we have a department that oversees it, makes sure it's being implemented properly. And I get wanting to make cuts on positions that maybe aren't directly related to our students, but these two are, and probably other ones on there. So I don't think it's fair to say 162 positions and make it seem like they're these instructional positions. It needs to be more specific so that everyone knows what they're voting on, because I don't think anyone would want to see the threat assessment be reduced, or our student activities, or our therapists, or any of those things. This is not specific enough to just make it look like, yeah, great, we can get rid of $12.6 million. I will also be passionate about this because we're just putting in all this money for turfs and we're doing all these things about student activities. Why do they come to school? Sometimes only because of the activities, not the academics, and they know they have to do the academics to do the activities. So I implore all of you not to just say a blanket yes to this without knowing all the details.
We're not voting,
because-
we're just.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't want to see a budget come back without those positions, so.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, I was going to say, yes. I don't know if this
It's
is on.
4:59.
I'm sorry?
4:59.
I have 30 seconds. So I agree. And I'm going to continue to push the envelope on cuts. I think that the way this was positioned was not what I just heard probably in the last 5 minutes. So I'll support your recommendation, Madam Chair, to get to $2.6 million with the superintendent to figure out where it comes from. I think that's a compromise. I think the way this was worded, because I know how to read very well, I think all of us do, it says that 162 positions were mentioned, but they would also be offered another position. That's what I took from this. And that these positions eliminate CO instructional positions not assigned directly to schools. I mean, it's very clear. So anyway, I support the $2.6 million, that recommendation, and I'll continue if needed.
Chair, I just want to change my vote. I voted no, but I'd like to learn more about the 2.6 and the ideas Ms. Leonardi brought up. And two other quick points. I'm tired of hearing about bad databases coming to a $6.1 billion organization. If they're not central office, then don't call them central office and the information you bring to us. Like, we're smart enough to break this down into things that we can consume, so let's do that next year, okay?
Let's direct your comments to the superintendent, please.
I'm just looking in a different direction. It's frustrating, Chair, because we want to have a conversation, we read a bullet, and then we find out there's a whole bunch different conversation that isn't consistent with the bullet. And this is 2 years in a row of doing that, and I don't want to do it a third year. Second is, we asked for a $100 million reduction list. If we're going to get a $100 million reduction list and everyone says, but we don't recommend that, why did we do this drill? I don't understand. What we wanted was the top $100 million that doesn't deliver to our strategic goals. And if that's not this list, we need another list.
Mr. Alston?
I agree with you, Dr. Zeman. You're happy to hear that statement? Because the intent, because I think I offered the recommendation, and I'm going to continue to do this on the board. We need to think about how we can be more efficient with our dollars, period. I'm not moving back from that position. To your point, we are a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and we have a CEO that knows how to manage it. But it's also the board's position to make sure that we're doing everything we can, one, to make sure we're maximizing taxpayer dollars. That's been a historical comment in this community, and I will make sure, as this one board member, I will continue to emphasize, advocate, and I will not retreat from that position. Last point. We all know how to read. You are correct. No one on this board is looking to have a negative impact on the school district. That wasn't the intent. The intent was, let's be thoughtful about the cuts that are not being proposed, but a menu of options for the board to consider so we can begin to right-size the district. Period. I'm not moving from that position. So if this is not the list, board, superintendent, let's have the conversation. One colleague from District 5 wanted to get to $70 million today. I'm trying to get there to my colleague from District 5, but we're not there yet.
Keep going.
We're barely a third there. Anyway, let's see if other board members want to make some cuts today. But to the general public, I have no problem making cuts. I will continue to propose cuts. That makes sense. That's smart. That doesn't impact school sites. That doesn't impact our children. Let's see if the board will join me in that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to weigh in? Ms. Pham?
Yes, I just want to thank Mr. Alston for being brave enough to actually start proposing things, because a lot of people aren't throwing something out there to where are we going to get this money, and I'm throwing in a tidbit with the turf. We got to keep getting that revenue back, and you're working on your angle. Everyone needs to be contributing to this conversation to help. Not one of us can do it on our own. This has got to be a team effort. So everyone, find where you can find something and bring it back, so we can at least have a deeper conversation and make a move here. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other comments?
I do have one more, Madam Chair. Since the board does not want to make any additional cuts, looks like there was only agreement to add more to employees. Okay, got it. So, Madam Chair, what I'd like to make sure is there was a comment that I made regarding the marketing piece. I'm assuming that was accepted without any issue. Is that correct? To our Chief of Communications and Legislative Affairs and our Marketing and Communications team?
We will gladly accept the additional $200,000
All right,
to make
thank
sure
you.
we reach all markets.
Thank you. All right, just want to make sure.
Seeing any other comments? At this time, Mrs. Judith Marte, I would like to present to you, in recognition of 6 years of dedicated service to Broward County Public Schools and over 33 years of dedicated service, devotion, and commitment to K through 12 public education.
Thank you, Judy.
Okay, so we have gone through all of our agenda. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring forward to the board or student successes to share? Ms. Alina.
So recently at Nova Southeastern University, the South Florida Leadership Training Camp and Camp Eagle Advanced Leadership Training Camp just occurred. I just want to congratulate a couple schools: Hollywood Hills High School, Miramar High, South Broward High School, Coral Springs High School, Pompano Beach High School, Plantation, South Plantation High School, Blanche Ely Dillard High School, and I know I'm missing a couple of schools, but I'm so proud of you. Thank you to Dr. Mel and Ms. Santiago. I know you're watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And in conjunction with that conference, there was also the JROTC STEM program that went on. So they had different STEM activities, robotics, they had drone activities, and just congratulations and thank you to the student activities and athletics department and ROTC for putting on such a phenomenal program for our students. They really, really enjoyed themselves. So thank you.
Any other board member? Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind any students that have an interest in learning the law that Nova Middle and Nova High School is now both going to have the same legal program. And I want to congratulate those students again for winning the National Invitation Championship from the mock congressional hearing in Washington, D.C. for 2 years in a row. So kudos.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I just had a quick question for Superintendent. I know we had sent out, and I know we spoke about it earlier, months ago, sent out a survey to see what the community thought about uniforms, and I wanted to see if we got that back.
Dr.
Yes,
Hepburn?
we do have that. We have that survey. My only issue with the survey is there was not a disqualifier in it. So I don't know how we'll send it to the board, but one thing I noticed after we received the data and when I looked at the survey, there wasn't a disqualifier in it. But we'll create a memo, send the information to the board to see if it's usable. But yeah, that subject has actually come up yesterday from some city officials actually asking us about uniforms. So
When you
there's
say
some desire.
disqualifier, what do you mean by that?
Well, just saying that you don't want uniforms. It was. I'll send it to you, and you'll actually be able to see what I'm talking about. To see if it's valid enough information that we can utilize to make some decisions.
When do we receive that?
We can send it to you hopefully by the end of this week.
Now, when did we receive that as a district?
As a district, earlier this spring, we put that survey out. Yep.
I just want to say to the superintendent's point, the problem with the survey, there was really no way of saying no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Understood.
So my points are, as everybody knows, the 1200 building is down, and they're working on getting it completely removed. My question to the superintendent is, we need to move forward in communicating with the 17 families as far as what's going to go into that space, the legacy field. And I just want to make sure that those meetings are planned, and then that also we're getting feedback from students and staff from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in regards to what's going in that space. And then as far as the funding issues, if there needs to be any ask from the state, if there can be money used to help fund the space.
Yeah, so quick update. Mr. Dorsett has talked to an architecture firm that is actually going to draw up a really good rendering for us to actually see the whole concept of the field. And once we get that rendering, we'll schedule some meetings immediately to get feedback from the families and any other stakeholders that are part of this whole legacy field for the site. Mr. Sullivan is working on the additional ask with the legislation to ensure that we can use the leftover monies from the demolition to do what we need to do out in the field.
And if I may, Chair, unless your colleagues object, I think you as the Chair should send a letter to the state requesting the usage of those funds for those purposes.
Is everybody okay with that? Ms. Hickson? Yes. Yes? Yep. Okay. And then my last just comment point is our chief auditor position. I kind of wanted to bring to the board like where we're at with that. So we're still waiting for the chief auditor job description from the audit committee for them to weigh in on it. But we have choices. So we can either wait until that happens, or we can have staff bring forward to us the chief auditor job description for us to weigh in at a board meeting, and then anyone can obviously be a public speaker and weigh in on it, but it's kind of being delayed, and so I wanted to just bring that forward to the board to see how quickly you want to move on that.
I'd like to move fast, but I'd love to see the Miami-Dade and Palm Beach job description in the same package.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Good. It's just that the audit committee hasn't been able to get to it at their meeting.
Let's go.
Yep. Okay, perfect. So this scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.